Chapter 57 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The beginning of the search for the key and the coat. When Madame Goesler revealed her plans and ideas to Mr. Wickerby, the attorney, who had been employed to bring Phineas Finn through his troubles, that gentleman evidently did not think much of the unprofessional assistance which the lady proposed to give him. "I'm afraid it is far-fetched, ma'am, if you understand what I mean," said Mr. Wickerby. Madame Goesler declared that she understood very well what Mr. Wickerby meant, but that she could hardly agree with him. According to that, the gentleman must have plotted the murder more than a month before he committed it, said Mr. Wickerby. And why not? Murder plots are generally the work of a few hours at the longest, Madame Goesler. Anger, combined with an indifference to self-sacrifice, does not endure the wear of many days, and the object here was insufficient. I don't think we can ask to have the trial put off in order to find out whether a false key may have been made in Prague. And you will not look for the coat? We can look for it, and probably get it, if the woman has not lied to you, but I don't think it will do us any good. The woman probably is lying. You have been paying her very liberally, so that she has been making an excellent livelihood out of the murder. No jury would believe her. And a grey coat is a very common thing. After all, it would prove nothing. It would only let the jury know that Mr. Meagher had a grey coat as well as Mr. Finn. That Mr. Finn wore a grey coat on that night is a fact which we can't upset. If you got hold of Meagher's coat, you wouldn't be a bit nearer to proof that Emilius had worn it. There would be the fact that he might have worn it. Madame Goesler, indeed it would not help our client. You see what are the difficulties in our way. Mr. Finn was on the spot at the moment, or so near it as to make it certainly possible that he might have been there. There is no such evidence as to Emilius, even if he could be shown to have had a latchkey. The man was killed by such an instrument as Mr. Finn had about him. There is no evidence that Mr. Emilius had such an instrument in his hand. A tall man in a grey coat was seen hurrying to the spot at the exact hour. Mr. Finn is a tall man and wore a grey coat at the time. Emilius is not a tall man, and even though Meagher had a grey coat, there is no evidence to show that Emilius ever wore it. Mr. Finn had quarrelled violently with Mr. Bonteen within the hour. It does not appear that Emilius ever quarrelled with Mr. Bonteen, though Mr. Bonteen had exerted himself in opposition to Emilius. Is there to be no defence, then? Certainly there will be a defence, and such a defence as I think will prevent any jury from being unanimous in convicting my client. Though there is a great deal of evidence against him, it is all what we call circumstantial. I understand, Mr. Wickerby. Nobody saw him commit the murder. Indeed, no, said Madame Goesler. Although there is personal similarity, there is no personal identity. There is no positive proof of anything illegal on his part, or of anything that would have been suspicious had no murder been committed, such as the purchase of poison or carrying of a revolver. The life-preserver, had no such instrument been unfortunately used, might have been regarded as a thing of custom. But I am sure that that Bohemian did murder Mr. Bonteen, said Madame Goesler, with enthusiasm. Madam, said Mr. Wickerby, holding up both his hands, I can only wish that you could be upon the jury. And you won't try to show that the other man might have done it? I think not. Next to an alibi that breaks down, you know what an alibi is, Madame Goesler. Yes, Mr. Wickerby, I know what an alibi is. Next to an alibi that breaks down, an unsuccessful attempt to affix the fault on another party is the most fatal blow which a prisoner's counsel can inflict upon him. It is always taken by the jury as so much evidence against him. We must depend altogether on a different line of defence. What line, Mr. Wickerby? Juries are always unwilling to hang. Madame Goesler shuddered as the horrid word was broadly pronounced, and are apt to think that simple circumstantial evidence cannot be suffered to demand so disagreeable a duty. They are peculiarly averse to hanging a gentleman, and will hardly be induced to hang a member of Parliament. Then Mr. Finn is very good-looking, and has been popular, which is all in his favour. And we shall have such evidence on the score of character as was never before brought into one of our courts. We shall have half the cabinet. There will be 2 dukes. Madame Goesler, as she listened to the admiring enthusiasm of the attorney while he went on with his list, acknowledged to herself that her dear friend, the Duchess, had not been idle. There will be 3 secretaries of state. The Secretary of State for the Home Department himself will be examined. I am not quite sure that we mayn't get the Lord Chancellor. There will be Mr. Monk, about the most popular man in England, who will speak of the prisoner as his particular friend. I don't think any jury would hang a particular friend of Mr. Monk's. And there will be ever so many ladies. That has never been done before, but we mean to try it. Madame Goesler had heard all this, and had herself assisted in the work. I rather think we shall get 4 or 5 leading members of the opposition, for they all disliked Mr. Bonteen. If we could manage Mr. Daubeny and Mr. Gresham, I think we might reckon ourselves quite safe. I forgot to say that the Bishop of Barchester has promised. All that won't prove his innocence, Mr. Wickerby. Mr. Wickerby shrugged his shoulders. If he be acquitted after that fashion, men then will say that he was guilty. We must think of his life first, Madame Goesler, said the attorney. Madame Goesler, when she left the attorney's room, was very ill satisfied with him. She desired some adherent to her cause, who would with affectionate zeal resolve upon wishing Phineas Finn white as snow in reference to the charge now made against him, but no man would so resolve who did not believe in his innocence, as Madame Goesler believed herself. She herself knew that her own belief was romantic and unpractical. Nevertheless, the conviction of the guilt of that other man, towards which she still thought that much would be done if that coat were found, and the making of a secret key were proved, was so strong upon her that she would not allow herself to drop it. It would not be sufficient for her that Phineas Finn should be acquitted. She desired that the real murderer should be hung for the murder, so that all the world might be sure, as she was sure, that her hero had been wrongfully accused. "Do you mean that you are going to start yourself?" the Duchess said to her that same afternoon. "Yes, I am." "Then you must be very far gone in love indeed." "You would do as much, Duchess, if you were free as I am. It isn't a matter of love at all. It's womanly enthusiasm for the cause one has taken up." "I'm quite as enthusiastic, only I shouldn't like to go to Prague in June. I'll go to Siberia in January if I could find out that that horrid man really committed the murder." "Who are you going with?" "We shall be quite a company. We have got a detective policeman and an interpreter who understands Czech and German to go about with the policeman, and a lawyer's clerk, and there will be my own maid. Everybody will know all about it before you get there. We are not to go quite together. The policeman and the interpreter are to form one party, and I and my maid another. The poor clerk is to be alone. If they get the coat, of course you'll telegraph to me." "Who is to have the coat?" "I suppose they'll take it to Mr. Wickerby. He says he doesn't want it, that it would do no good, but I think that if we could show that the man might very easily have been out of the house, that he had certainly provided himself with means of getting out of the house secretly, the coat would be of service. I am going at any rate, and shall be in Paris to-morrow morning. I think it very grand of you, my dear, and for your sake I hope he may live to be Prime Minister. Perhaps, after all, he may give Plantagenet his garter." When the old Duke died, a garter became vacant, and had of course fallen to the gift of Mr. Gresham. The Duchess had expected that it would be continued in the family, as had been the lieutenancy of Barsetshire, which also had been held by the old Duke. But the garter had been given to Lord Cantrip, and the Duchess was sore. With all her radical propensities and inclination to laugh at dukes and marquises, she thought very much of garters and lieutenancies. But her husband would not think of them at all, and hence there were words between them. The Duchess had declared that the Duke should insist on having the garter. "These are things that men do not ask for," the Duke had said. "Don't tell me, Plantagenet, about not asking. Everybody asks for everything nowadays." "Your everybody is not correct, Glencora. I never yet asked for anything, and never shall. No honour has any value in my eyes unless it comes unasked." Thereupon it was that the Duchess now suggested that Phineas Finn, when Prime Minister, might perhaps bestow a garter upon her husband. And so Madame Goesler started for Prague with the determination of being back, if possible, before the trial began. It was to be commenced at the Old Bailey towards the end of June, and people already began to foretell that it would extend over a very long period. The circumstances seemed to be simple, but they who understood such matters declared that the duration of a trial depended a great deal more on the public interest felt in the matter than upon its own nature. Now it was already perceived that no trial of modern days had ever been so interesting as would be this trial. It was already known that the Attorney General, Sir Gregory Grogram, was to lead the case for the prosecution, and that the Solicitor General, Sir Simon Slope, was to act with him. It had been thought to be due to the memory and character of Mr. Bonteen, who, when he was murdered, had held the office of President of the Board of Trade, and who had very nearly been Chancellor of the Exchequer, that so unusual a task should be imposed on these two high legal officers of the government. No doubt there would be a crowd of juniors with them, but it was understood that Sir Gregory Grogram would himself take the burden of the task upon his own shoulders. It was declared everywhere that Sir Gregory did believe Phineas Finn to be guilty, but it was also declared that Sir Simon Slope was convinced he was innocent. The defence was to be entrusted to the well-practised but now aged hands of that most experienced practitioner, Mr. Chaffanbrass, than whom no barrister living or dead ever rescued more culprits from the fangs of the law. With Mr. Chaffanbrass, who quite late in life had consented to take a silk gown, was to be associated Mr. Serjeant Birdbolt, who was said to be employed in order that the case might be in safe hands should the strength of Mr. Chaffanbrass fail him at the last moment, and Mr. Snow, who was supposed to handle a witness more judiciously than any of the rising men, and that subtle, courageous, eloquent, and painstaking youth, Mr. Golightly, who now, with no more than 10 or 15 years' practice, was already known to be earning his bread and supporting a wife and family. But the glory of this trial would not depend chiefly on the array of counsel, nor on the fact that the Lord Chief Justice himself would be the judge, so much as on the social position of the murdered man and of the murderer. Noble lords and great statesmen would throng the bench of the court to see Phineas Finn tried, and all the world who could find an entrance would do the same to see the great statesmen and the noble lords. The importance of such an affair increases like a snowball as it is rolled on. Many people talk much, and then very many people talk very much more. The under-sheriffs of the city, praiseworthy gentlemen not hitherto widely known to fame, became suddenly conspicuous and popular, as being the dispensers of admissions to seats in the court. It had been already admitted by judges and counsel that sundry other cases must be postponed, because it was known that the Bonteen murder would occupy at least a week. It was supposed that Mr. Chaffanbrass would consume a whole day at the beginning of the trial in getting a jury to his mind, a matter on which he was known to be very particular, and another whole day at the end of the trial in submitting to the jury the particulars of all the great cases on record in which circumstantial evidence was shown to have led to improper verdicts. It was therefore understood that the last week in June would be devoted to the trial, to the exclusion of all other matters of interest. When Mr. Gresham, hard pressed by Mr. Turnbull for a convenient day, offered that gentleman Thursday the 24th of June, for suggesting to the House a little proposition of his own with reference to the English Church establishment, Mr. Turnbull openly repudiated the offer, because on that day the trial of Phineas Finn would be commenced. "I hope," said Mr. Gresham, "that the work of the country will not be impeded by that unfortunate affair." "I am afraid," said Mr. Turnbull, "that the right honourable gentleman will find that the member for Tankerville will on that day monopolize the attention of this House." The remark was thought to have been made in very bad taste, but nobody doubted its truth. Perhaps the interest was enhanced among politicians by the existence, very generally, of an opinion that, though Phineas Finn had murdered Mr. Bonteen, he would certainly be acquitted. Nothing could then prevent the acquitted murderer from resuming his seat in the House, and gentlemen were already beginning to ask themselves after what fashion it would become them to treat him. Would the Speaker catch his eye when he rose to speak? Would he still be Phineas to the very large number of men with whom his general popularity had made him intimate? Would he be cold-shouldered at the clubs, and treated as one whose hands were red with blood? Or would he become more popular than ever, and receive an ovation after his acquittal? In the meantime, Madame Goesler started on her journey for Prague. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Two Dukes. It was necessary that the country should be governed, even though Mr. Bonteen had been murdered, and in order that it should be duly governed, it was necessary that Mr. Bonteen's late place at the Board of Trade should be filled. There was some hesitation as to the filling it, and when the arrangement was completed, people were very much surprised indeed. Mr. Bonteen had been appointed chiefly because it was thought that he might in that office act as a quasi-House of Commons deputy to the Duke of Omnium in carrying out his great scheme of a 5-farthinged penny and a 10-pennied shilling. The Duke, in spite of his wealth and rank and honour, was determined to go on with his great task. Life would be nothing to him now unless he could at least hope to arrange the 5 farthings. When his wife had bullied him about the garter, he had declared to her, and with perfect truth, that he had never asked for anything. He had gone on to say that he never would ask for anything, and he certainly did not think that he was betraying himself with reference to that assurance when he suggested to Mr. Gresham that he would himself take the place left vacant by Mr. Bonteen, of course retaining his seat in the cabinet. I should hardly have ventured to suggest such an arrangement to your Grace, said the Prime Minister. Feeling that it might be so, I thought that I would venture to ask, said the Duke. I am sure you know that I am the last man to interfere as to place or the disposition of power. Quite the last man, said Mr. Gresham. But it has always been held that the Board of Trade is not incompatible with the peerage. Oh dear, yes. And I can feel myself nearer to this affair of mine there than I can elsewhere. Mr. Gresham, of course, had no objection to urge. This great nobleman, who was now asking for Mr. Bonteen's shoes, had been Chancellor of the Exchequer, and would have remained Chancellor of the Exchequer had not the mantle of his nobility fallen upon him. At the present moment he held an office in which peers are often temporarily shelved, or put away, perhaps, out of harm's way for the time, so that they may be brought down and used when wanted, without having received crack or detriment from that independent action into which a politician is likely to fall when his party is in, but he is still out. He was Lord Privy Seal, a lordship of state which does carry with it a status and a seat in the cabinet, but does not necessarily entail any work. But the present lord, who cared nothing for status, and who was much more intent on his work than he was even on his seat in the cabinet, was possessed by what many of his brother politicians regarded as a morbid dislike to pretences. He had not been happy during his few weeks of the Privy Seal, and had almost envied Mr. Bonteen the realities of the Board of Trade. I think upon the whole it will be best to make the change, he said to Mr. Gresham, and Mr. Gresham was delighted. But there were one or two men of mark, one or two who were older than Mr. Gresham probably, and less perfect in their liberal sympathies, who thought that the Duke of Omnium was derogating from his proper position in the step which he was now taking. Chief among these was his friend the Duke of St. Bungay, who alone, perhaps, could venture to argue the matter with him. I almost wish that you had spoken to me first, said the elder Duke. I feared that I should find you so strongly opposed to my resolution. If it was a resolution. I think it was, said the younger. It was a great misfortune to me that I should have been obliged to leave the House of Commons. You should not feel it so. My whole life was there, said he who, as Plantagenet Palliser, had been so good a commoner. But your whole life should certainly not be there now, nor your whole heart. On you the circumstances of your birth have imposed duties quite as high, and I will say quite as useful, as any which a career in the House of Commons can put within the reach of a man. Do you think so, Duke? Certainly I do. I do think that the England which we know could not be the England that she is, but for the maintenance of a high-minded, proud, and self-denying nobility. And though with us there is no line dividing our very broad aristocracy into two parts, a higher and a lower, or a greater and a smaller, or a richer and a poorer, nevertheless we all feel that the success of our order depends chiefly on the conduct of those whose rank is the highest, and whose means are the greatest. To some few, among whom you are conspicuously one, wealth has been given so great, and rank so high, that much of the welfare of your country depends on the manner in which you bear yourself as the Duke of Omnium. I would not wish to think so. Your uncle so thought, and though he was a man very different from you, not inured to work in his early life, with fewer attainments, probably a slower intellect, and whose general conduct was inferior to your own, I speak freely because the subject is important. He was a man who understood his position and the requirements of his order very thoroughly, a retinue almost royal, together with an expenditure which royalty could not rival, secured for him the respect of the nation. Your life has not been as was his, and you have won a higher respect. I think not. The greater part of my life was spent in the House of Commons, and my fortune was never much more than the 10th of his. But I wish to make no such comparison. I must make it, if I am to judge which I would follow. Pray understand me, my friend, said the old man energetically. I am not advising you to abandon public life in order that you may live in repose as a great nobleman. It would not be in your nature to do so, nor could the country afford to lose your services. But you need not, therefore, take your place in the arena of politics as though you were still Plantagenet Palliser, with no other duties than those of a politician, as you might so well have done had your uncle's titles and wealth descended to a son. I wish they had, said the regretful Duke. It cannot be so. Your brother perhaps wishes that he were a duke, but it has been arranged otherwise. It is vain to repine. Your wife is unhappy because your uncle's garter was not given at once to you. Glencora is like other women, of course. I share her feelings. Had Mr. Gresham consulted me, I should not have scrupled to tell him that it would have been for the welfare of his party that the Duke of Omnium should be graced with any and every honour in his power to bestow. Lord Cantrip is my friend, almost as warmly as are you, but the country would not have missed the ribbon from the breast of Lord Cantrip. Had you been more the Duke, and less the slave of your country, it would have been sent to you. Do I make you angry by speaking so? Not in the least. I have but one ambition, and that is to be the serviceable slave of my country. A master is more serviceable than a slave, said the old man. No, I deny it. I can admit much from you, but I cannot admit that. The politician who becomes the master of his country sinks from the statesman to the tyrant. We misunderstand each other, my friend. Pitt and Peel and Palmerston were not tyrants, though each assumed, and held for himself to the last, the mastery of which I speak. Smaller men who have been slaves have been as patriotic as they, but less useful. I regret that you should follow Mr. Bonteen in his office, because he was Mr. Bonteen. All the circumstances of the transfer of office occasioned by your uncle's death seem to me to make it undesirable. I would not have you make yourself too common. This very murder adds to the feeling. Because Mr. Bonteen has been lost to us, the minister has recourse to you. It was my own suggestion. But who knows that it was so? You and I and Mr. Gresham, and perhaps one or two others. It is too late now, Duke, and to tell the truth of myself, not even you can make me other than I am. My uncle's life to me was always a problem which I could not understand. Were I to attempt to walk in his ways, I should fail utterly and become absurd. I do not feel the disgrace of following Mr. Bonteen. I trust you may at least be less unfortunate. Well, yes, I do not expect to be murdered in the streets because I am going to the Board of Trade. I shall have made no enemy by my political success. You think that Mr. Finn did do the deed? Asked the elder Duke. I hardly know what I think. My wife is sure that he is innocent. The Duchess is enthusiastic always. Many others think the same. Lord and Lady Chiltern are sure of that. They were always his best friends. I am told that many of the lawyers are sure that it will be impossible to convict him. If he be acquitted, I shall strive to think him innocent. He will come back to the house, of course." "I should think he would apply for the hundreds," said the Duke of St. Bungay. "I do not see why he should. I would not in his place. If he be innocent, why should he admit himself unfit for a seat in Parliament? I tell you what he might do, resign, and then throw himself again upon his constituency." The other Duke shook his head, thereby declaring his opinion that Phineas Finn was in truth the man who had murdered Mr. Bonteen. When it was publicly known that the Duke of Omnium had stepped into Mr. Bonteen's shoes, the general opinion certainly coincided with that given by the Duke of St. Bungay. It was not only that the late Chancellor of the Exchequer should not have consented to fill so low an office, or that the Duke of Omnium should have better known his own place, or that he should not have succeeded a man so insignificant as Mr. Bonteen. These things, no doubt, were said, but more was said also. It was thought that he should not have gone to an office which had been rendered vacant by the murder of a man who had been placed there merely to assist himself. If the present arrangement was good, why should it not have been made independently of Mr. Bonteen? Questions were asked about it in both houses, and the transfer, no doubt, did have the effect of lowering the man in the estimation of the political world. He himself felt that he did not stand so high with his colleagues as when he was Chancellor of the Exchequer, not even so high as when he held the Privy Seal. In the printed lists of those who attended the cabinets, his name was generally placed last, and an opponent on one occasion thought, or pretended to think, that he was no more than Postmaster General. He determined to bear all this without wincing. But he did wince. He would not own to himself that he had been wrong, but he was sore, as a man is sore who doubts about his own conduct, and he was not the less so because he strove to bear his wife's sarcasms without showing that they pained him. "They say that poor Lord Fawn is losing his mind," she said to him. "Lord Fawn? I haven't heard anything about it." "He was engaged to Lady Eustace once, you remember. They say that he'll be made to declare why he didn't marry her if this bigamy case goes on. And then it's so unfortunate that he should have seen the man in the grey coat. I hope he won't have to resign." "I hope not, indeed." "Because, of course, you'd have to take his place as Under Secretary." This was very awkward, but the husband only smiled, and expressed a hope that if he did so he might himself be equal to his new duties. "By the by, Plantagenet, what do you mean to do about the jewels?" "I haven't thought about them. Madame Goesler had better take them." "But she won't." "I suppose they had better be sold." "By auction? That would be the proper way." "I shouldn't like that at all. Couldn't we buy them ourselves, and let the money stand till she chose to take it? It's an affair of trade, I suppose, and you're at the head of all that now." Then again she asked him some questions about the Home Secretary with reference to Phineas Finn, and when he told her that it would be highly improper for him to speak to that officer on such a subject, she pretended to suppose that the impropriety would consist in the interference of a man holding so low a position as he was. "Of course it is not the same now," she said, "as it used to be when you were at the Exchequer." All which he took without uttering a word of anger, or showing a sign of annoyance. "You only get 2,000 a year, do you, at the Board of Trade, Plantagenet?" "Upon my word, I forget. I think it's 2,500. "How nice! It was 5 at the Exchequer, wasn't it?" Yes, 5,000 at the Exchequer. When you're a lord of the Treasury it will be only one, will it? What a goose you are, Glencora! If it suited me to be a lord of the Treasury, what difference would the salary make? Not the least, nor yet the rank, or the influence, or the prestige, or the general fitness of things. You are above all such sublunary ideas. You would clean Mr. Gresham's shoes for him, if the service of your country required it. These last words she added in a tone of voice very similar to that which her husband himself used on occasions. I would even allow you to clean them, if the service of the country required it, said the Duke. But though he was magnanimous, he was not happy, and perhaps the intense anxiety which his wife displayed as to the fate of Phineas Finn added to his discomfort. The Duchess, as the Duke of St. Bungay had said, was enthusiastic, and he never for a moment dreamed of teaching her to change her nature. But it would have been as well if her enthusiasm at the present moment could have been brought to display itself on some other subject. He had been brought to feel that Phineas Finn had been treated badly when the good things of government were being given away, and that this had been caused by the jealous prejudices of the man who had been since murdered. But an expectant Under-Secretary of State, let him have been ever so cruelly left out in the cold, should not murder the man by whom he has been ill-treated. Looking at all the evidence as best he could, and listening to the opinions of others, the Duke did think that Phineas had been guilty. The murder had clearly been committed by a personal enemy, not by a robber. 2 men were known to have entertained feelings of enmity against Mr. Bonteen, as to one of whom he was assured that it was impossible that he should have been on the spot. As to the other, it seemed equally manifest that he must have been there. If it were so, it would have been much better that his wife should not display her interest publicly in the murderer's favour. But the Duchess, wherever she went, spoke of the trial as a persecution, and seemed to think that the prisoner should already be treated as a hero and a martyr. "Glencora," he said to her, "I wish that you could drop the subject of this trial till it be over." "But I can't." "Surely you can avoid speaking of it." "No more than you can avoid your decimals. Out of the full heart the mouth speaks, and my heart is very full. What harm do I do?" "You set people talking of you." "They have been doing that ever since we were married. But I do not know that they have made out much against me. We must go after our nature, Plantagenet. Your nature is decimals. I run after units." He did not deem it wise to say anything further, knowing that to this evil also of Phineas Finn the gods would at last vouchsafe an ending. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mrs. Bonteen. At the time of the murder, Lady Eustace, whom we must regard as the wife of Mr. Emilius till it be proved that he had another wife when he married her, was living as the guest of Mr. Bonteen. Mr. Bonteen had pledged himself to prove the bigamy, and Mrs. Bonteen had opened her house and her heart to the injured lady. Lizzie Eustace, as she had always been called, was clever, rich, and pretty, and knew well how to ingratiate herself with the friend of the hour. She was a greedy, grasping little woman, but when she had before her a sufficient object, she could appear to pour all that she had into her friend's lap with all the prodigality of a child. Perhaps Mrs. Bonteen had liked to have things poured into her lap. Perhaps Mr. Bonteen had enjoyed the confidential tears of a pretty woman. It may be that the wrongs of a woman doomed to live with Mr. Emilius as his wife had touched their hearts. Be that as it might, they had become the acknowledged friends and supporters of Lady Eustace, and she was living with them in their little house in St. James's Place on that fatal night. Lizzie behaved herself very well when the terrible tidings were brought home. Mr. Bonteen was so often late at the house or at his club that his wife rarely sat up for him, and when the servants were disturbed between 6 and 7 o'clock in the morning, no surprise had as yet been felt at his absence. The sergeant of police who had brought the news sent for the maid of the unfortunate lady, and the maid, in her panic, told her story to Lady Eustace before daring to communicate it to her mistress. Lizzie Eustace, who in former days had known something of policemen, saw the man and learned from him all that there was to learn. Then, while the sergeant remained on the landing place outside to support her if necessary, with the maid by her side to help her, kneeling by the bed, she told the wretched woman what had happened. We need not witness the paroxysms of the widow's misery, but we may understand that Lizzie Eustace was from that moment more strongly fixed than ever in her friendship with Mrs. Bonteen. When the first 3 or 4 days of agony and despair had passed by, and the mind of the bereaved woman was able to turn itself from the loss to the cause of the loss, Mrs. Bonteen became fixed in her certainty that Phineas Finn had murdered her husband, and seemed to think that it was the first and paramount duty of the present government to have the murderer hung, almost without a trial. When she found that, at the best, the execution of the man she so vehemently hated could not take place for 2 months after the doing of the deed, even if then, she became almost frantic in her anger. Surely they would not let him escape. What more proof could be needed? Had not the miscreant quarrelled with her husband, and behaved abominably to him but a few minutes before the murder? Had he not been on the spot with the murderous instrument in his pocket? Had he not been seen by Lord Fawn hastening on the steps of her dear and doomed husband? Mrs. Bonteen, as she sat enveloped in her new weeds, thirsting for blood, could not understand that further evidence should be needed, or that a rational doubt should remain in the mind of any one who knew the circumstances. It was to her as though she had seen the dastard blow struck, and with such conviction as this on her mind did she insist on talking of the coming trial to her inmate, Lady Eustace. But Lizzie had her own opinion, though she was forced to leave it unexpressed in the presence of Mrs. Bonteen. She knew the man who claimed her as his wife, and did not think that Phineas Finn was guilty of the murder. Her Emilius, her Joseph Emilius, as she had delighted to call him, since she had separated herself from him, was, as she thought, the very man to commit a murder. He was by no means degraded in her opinion by the feeling. To commit great crimes is the line of life that comes naturally to some men, and was, as she thought, a line less objectionable than that which confines itself to small crimes. She almost felt that the audacity of her husband in doing such a deed redeemed her from some of the ignominy to which she had subjected herself by her marriage with a runaway who had another wife living. There was a dash of adventure about it which was almost gratifying. But these feelings she was obliged, at any rate for the present, to keep to herself. Not only must she acknowledge the undoubted guilt of Phineas Finn for the sake of her friend Mrs. Bonteen, but she must consider carefully whether she would gain or lose more by having a murderer for her husband. She did not relish the idea of being made a widow by the gallows. She was still urgent as to the charge of bigamy, and should she succeed in proving that the man had never been her husband, then she did not care how soon they might hang him. But for the present it was better for all reasons that she should cling to the Phineas Finn theory, feeling certain that it was the bold hand of her own Emilius who had struck the blow. She was by no means free from the solicitations of her husband, who knew well where she was, and who still adhered to his purpose of reclaiming his wife and his wife's property. When he was released by the magistrate's order, and had recovered his goods from Mr. Meager's house, and was once more established in lodgings, humbler indeed than those in Northumberland Street, he wrote the following letter to her who had been for one blessed year the partner of his joys, and his bosom's mistress. 3 Jellybag Street, Edgware Road, May 26, 18. Dearest wife, you will have heard to what additional sorrow and disgrace I have been subjected through the malice of my enemies, but all in vain, though princes and potentates have been arrayed against me. The princes and potentates had no doubt been Lord Chiltern and Mr. Lowe. Innocence has prevailed, and I have come out from the ordeal white as bleached linen or unsullied snow. The murderer is in the hands of justice, and though he be the friend of kings and princes, Mr. Emilius had probably heard that the prince had been at the club with Phineas. Yet shall justice be done upon him, and the truth of the Lord shall be made to prevail. Mr. Bonteen has been very hostile to me, believing evil things of me, and instigating you, my beloved, to believe evil of me. Nevertheless, I grieve for his death. I lament bitterly that he should have been cut off in his sins, and hurried before the judgment seat of the great judge, without an hour given to him for repentance. Let us pray that the mercy of the Lord may be extended even to him. I beg that you will express my deepest commiseration to his widow, and assure her that she has my prayers. And now, my dearest wife, let me approach my own affairs. As I have come out unscorched from the last fiery furnace, which has been heated for me by my enemies 7 times hot, so shall I escape from that other fire with which the poor man who has gone from us endeavoured to envelop me. If they have made you believe that I have any wife but yourself, they have made you believe a falsehood. You and you only have my hand. You and you only have my heart. I know well what attempts are being made to suborn false evidence in my old country, and how the follies of my youth are being pressed against me. How anxious are proud Englishmen that the poor Bohemian should be robbed of the beauty and wit and wealth which he had won for himself. But the Lord fights on my side, and I shall certainly prevail. If you will come back to me, all shall be forgiven. My heart is as it ever was. Come, and let us leave this cold and ungenial country, and go to the sunny south, to the islands of the blessed. Mr. Emilius, during his married life, had not quite fathomed the depths of his wife's character, though, no doubt, he had caught some points of it with sufficient accuracy. Where we may forget these blood-stained sorrows, and mutually forgive each other, what happiness, what joys can you expect in your present mode of life? Even your income, which in truth is my income, you cannot obtain, because the tenants will not dare to pay it in opposition to my legal claims. But of what use is gold? What can purple do for us, and fine linen, and rich jewels, without love and a contented heart? Come, dearest, once more to your own one, who will never remember aught of the sad rupture which enemies have made, and we will hurry to the setting sun, and recline on mossy banks, and give up our souls to Elysium." As Lizzie read this, she uttered an exclamation of disgust. Did the man, after all, know so little of her as to suppose that she, with all her experiences, did not know how to keep her own life and her own pocket separate from her romance? She despised him for this almost as much as she respected him for the murder. "If you will only say that you will see me, I will be at your feet in a moment. Till the solemnity with which the late tragical event must have filled you shall have left you leisure to think of all this, I will not force myself into your presence, or seek to secure by law rights which will be much dearer to me if they are accorded by your own sweet goodwill. And in the meantime I will agree that the income shall be drawn, provided that it be equally divided between us. I have been sorely straitened in my circumstances by these last events. My congregation is of course dispersed. Though my innocence has been triumphantly displayed, my name has been tarnished. It is with difficulty that I find a spot where to lay my weary head. I am a-hungered and athirst, and my very garments are parting from me in my need. Can it be that you willingly doom me to such misery because of my love for you? If I had been less true to you, it might have been otherwise. Let me have an answer at once, and I will instantly take steps about the money, if you will agree. Your truly most loving husband, Joseph Emilius. To Lady Eustace, wife of the Reverend Joseph Emilius. When Lizzie had read the letter twice through, she resolved that she would show it to her friend. "I know it will reopen the floodgates of your grief," she said, "but unless you see it, how can I ask from you the advice which is so necessary to me?" But Mrs. Bonteen was a woman sincere at any rate in this, that the loss of her husband had been to her so crushing a calamity that there could be no reopening of the floodgates. The grief that cannot bear allusion to its causes has generally something of affectation in its composition. The floodgates with this widowed one had never yet been for a moment closed. It was not that her tears were ever flowing, but that her heart had never yet for a moment ceased to feel that its misery was incapable of alleviation. No utterances concerning her husband could make her more wretched than she was. She took the letter and read it through. "I dare say he is a bad man," said Mrs. Bonteen. "Indeed he is," said the bad man's wife. "But he was not guilty of this crime." "Oh no, I am sure of that," said Lady Eustace, feeling certain at the same time that Mr. Bonteen had fallen by her husband's hands. "And therefore I am glad they have given him up. There can be no doubt now about it." "Everybody knows who did it now," said Lady Eustace. "Infamous ruffian! My poor dear lost one always knew what he was. Oh, that such a creature should have been allowed to come among us! Of course he'll be hung, Mrs. Bonteen." "Hung? I should think so. What other end would be fit for him? Oh yes, they must hang him. But it makes one think that the world is too hard a place to live in, when such a one as he can cause so great a ruin. It has been very terrible. Think what the country has lost. They tell me that the Duke of Omnium is to take my husband's place, but the Duke cannot do what he did. Everyone knows that for real work there was no one like him. Nothing was more certain than that he would have been Prime Minister, oh, very soon. They ought to pinch him to death with red-hot tweezers. But Lady Eustace was anxious at the present moment to talk about her own troubles. Of course, Mr. Emilius did not commit the murder. Phineas Finn committed it, said the half-maddened woman, rising from her chair, and Phineas Finn shall hang by his neck till he is dead. But Emilius has certainly got another wife in Prague. I suppose you know. He said it was so, and he was always right. I am sure of it, just as you are sure of this horrid Mr. Finn. The two things can't be named together, Lady Eustace. Certainly not. I wouldn't think of being so unfeeling. But he has written me this letter, and what must I do? It is very dreadful about the money, you know. He cannot touch your money. My dear one said that he could not touch it. But he prevents me from touching it. What they give me only comes by a sort of favor from the lawyer. I almost wish that I had compromised. You would not be rid of him that way. No, not quite rid of him. You see, I never had to take that horrid name because of the title. I suppose I'd better send the letter to the lawyer. Send it to the lawyer, of course. That is what he would have done. They tell me that the trial is to be on the 24th of June. Why should they postpone it so long? They know all about it. They always postpone everything. If he had lived, there would be an end of that long before. Lady Eustace was tired of the virtues of her friend's martyred lord, and was very anxious to talk of her own affairs. She was still holding her husband's letter open in her hand, and was thinking how she could force her friend's dead lion to give place for a while to her own live dog, when a servant announced that Mr. Camperdown, the attorney, was below. In former days there had been an old Mr. Camperdown who was vehemently hostile to poor Lizzie Eustace, but now, in her new troubles, the firm that had ever been true to her first husband had taken up her case for the sake of the family and her property, and for the sake of the heir, Lizzie Eustace's little boy, and Mr. Camperdown's firm had, next to Mr. Bonteen, been the depository of her trust. He had sent clerks out to Prague, one who had returned ill, as some had said poisoned, though the poison had probably been nothing more than the diet natural to Bohemians, and then another had been sent. This, of course, had all been previous to Madame Goesler's self-imposed mission, which, though it was occasioned altogether by the suspected wickednesses of Mr. Emilius, had no special reference to his matrimonial escapades. And now Mr. Camperdown was downstairs. Shall I go down to him, dear Mrs. Bonteen? He may come here, if you please. Perhaps I had better go down. He will disturb you. My darling lost one always thought that there should be two present to hear such matters. He said it was safer. Mr. Camperdown, Jr., was therefore shown upstairs to Mrs. Bonteen's drawing-room. "We have found it all out, Lady Eustace," said Mr. Camperdown. "Found out what?" "We've got Madame Emilius over here." "No," said Mrs. Bonteen, with her hands raised. Lady Eustace sat silent, with her mouth open. "Yes, indeed, and photographs of the registry of the marriage from the books of the synagogue at Cracow. His signature was Joseph Milius, and his handwriting isn't a bit altered. I think we could have proved it without the lady, but of course it was better to bring her if possible." "Where is she?" asked Lizzie, thinking that she would like to see her own predecessor. "We have her safe, Lady Eustace. She's not in custody, but as she can't speak a word of English or French, she finds it more comfortable to be kept in private. We're afraid it will cost a little money." "Will she swear that she is his wife?" asked Mrs. Bonteen. "Oh, yes, there'll be no difficulty about that. But her swearing alone mightn't be enough." "Surely that settles it all," said Lady Eustace. "For the money that we shall have to pay," said Mr. Camperdown, "we might probably have got a dozen Bohemian ladies to come and swear that they were married to Joseph Milius at Cracow. The difficulty has been to bring over documentary evidence which will satisfy a jury that this is the woman she says she is. But I think we've got it." "And I shall be free," said Lady Eustace, clasping her hands together. "It will cost a good deal, I fear," said Mr. Camperdown. "But I shall be free. Oh, Mr. Camperdown, there is not a woman in all the world who cares so little for money as I do. But I shall be free from the power of that horrid man who has entangled me in the meshes of his sinful life." Mr. Camperdown told her that he thought she would be free, and went on to say that Joseph Milius had already been arrested and was again in prison. The unfortunate man had not therefore long enjoyed that humbler apartment which he had found for himself in Jellybag Street. When Mr. Camperdown went, Mrs. Bonteen followed him out to the top of the stairs. "You have heard about the trial, Mr. Camperdown?" He said that he knew that it was to take place at the Central Criminal Court in June. "Yes, I don't know why they have put it off so long. People know that he did it, eh?" Mr. Camperdown, with funereal sadness, declared that he had never looked into the matter. "I cannot understand that everybody should not know it," said Mrs. Bonteen. Chapter 59. Chapter 60 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. 2 days before the trial. There was a scene in the private room of Mr. Wickerby, the attorney in Hatton Garden, which was very distressing indeed to the feelings of Lord Fawn, and which induced his lordship to think that he was being treated without that respect which was due to him as a peer and a member of the government. There were present at this scene Mr. Chaffanbrass, the old barrister, Mr. Wickerby himself, Mr. Wickerby's confidential clerk, Lord Fawn, Lord Fawn's solicitor, that same Mr. Camperdown, whom we saw in the last chapter calling upon Lady Eustace, and a policeman. Lord Fawn had been invited to attend, with many protestations of regret as to the trouble thus imposed upon him, because the very important nature of the evidence about to be given by him at the forthcoming trial seemed to render it expedient that some questions should be asked. This was on Tuesday, the 22nd June, and the trial was to be commenced on the following Thursday, and there was present in the room, very conspicuously, an old heavy grey greatcoat, as to which Mr. Wickerby had instructed Mr. Chaffanbrass that evidence was forthcoming, if needed, to prove that the coat was lying on the night of the murder in a downstairs room in the house in which Joseph Milius was then lodging. The reader will remember the history of the coat. Instigated by Madame Goesler, who was still absent from England, Mr. Wickerby had traced the coat, and had purchased the coat, and was in a position to prove that this very coat was the coat which Mr. Meagher had brought home with him to Northumberland Street on that day. But Mr. Wickerby was of opinion that the coat had better not be used. "It does not go far enough," said Mr. Wickerby. "It won't go very far, certainly," said Mr. Chaffanbrass. "And if you try to show that another man has done it, and he hasn't," said Mr. Wickerby, "it always tells against you with a jury." To this Mr. Chaffanbrass made no reply, preferring to form his own opinion and to keep it to himself when formed. But in obedience to his instructions, Lord Fawn was asked to attend at Mr. Wickerby's chambers in the cause of truth, and the coat was brought out on that occasion. "Was that the sort of coat the man wore, my lord?" said Mr. Chaffanbrass, as Mr. Wickerby held up the coat to view. Lord Fawn walked round and round the coat, and looked at it very carefully before he could vouchsafe a reply. "You see it is a grey coat," said Mr. Chaffanbrass, not speaking at all in the tone which Mr. Wickerby's note had induced Lord Fawn to expect. "It is grey," said Lord Fawn. "Perhaps it's not the same shade of grey, Lord Fawn. You see, my lord, we are most anxious not to impute guilt where guilt doesn't lie. You are a witness for the Crown, and of course you will tell the Crown lawyers all that passes here. Were it possible, we would make this little preliminary inquiry in their presence, but we can hardly do that. Mr. Finn's coat was a very much smaller coat." "I should think it was," said his lordship, who did not like being questioned about coats. "You don't think the coat the man wore when you saw him was a big coat like that? You think he wore a little coat?" "He wore a grey coat," said Lord Fawn. "That is grey. A coat shouldn't be greyer than that." "I don't think Lord Fawn should be asked any more questions on the matter till he gives his evidence in court," said Mr. Camperdown. "A man's life depends on it, Mr. Camperdown," said the barrister. "It isn't a matter of cross-examination. If I bring that coat into court, I must make a charge against another man by the very act of doing so, and I will not do so unless I believe that other man to be guilty. It's an inquiry I can't postpone till we are before the jury. It isn't that I want to trump up a case against another man for the sake of extricating my client on a false issue. Lord Fawn doesn't want to hang Mr. Finn if Mr. Finn be not guilty." "God forbid," said his lordship. "Mr. Finn couldn't have worn that coat, or a coat at all like it." "What is it you do want to learn, Mr. Chaffanbrass?" asked Mr. Camperdown. "Just put on the coat, Mr. Scruby." Then, at the order of the barrister, Mr. Scruby, the attorney's clerk, did put on Mr. Meager's old great coat, and walked about the room in it. "Walk quick," said Mr. Chaffanbrass, and the clerk did walk quick. He was a stout, thick-set little man, nearly half a foot shorter than Phineas Finn. "Is that at all like the figure?" asked Mr. Chaffanbrass. "I think it is like the figure," said Lord Fawn. "And like the coat?" "It's the same colour as the coat." "You wouldn't swear it was not the coat?" "I am not on my oath at all, Mr. Chaffanbrass." "No, my lord, but to me your word is as good as your oath. If you think it possible that was the coat—" "I don't think anything about it at all. When Mr. Scruby hurries down the room in that way he looks as the man looked when he was hurrying under the lamp-post. I am not disposed to say any more at present. It's a matter of regret to me that Lord Fawn should have come here at all," said Mr. Camperdown, who had been summoned to meet his client at the chambers, but had come with him. "I suppose his lordship wishes us to know all that he knew, seeing that it's a question of hanging the right man or the wrong one. I never heard such trash in my life. Take it off, Mr. Scruby, and let the policeman keep it. I understand Lord Fawn to say that the man's figure was about the same as yours. My client, I believe, stands about 12 inches taller. Thank you, my lord. We shall get at the truth at last, I don't doubt." It was afterwards said that Mr. Chaffanbrass's conduct had been very improper in enticing Lord Fawn to Mr. Wickerby's chambers, but Mr. Chaffanbrass never cared what any one said. "I don't know that we can make much of it," he said, when he and Mr. Wickerby were alone, "but it may be as well to bring it into court. It would prove nothing against the Jew, even if that fellow," he meant Lord Fawn, "could be made to swear that the coat worn was exactly similar to this. I am thinking now about the height." "I don't doubt but you'll get him off." "Well, I may do so. They ought not to hang any man on such evidence as there is against him, even though there were no moral doubt of his guilt. There is nothing really to connect Mr. Phineas Finn with the murder, nothing tangible. But there is no saying nowadays what a jury will do. Juries depend a great deal more on the judge than they used to do. If I were on trial for my life, I don't think I'd have counsel at all." "No one could defend you as well as yourself, Mr. Chaffanbrass." "I didn't mean that. No, I shouldn't defend myself. I should say to the judge, 'My lord, I don't doubt the jury will do just as you tell them, and you'll form your own opinion quite independent of the arguments.'" "You'd be hung, Mr. Chaffanbrass." "No, I don't know that I should," said Mr. Chaffanbrass slowly. "I don't think I could affront a judge of the present day into hanging me. They've too much of what I call thick-skinned honesty for that. It's the temper of the time to resent nothing, to be mealy-mouthed and mealy-hearted. Jurymen are afraid of having their own opinion, and almost always shirk a verdict when they can. But we do get verdicts. Yes, the judges give them, and they are mealy-mouthed verdicts, tending to equalize crime and innocence, and to make men think that, after all, it may be a question whether fraud is violence, which, after all, is manly, and to feel that we cannot afford to hate dishonesty. It was a bad day for the commercial world, Mr. Wickerby, when forgery ceased to be capital. It was a horrid thing to hang a man for writing another man's name to a receipt for 30 shillings. We didn't do it, but the fact that the law held certain frauds to be hanging matters operated on the minds of men in regard to all fraud. What with the joint stock working of companies, and the confusion between directors who know nothing and managers who know everything, and the dislike of juries to tread upon people's corns, you can't punish dishonest trading. Caveat emptor is the only motto going, and the worst proverb that ever came from dishonest, stony-hearted Rome. With such a motto as that to guide us, no man dared trust his brother. Caveat lex, and let the man who cheats cheat at his peril. You'd give the law a great deal to do. Much less than at present. What does your caveat emptor come to? That every seller tries to pick the eyes out of the head of the purchaser. Sooner or later the law must interfere, and caveat emptor falls to the ground. I bought a horse the other day. My daughter wanted something to look pretty, and like an old ass as I am, I gave £150 for the brute. When he came home, he wasn't worth a feed of corn. You had a warranty, I suppose? No, indeed. Did you ever hear of such an old fool? I should have thought any dealer would have taken him back for the sake of his character. Any dealer would, but I bought him of a gentleman. Mr. Chaffanbrass! I ought to have known better, oughtn't I? Caveat emptor. It was just giving away your money, you know. A great deal worse than that. I could have given the gentleman £150 and not minded it much. I ought to have had the horse killed and gone to a dealer for another. Instead of that, I went to an attorney. "Oh, Mr. Chaffanbrass, the idea of your going to an attorney!" I did then. I never had so much honest truth told me in my life. "By an attorney?" He said that he did think I'd been born long enough to have known better than that. I pleaded on my own behalf that the gentleman said the horse was all right. "Gentleman!" exclaimed my friend. "You go to a gentleman for a horse. You buy a horse from a gentleman without a warranty, and then you come to me? Didn't you ever hear of caveat emptor, Mr. Chaffanbrass? What can I do for you?" That's what my friend, the attorney, said to me. And what came of it, Mr. Chaffanbrass? Arbitration, I should say. Just that, with the horse eating his head off every meal at ever so much per week, till at last I fairly gave in from sheer vexation. So the gentleman got my money, and I added something to my stock of experience. Of course, that's only my story, and it may be that the gentleman could tell it another way. But I say that if my story be right, the doctrine of caveat emptor does not encourage trade. I don't know how we got to all this from Mr. Finn. I'm about to see him tomorrow. Yes, he is very anxious to speak to you. What's the use of it, Wickerby? I hate seeing a client. What comes of it? Of course he wants to tell his own story. But I don't want to hear his own story. What good will his own story do me? He'll tell me either one of two things. He'll swear he didn't murder the man. That's what he'll say, which can have no effect upon me one way or the other, or else he'll say that he did, which would cripple me altogether. He won't say that, Mr. Chaffanbrass. There's no knowing what they'll say. A man will go on swearing by his God that he is innocent, till at last, in a moment of emotion, he breaks down, and out comes the truth. In such a case as this, I do not in the least want to know the truth about the murder. That is what the public wants to know, because the public is ignorant. The public should not wish to know anything of the kind. What we should all wish to get at is the truth of the evidence about the murder. The man is to be hung not because he committed the murder, as to which no positive knowledge is attainable, but because he has been proved to have committed the murder, as to which proof, though it be enough for hanging, there must always be attached some shadow of doubt. We were delighted to hang Palmer, but we don't know that he killed Cook. A learned man who knew more about it than we can know seemed to think that he didn't. Now, the last man to give us any useful insight into the evidence is the prisoner himself. In 19 cases out of 20, a man tried for murder in this country committed the murder for which he is tried. There really seems to be a doubt in this case. I dare say, if there be only 19 guilty out of 20, there must be one innocent, and why not Mr. Phineas Finn? But if it be so, he, burning with the sense of injustice, thinks that everybody should see it as he sees it. He is to be tried, because on investigation everybody sees it just in a different light. In such case he is unfortunate, but he can't assist me in liberating him from his misfortune. He sees what is patent and clear to him, that he walked home on that night without meddling with anyone, but I can't see that or make others see it, because he sees it. His manner of telling you may do something. If it do, Mr. Wickerby, it is because I am unfit for my business. If he have the gift of protesting well, I am to think him innocent, and therefore to think him guilty if he be unprovided with such eloquence. I will neither believe nor disbelieve anything that a client says to me, unless he confess his guilt, in which case my services can be but of little avail. "Of course I shall see him, as he asks it. We had better meet there, say at 10:30. Whereupon Mr. Wickerby wrote to the governor of the prison, begging that Phineas Finn might be informed of the visit. Phineas had now been in jail between 6 and 7 weeks, and the very fact of his incarceration had nearly broken his spirits. 2 of his sisters, who had come from Ireland to be near him, saw him every day, and his 2 friends, Mr. Lowe and Lord Chiltern, were very frequently with him. Lady Laura Kennedy had not come to him again, but he heard from her frequently through Barrington Erle. Lord Chiltern rarely spoke of his sister, alluding to her merely in connection with her father and her late husband. Presents still came to him from various quarters, as to which he hardly knew whence they came, but the Duchess and Lady Chiltern and Lady Laura all catered for him, while Mrs. Bunch looked after his wardrobe and saw that he was not cut down to prison allowance of clean shirts and socks. But the only friend whom he recognized as such was the friend who would freely declare a conviction of his innocence. They allowed him books and pens and paper and even cards if he chose to play at patience with them or build castles. The paper and pens he could use because he could write about himself. From day to day he composed a diary in which he was never tired of expatiating on the terrible injustice of his position. But he could not read. He found it to be impossible to fix his attention on matters outside himself. He assured himself from hour to hour that it was not death he feared, not even death from the hangman's hand. It was the condemnation of those who had known him that was so terrible to him. The feeling that they with whom he had aspired to work and live, the leading men and women of his day, ministers of the government and their wives, statesmen and their daughters, peers and members of the House in which he himself had sat, that these should think that, after all, he had been a base adventurer, unworthy of their society. That was the sorrow that broke him down and drew him to confess that his whole life had been a failure. Mr. Lowe had advised him not to see Mr. Chaffanbrass, but he had persisted in declaring that there were instructions which no one but himself could give to the counsellor, whose duty it would be to defend him at the trial. Mr. Chaffanbrass came at the hour fixed, and with him came Mr. Wickerby. The old barrister bowed courteously as he entered the prison room, and the attorney introduced the 2 gentlemen with more than all the courtesy of the outer world. "I am sorry to see you here, Mr. Finn," said the barrister. "It's a bad lodging, Mr. Chaffanbrass, but the term will soon be over. I am thinking a good deal more of my next abode." "It has to be thought of, certainly," said the barrister. "Let us hope that it may be all that you would wish it to be. My services shall not be wanting to make it so." "We are doing all we can, Mr. Finn," said Mr. Wickerby. "Mr. Chaffanbrass," said Phineas, "there is one special thing that I want you to do." The old man, having his own idea as to what was coming, laid one of his hands over the other, bowed his head, and looked meek. "I want you to make men believe that I am innocent of this crime." This was better than Mr. Chaffanbrass expected. "I trust that we may succeed in making 12 men believe it," said he. "Comparatively, I do not care a straw for the 12 men. It is not to them especially that I am anxious that you should address yourself." "But that will be my bounden duty, Mr. Finn." "I can well believe, sir, that though I have myself been bred a lawyer, I may not altogether understand the nature of an advocate's duty to his client, but I would wish something more to be done than what you intimate. The duty of an advocate defending a prisoner is to get a verdict of acquittal if he can, and to use his own discretion in making the attempt. But I want something more to be attempted, even if in the struggle something less be achieved. I have known men to be so acquitted that every man in court believed them to be guilty. No doubt, and such men have probably owed much to their advocates. It is not such a debt that I wish to owe. I know my own innocence. Mr. Chaffanbrass takes that for granted, said Mr. Wickerby. To me it is a matter of astonishment that any human being should believe me to have committed this murder. I am lost in surprise when I remember that I am here simply because I walked home from my club with a loaded stick in my pocket. The magistrate, I suppose, thought me guilty. He did not think about it, Mr. Finn. He went by the evidence, the quarrel, your position in the streets at the time, the color of the coat you wore, and that of the coat worn by the man whom Lord Fawn saw in the street, the doctor's evidence as to the blows by which the man was killed, and the nature of the weapon which you carried. He put these things together, and they were enough to entitle the public to demand that a jury should decide. He didn't say you were guilty. He only said that the circumstances were sufficient to justify a trial. If he thought me innocent, he would not have sent me here. Yes, he would, if the evidence required that he should do so. We will not argue about that, Mr. Chaffanbrass. Certainly not, Mr. Finn. Here I am, and tomorrow I shall be tried for my life. My life will be nothing to me unless it can be made clear to all the world that I am innocent. I would be sooner hung for this, with the certainty at my heart that all England on the next day would ring with the assurance of my innocence, than be acquitted and afterwards be looked upon as a murderer. Phineas, when he was thus speaking, had stepped out into the middle of the room, and stood with his head thrown back, with his right hand forward. Mr. Chaffanbrass, who was himself an ugly, dirty old man, who had always piqued himself on being indifferent to appearance, found himself struck by the beauty and grace of the man whom he now saw for the first time. And he was struck, too, by his client's eloquence, though he had expressly declared to the attorney that it was his duty to be superior to any such influence. Oh, Mr. Chaffanbrass, for the love of heaven, let there be no quibbling. We never quibble, I hope, Mr. Finn. No subterfuges, no escaping by a side wind, no advantage taken of little forms, no objection taken to this and that, as though delay would avail us anything. Character will go a great way, we hope. It should go for nothing. Though no one would speak a word for me, still I am innocent. Of course the truth will be known some day. I'm not so sure of that, Mr. Finn. It will certainly be known some day. That it should not be known as yet is my misfortune. But in defending me, I would have you hurl defiance at my accusers. I had the stick in my pocket, having heretofore been concerned with ruffians in the street. I did quarrel with the man, having been insulted by him at the club. The coat which I wore was such as they say, but does that make a murderer of me? Somebody did the deed, and that somebody could probably say all that you say. No, sir, he, when he is known, will be found to have been skulking in the streets. He will have thrown away his weapon. He will have been secret in his movements. He will have hidden his face, and have been a murderer in more than the deed. When they came to me in the morning, did it seem to them that I was a murderer? Has my life been like that? They who have really known me cannot believe that I have been guilty. They who have not known me and do believe will live to learn their error. Then he sat down and listened patiently while the old lawyer described to him the nature of the case, wherein lay his danger, and wherein what hope there was of safety. There was no evidence against him other than circumstantial evidence, and both judges and jury were wont to be unwilling to accept such, when uncorroborated, as sufficient in cases of life and death. Unfortunately, in this case, the circumstantial evidence was very strong against him. But on the other hand, his character, as to which men of great mark would speak with enthusiasm, would be made to stand very high. I would not have it made to stand higher than it is, said Phineas. As to the opinion of the world afterwards, Mr. Chaffanbrass went on to say, of that he must take his chance. But surely he himself might fight better for it living than any friend could do for him after his death. You must believe me in this, Mr. Finn, that a verdict of acquittal from the jury is the one object that we must have before us. The one object that I shall have before me is the verdict of the public, said Phineas. I am treated with so much injustice in being thought a murderer that they can hardly add anything to it by hanging me. When Mr. Chaffanbrass left the prison, he walked back with Mr. Wickerby to the attorney's chambers in Hatton Garden, and he lingered for a while on the viaduct, expressing his opinion of his client. He's not a bad fellow, Wickerby. A very good sort of fellow, Mr. Chaffanbrass. I never did, and I never will, express an opinion of my own as to the guilt or innocence of a client till after the trial is over, but I have sometimes felt as though I would give the blood out of my veins to save a man. I never felt in that way more strongly than I do now. It'll make me very unhappy, I know, if it goes against him, said Mr. Wickerby. People think that the special branch of the profession into which I have chanced to fall is a very low one, and I do not know whether, if the world were before me again, I would allow myself to drift into an exclusive practice in criminal courts. Yours has been a very useful life, Mr. Chaffanbrass. But I often feel, continued the barrister, paying no attention to the attorney's last remark, that my work touches the heart more nearly than does that of gentlemen who have to deal with matters of property and of high social claims. People think I am savage to witnesses. You can frighten a witness, Mr. Chaffanbrass. It's just the trick of the trade that you learn, as a girl learns the notes of her piano. There's nothing in it. You forget it all the next hour. But when a man has been hung whom you have striven to save, you do remember that. Good morning, Mr. Wickerby. I'll be there a little before 10. Perhaps you may have to speak to me. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The beginning of the trial. The task of seeing an important trial at the Old Bailey is by no means a pleasant business, unless you be what the denizens of the court would call one of the swells, so as to enjoy the privilege of being a benchfellow with the judge on the seat of judgment. And even in that case the pleasure is not unalloyed. You have indeed the gratification of seeing the man whom all the world has been talking about for the last 9 days, face to face, and of being seen in a position which causes you to be acknowledged as a man of mark. But the intolerable stenches of the court and its horrid heat come up to you there, no doubt, as powerfully as they fall on those below. And then the tedium of a prolonged trial, in which the points of interest are apt to be few and far between, grows upon you till you begin to feel that though the Prime Minister who is out should murder the Prime Minister who is in, and all the members of the two cabinets were to be called in evidence, you would not attend the trial, though the seat of honor next to the judge were accorded you. Those bewigged ones who are the performers are so insufferably long in their parts, so arrogant in their bearing, so it strikes you, though doubtless the fashion of working has been found to be efficient for the purposes they have in hand, and so uninteresting in their repetition, that you first admire, and then question, and at last execrate the imperturbable patience of the judge, who might, as you think, force the thing through in a quarter of the time without any injury to justice. And it will probably strike you that the length of the trial is proportioned not to the complicity, but to the importance, or rather to the public interest of the case, so that the trial which has been suggested of a disappointed and bloody-minded ex-prime minister would certainly take at least a fortnight, even though the Speaker of the House of Commons and the Lord Chancellor had seen the blow struck, whereas a collier may knock his wife's brains out in the dark and be sent to the gallows with a trial that shall not last 3 hours, and yet the collier has to be hung, if found guilty, and no one thinks that his life is improperly endangered by reckless haste. Whether lives may not be improperly saved by the more lengthened process is another question. But the honors of such bench fellowship can be accorded but to few, and the task becomes very tiresome when the spectator has to enter the court as an ordinary mortal. There are 2 modes open to him, either of which is subject to grievous penalties. If he be the possessor of a decent coat and hat, and can scrape any acquaintance with any one concerned, he may get introduced to that overworked and greatly perplexed official, the under-sheriff, who will stave him off if possible, knowing that even an under-sheriff cannot make space elastic. But if the introduction has been acknowledged as good, will probably find a seat for him, if he perseveres to the end. But the seat, when obtained, must be kept in possession from morning to evening, and the fight must be renewed from day to day, and the benches are hard, and the space is narrow, and you feel that the under-sheriff would prod you with his sword if you ventured to sneeze, or to put to your lips the flask which you have in your pocket. And then, when all the bench fellows go to lunch at 1:30, and you are left to eat your dry sandwich without room for your elbows, a feeling of unsatisfied ambition will pervade you. It is all very well to be the friend of an under-sheriff, but if you could but have known the judge, or have been a cousin of the real sheriff, how different it might have been with you. But you may be altogether independent, and as a matter of right walk into an open English court of law as one of the British public. You will have to stand, of course, and to commence standing very early in the morning if you intend to succeed in witnessing any portion of the performance. And when you have made once good your entrance as one of the British public, you are apt to be a good deal knocked about, not only by your public brethren, but also by those who have to keep the avenues free for witnesses, and who will regard you from first to last as a disagreeable excrescence on the officialities of the work on hand. Upon the whole, it may be better for you, perhaps, to stay at home and read the record of the affair as given in the next day's Times. Impartial reporters, judicious readers, and able editors between them will preserve for you all the kernel, and will save you from the necessity of having to deal with the shell. At this trial there were among the crowd who succeeded in entering the court 3 persons of our acquaintance who had resolved to overcome the various difficulties. Mr. Monk, who had formerly been a cabinet minister, was seated on the bench, subject indeed to the heat and stenches, but privileged to eat the lunch. Mr. Quintus Slide, of the People's Banner, who knew the court well, for in former days he had worked many an hour in it as a reporter, had obtained the good graces of the under-sheriff, and Mr. Bunch, with all the energy of the British public, had forced his way in among the crowd, and had managed to wedge himself near to the dock, so that he might be able, by a hoist of the neck, to see his lodger as he stood at the bar. Of these three men, Bunch was assured that the prisoner was innocent, led to such assurance partly by belief in the man, and partly by an innate spirit of opposition to all exercise of restrictive power. Mr. Quintus Slide was certain of the prisoner's guilt, and gave himself considerable credit for having assisted in running down the criminal. It seemed to be natural to Mr. Quintus Slide that a man who had openly quarrelled with the editor of the People's Banner should come to the gallows. Mr. Monk, as Phineas himself well knew, had doubted. He had received the suspected murderer into his warmest friendship, and was made miserable even by his doubts. Since the circumstances of the case had come to his knowledge, they had weighed upon his mind so as to sadden his whole life. But he was a man who could not make his reason subordinate to his feelings. If the evidence against his friend was strong enough to send his friend for trial, how should he dare to discredit the evidence because the man was his friend? He had visited Phineas in prison, and Phineas had accused him of doubting. "You need not answer me," the unhappy man had said, "but do not come unless you are able to tell me from your heart that you are sure of my innocence. There is no person living who could comfort me by such assurance as you could do." Mr. Monk had thought about it very much, but he had not repeated his visit. At 10:15 the Chief Justice was on the bench, with a second judge to help him, and with lords and distinguished commoners and great city magnates crowding the long seat between him and the doorway. The court was full, so that you would say that another head could not be made to appear, and Phineas Finn, the member for Tankerville, was in the dock. Barrington Erle, who was there to see, as one of the great ones of course, told the Duchess of Omnium that night that Phineas was thin and pale, and in many respects an altered man, but handsomer than ever. "He bore himself well?" asked the Duchess. Very well indeed. We were there for 6 hours, and he maintained the same demeanour throughout. He never spoke but once, and that was when Chaffanbrass began his fight about the jury." "What did he say?" "He addressed the judge, interrupting Slope, who was arguing that some man would make a very good juryman, and declared that it was not by his wish that any objection was raised against any gentleman." "What did the judge say?" "Told him to abide by his counsel. The Chief Justice was very civil to him, indeed better than civil." "We'll have him down to Matching, and make ever so much of him," said the Duchess. "Don't go too fast, Duchess, for he may have to hang poor Phineas yet." "Oh dear, I wish you wouldn't use that word. But what did he say?" "He told Finn that as he had thought fit to employ counsel for his defence, in doing which he had undoubtedly acted wisely, he must leave the case to the discretion of his counsel." "And then poor Phineas was silenced?" "He spoke another word. 'My lord,' said he, 'I for my part wish that the first 12 men on the list might be taken.' But old Chaffanbrass went on just the same. It took them 2 hours and a half before they could swear a jury." "But, Mr. Earle, taking it all together, which way is it going?" "Nobody can even guess as yet. there was ever so much delay besides that about the jury. It seemed that somebody had called him Phineas instead of Phineas, and that took half an hour. They began with the quarrel at the club, and are to call the first witness tomorrow morning. They are to examine Rattler about the quarrel, and Fitzgibbon, and Monk, and I believe old Bouncer, the man who writes, you know. They all heard what took place. So did you? I have managed to escape that. They can't very well examine all the club, but I shall be called afterwards as to what took place at the door. They will begin with Rattler. Everybody knows there was a quarrel, and that Mr. Bonteen had been drinking, and that he behaved as badly as a man could behave. It must all be proved, Duchess. I'll tell you what, Mr. Earl, if this ends badly for Mr. Finn, I'll wear mourning to the day of my death. I'll go to the drawing-room in mourning to show what I think of it." Lord Chiltern, who was also on the bench, took his account of the trial home to his wife and sister in Portman Square. At this time Miss Palliser was staying with them, and the three ladies were together when the account was brought to them. In that house it was taken as doctrine that Phineas Finn was innocent. In the presence of her brother, and before her sister-in-law's visitor, Lady Laura had learned to be silent on the subject, and she now contented herself with listening, knowing that she could relieve herself by speech when alone with Lady Chiltern. "I never knew anything so tedious in my life," said the master of the Brakehounds. "They have not done anything yet." "I suppose they have made their speeches," said his wife. Sir Gregory Grogram opened the case, as they call it, and a very strong case he made of it. I never believe anything that a lawyer says when he has a wig on his head and a fee in his hand. I prepare myself beforehand to regard it all as mere words, supplied at so much the thousand. I know he'll say whatever he thinks most likely to forward his own views. But upon my word, he put it very strongly. He brought it all within so very short a space of time. Bonteen and Finn left the club within a minute of each other. Bonteen must have been at the top of the passage 5 minutes afterwards, and Phineas at that moment could not have been above 200 yards from him. There can be no doubt of that. "Oswald, you don't mean to say that it's going against him?" exclaimed Lady Chiltern. "It's not going any way at present. The witnesses have not been examined. But so far, I suppose, the Attorney General was right. He has got to prove it all, but so much, no doubt, he can prove. He can prove that the man was killed with some blunt weapon, such as Finn had, and he can prove that exactly at the same time a man was running to the spot, very like to Finn, and that by a route which would not have been his route, but by using which he could have placed himself at the moment where the man was seen." "How very dreadful," said Miss Palliser. "And yet I feel that I know it was that other man," said Lady Chiltern. Lady Laura sat silent through it all, listening with her eyes intent on her brother's face, with her elbow on the table and her brow on her hand. She did not speak a word till she found herself alone with her sister-in-law, and then it was hardly more than a word. "Violet, they will murder him." Lady Chiltern endeavoured to comfort her, telling her that as yet they had heard but one side of the case, but the wretched woman only shook her head. "I know they will murder him," she said, "and then when it is too late they will find out what they have done." On the following day the crowd in court was if possible greater, so that the bench-fellows were very much squeezed indeed, but it was impossible to exclude from the high seat such men as Mr. Rattler and Lord Fawn when they were required in the court as witnesses, and not a man who had obtained a seat on the first day was willing to be excluded on the second. and even then the witnesses were not called at once. Sir Gregory Grogram began the work of the day by saying that he had heard that morning for the first time that one of his witnesses had been tampered with, was the word that he unfortunately used, by his learned friend on the other side. He alluded, of course, to Lord Fawn, and poor Lord Fawn, sitting up there on the seat of honour, visible to all the world, became very hot and very uncomfortable. Then there arose a vehement dispute between Sir Gregory, assisted by Sir Simon, and old Mr. Chaffanbrass, who rejected with disdain any assistance from the gentler men who were with him. Tampered with! That word should be recalled by the honourable gentleman who was at the head of the bar, or, had Mr. Chaffanbrass declared that as an alternative he would pull the court about their ears, it would have been no more than he meant. Lord Fawn had been invited, not summoned to attend, and why? In order that no suspicion of guilt might be thrown on another man, unless the knowledge that was in Lord Fawn's bosom, and there alone, could justify such a line of defence. Lord Fawn had been attended by his own solicitor, and might have brought the Attorney General with him had he so pleased. There was a great deal said on both sides, and something said also by the judge. At last Sir Gregory withdrew the objectionable word, and substituted in lieu of it an assertion that his witness had been indiscreetly questioned. Mr. Chaffanbrass would not for a moment admit the indiscretion, but bounced about in his place, tearing his wig almost off his head, and defying everyone in the court. The judge submitted to Mr. Chaffanbrass that he had been indiscreet. "I never contradicted the bench yet, my lord," said Mr. Chaffanbrass, at which there was a general titter throughout the bar, "but I must claim the privilege of conducting my own practice according to my own views. In this court I am subject to the bench. In my own chamber I am subject only to the law of the land." The judge, looking over his spectacles, said a mild word about the profession at large. Mr. Chaffanbrass, twisting his wig quite on one side so that it nearly fell on Mr. Sergeant Birdbolt's face, muttered something as to having seen more work done in that court than any other living lawyer, let his rank be what it might. When the little affair was over, everybody felt that Sir Gregory had been vanquished. Mr. Rattler and Lawrence Fitzgibbon and Mr. Monk and Mr. Bouncer were examined about the quarrel at the club, and proved that the quarrel had been a very bitter quarrel. They all agreed that Mr. Bonteen had been wrong, and that the prisoner had had cause for anger. Of the three distinguished legislators and statesmen above named, Mr. Chaffanbrass refused to take the slightest notice. "I have no question to put to you," he said to Mr. Rattler. "Of course there was a quarrel. We all know that." But he did ask a question or two of Mr. Bouncer. "You write books, I think, Mr. Bouncer?" "I do," said Mr. Bouncer, with dignity. Now there was no peculiarity in a witness to which Mr. Chaffanbrass was so much opposed as an assumption of dignity. "What sort of books, Mr. Bouncer?" "I write novels," said Mr. Bouncer, feeling that Mr. Chaffanbrass must have been ignorant indeed of the polite literature of the day to make such a question necessary. "You mean fiction?" "Well, yes, fiction, if you like that word better." "I don't like either particularly. You have to find plots, haven't you?" Mr. Bouncer paused a moment. Yes, he said, "in writing a novel it is necessary to construct a plot." "And where do you get 'em from?" "Where do I get 'em from?" "Yes, where do you find them? You take them from the French mostly, don't you?" Mr. Bouncer became very red. "Isn't that the way our English writers get their plots?" "Sometimes, perhaps." "Yours ain't French, then?" "Well, no, that is, I won't undertake to say that. You won't undertake to say that they're not French?" "Is this relevant to the case before us, Mr. Chaffanbrass?" asked the judge. "Quite so, my lord. We have a highly distinguished novelist before us, my lord, who, as I have reason to believe, is intimately acquainted with the French system of the construction of plots. It is a business which the French carry to perfection. The plot of a novel should, I imagine, be constructed in accordance with human nature." "Certainly," said Mr. Bouncer. "You have murders in novels?" "Sometimes," said Mr. Bouncer, who had himself done many murders in his time. "Did you ever know a French novelist have a premeditated murder committed by a man who could not possibly have conceived the murder 10 minutes before he committed it, with whom the cause of the murder anteceded the murder no more than 10 minutes?" Mr. Bouncer stood thinking for a while. "We will give you your time, because an answer to the question from you will be important testimony." "I don't think I do," said Mr. Bouncer, who in his confusion had been quite unable to think of the plot of a single novel. "And if there were such a French plot, that would not be the plot that you would borrow." "Certainly not," said Mr. Bouncer. "Did you ever read poetry, Mr. Bouncer?" "Oh yes, I read a great deal of poetry." "Shakespeare, perhaps?" Mr. Bouncer did not condescend to do more than nod his head. "There is a murder described in Hamlet. Was that supposed by the poet to have been devised suddenly?" "I should say not." "So should I, Mr. Bouncer. Do you remember the arrangements for the murder in Macbeth? That took a little time in concocting, didn't it?" "No doubt it did." "And when Othello murdered Desdemona, creeping up to her in her sleep, had he been thinking of it for some time?" "I suppose he had." "Do you ever read English novels as well as French, Mr. Bouncer?" The unfortunate author again nodded his head. "When Amy Robsart was lured to her death, there was some time given to the preparation, eh?" "Of course there was." "Of course there was. And Eugene Aram, when he murdered a man in Bulwer's novel, turned the matter over in his mind before he did it. He was thinking a long time about it, I believe." "Thinking about it a long time! I rather think he was. Those great masters of human nature, those men who knew the human heart, did not venture to describe a secret murder as coming from a man's brain without premeditation. Not that I can remember." "Such also is my impression. But now I bethink me of a murder that was almost as sudden as this is supposed to have been. Didn't a Dutch smuggler murder a Scotch lawyer, all in a moment, as it were? Dirk Hatteraick did murder Glossop in the Antiquary very suddenly, but he did it from passion." "Just so, Mr. Bouncer. There was no plot there, was there? No arrangement, no secret creeping up to his victim, no escape even. He was chained. So he was, chained like a dog, and like a dog he flew at his enemy. If I understand you then, Mr. Bouncer, you would not dare so to violate probability in a novel as to produce a murderer to the public who should contrive a secret hidden murder, contrive it and execute it, all within a quarter of an hour?" Mr. Bouncer, after another minute's consideration, said that he thought he would not do so. "Mr. Bouncer," said Mr. Chaffanbrass, "I am uncommonly obliged to our excellent friend Sir Gregory for having given us the advantage of your evidence." End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lord Fawn's Evidence. A crowd of witnesses were heard on the second day after Mr. Chaffanbrass had done with Mr. Bouncer, but none of them were of much interest to the public. The 3 doctors were examined as to the state of the dead man's head when he was picked up, and as to the nature of the instrument with which he had probably been killed, and the fact of Phineas Finn's life-preserver was proved, in the middle of which he begged that the court would save itself some little trouble, as he was quite ready to acknowledge that he had walked home with the short bludgeon, which was then produced in his pocket. "We would acknowledge a great deal if they would let us," said Mr. Chaffanbrass. "We acknowledge the quarrel, we acknowledge the walk home at night, we acknowledge the bludgeon, and we acknowledge a grey coat." But that happened towards the close of the 2nd day, and they had not then reached the grey coat. The question of the grey coat was commenced on the 3rd morning, on the Saturday, which day, as was well known, would be opened with the examination of Lord Fawn. The anxiety to hear Lord Fawn undergo his penance was intense, and had been greatly increased by the conviction that Mr. Chaffanbrass would resent upon him the charge made by the Attorney General as to tampering with a witness. "I'll tamper with him by and by," Mr. Chaffanbrass had whispered to Mr. Wickerby, and the whispered threat had been spread abroad. On the table before Mr. Chaffanbrass, when he took his place in the court on the Saturday, was laid a heavy grey coat, and on the opposite side of the table, just before the Solicitor General, was laid another grey coat of much lighter material. When Lord Fawn saw the 2 coats, as he took his seat on the bench, his heart failed him. He was hardly allowed to seat himself before he was called upon to be sworn. Sir Simon Slope, who was to examine him, took it for granted that his lordship could give his evidence from his place on the bench, but to this Mr. Chaffanbrass objected. He was very well aware, he said, that such a practice was usual. He did not doubt but that in his time he had examined some hundreds of witnesses from the bench. In 19 cases out of 20 there could be no objection to such a practice. But in this case the noble lord would have to give evidence not only as to what he had seen, but as to what he then saw. It would be expedient that he should see colours as nearly as possible in the same light as the jury, which he would do if he stood in the witness box, and there might arise questions of identity, in speaking of which it would be well that the noble lord should be as near as possible to the thing or person to be identified. He was afraid that he must trouble the noble lord to come down from the Elysium of the bench, whereupon Lord Fawn descended, and was sworn in at the witness box. His treatment from Sir Simon Slope was all that was due from a Solicitor General to a distinguished peer who was a member of the same government as himself. Sir Simon put his questions so as almost to reassure the witness, and very quickly, only too quickly, obtained from him all the information that was needed on the side of the prosecution. Lord Fawn, when he had left the club, had seen both Mr. Bonteen and Mr. Finn preparing to follow him, but he had gone alone, and had never seen Mr. Bonteen since. He walked very slowly down into Curzon Street and Bolton Row, and when there, as he was about to cross the road at the top of Clarges Street, as he believed, just as he was crossing the street, he saw a man come at a very fast pace out of the mews, which runs into Bolton Row, opposite to Clarges Street, and from thence hurry very quickly towards the passage which separates the gardens of Devonshire and Lansdowne Houses. It had already been proved that had Phineas Finn retraced his steps after Earl and Fitzgibbon had turned their backs upon him, his shortest and certainly most private way to the spot on which Lord Fawn had seen the man would have been by the mews in question. Lord Fawn went on to say that the man wore a grey coat, As far as he could judge, it was a coat, as Sir Simon now showed him. He could not at all identify the prisoner. He could not say whether the man he had seen was as tall as the prisoner. He thought that as far as he could judge, there was not much difference in the height. He had not thought of Mr. Finn when he saw the man hurrying along, nor had he troubled his mind about the man. That was the end of Lord Fawn's evidence in chief, which he would gladly have prolonged to the close of the day, could he thereby have postponed the coming horrors of his cross-examination. But there he was, in the clutches of the odious, dirty little man, hating the little man, despising him because he was dirty, and nothing better than an Old Bailey barrister, and yet fearing him with so intense a fear. Mr. Chaffanbrass smiled at his victim, and for a moment he was quite soft with him, as a cat is soft with a mouse. The reporters could hardly hear his first question. "I believe you are an Under-Secretary of State." Lord Fawn acknowledged the fact. Now it was the case that in the palmy days of our hero's former career he had filled the very office which Lord Fawn now occupied, and that Lord Fawn had at the time filled a similar position in another department. These facts Mr. Chaffanbrass extracted from his witness, not without an appearance of unwillingness, which was produced, however, altogether by the natural antagonism of the victim to his persecutor. For Mr. Chaffanbrass, even when asking the simplest questions, in the simplest words, even when abstaining from that sarcasm of tone under which witnesses were wont to feel that they were being flayed alive, could so look at a man as to create an antagonism which no witness could conceal. In asking a man his name and age and calling, he could produce an impression that the man was unwilling to tell anything, and that, therefore, the jury were entitled to regard his evidence with suspicion. "Then," continued Mr. Chaffanbrass, "you must have met him frequently in the intercourse of your business." "I suppose I did, sometimes." "Sometimes? You belonged to the same party?" "We didn't sit in the same house." "I know that, my lord. I know very well what house you sat in, but I suppose you would condescend to be acquainted with even a commoner who held the very office which you hold now. You belonged to the same club with him." "I don't go much to the clubs," said Lord Fawn. "But the quarrel of which we have heard so much took place at a club in your presence." Lord Fawn assented. "In fact, you cannot but have been intimately and accurately acquainted with the personal appearance of the gentleman who is now on his trial. Is that so?" "I never was intimate with him." Mr. Chaffanbrass looked up at the jury and shook his head sadly. "I am not presuming, Lord Fawn, that you so far derogated as to be intimate with this gentleman, as to whom, however, I shall be able to show by and by that he was the chosen friend of the very man under whose mastership you now serve. I ask whether his appearance is not familiar to you." Lord Fawn at last said that it was. "Do you know his height?" "What should you say was his height?" Lord Fawn altogether refused to give an opinion on such a subject, but acknowledged that he should not be surprised if he were told that Mr. Finn was over 6 feet high. "In fact, you consider him a tall man, my lord? There he is. You can look at him. Is he a tall man?" Lord Fawn did look, but wouldn't give an answer. "I'll undertake to say, my lord, that there isn't a person in the court at this moment, except yourself, who wouldn't be ready to express an opinion on his oath that Mr. Finn is a tall man. Mr. Chief Constable, just let the prisoner step out from the dock for a moment. He won't run away. I must have his lordship's opinion as to Mr. Finn's height." Poor Phineas, when this was said, clutched hold of the front of the dock, as though determined that nothing but main force should make him exhibit himself to the court in the manner proposed. But the need for exhibition passed away. "I know that he is a very tall man," said Lord Fawn. "You know that he is a very tall man. We all know it. There can be no doubt about it. He is, as you say, a very tall man, with whose personal appearance you have long been familiar. I ask again, my lord, whether you have not been long familiar with his personal appearance?" After some further agonizing delay, Lord Fawn at last acknowledged that it had been so. "Now we shall get on like a house on fire," said Mr. Chaffanbrass. But still the house did not burn very quickly. A string of questions was then asked as to the attitude of the man who had been seen coming out of the mews wearing a grey greatcoat, as to his attitude, and as to his general likeness to Phineas Finn. In answer to these, Lord Fawn would only say that he had not observed the man's attitude, and had certainly not thought of the prisoner when he saw the man. "My lord," said Mr. Chaffanbrass very solemnly, "look at your late friend and colleague, and remember that his life depends probably on the accuracy of your memory. The man you saw murdered Mr. Bonteen. With all my experience in such matters, which is great, and with all my skill, which is something, I cannot stand against that fact. It is for me to show that the man and my client were not one and the same person, and I must do so by means of your evidence, by sifting what you say today, and by comparing it with what you have already said on other occasions. I understand you now to say that there is nothing in your remembrance of the man you saw, independently of the color of the coat, to guide you to an opinion whether that man was or was not one and the same with the prisoner." In all the crowd then assembled there was no man more thoroughly under the influence of conscience as to his conduct than was Lord Fawn in reference to the evidence which he was called upon to give. Not only would the idea of endangering the life of a human being have been horrible to him, but the sanctity of an oath was imperative to him. He was essentially a truth-speaking man, if he only knew how to speak the truth. He would have sacrificed much to establish the innocence of Phineas Finn, not for the love of Phineas, but for the love of innocence. But not even to do that would he have lied. But he was a bad witness, and by his slowness, and by a certain unsustained pomposity which was natural to him, had already taught the jury to think that he was anxious to convict the prisoner. 2 men in the court, and 2 only, thoroughly understood his condition. Mr. Chaffanbrass saw it all, and intended without the slightest scruple to take advantage of it. And the Chief Justice saw it all, and was already resolving how he could set the witness right with the jury. "I didn't think of Mr. Finn at the time," said Lord Fawn in answer to the last question. "So I understand. The man didn't strike you as being tall." "I don't think that he did." "But yet in the evidence you gave before the magistrate in Bow Street, I think you expressed a very strong opinion that the man you saw running out of the mews was Mr. Finn." Lord Fawn was again silent. "I am asking your lordship a question to which I must request an answer. Here is the Times report of the examination, in which you can refresh your memory, and you are of course aware that it was mainly on your evidence, as here reported, that my client stands there in jeopardy of his life." "I am not aware of anything of the kind," said the witness. "Very well, we will drop that then. But such was your evidence, whether important or not important. Of course your lordship can take what time you please for recollection." Lord Fawn tried very hard to recollect, but would not look at the newspaper which had been handed to him. I cannot remember what words I used. It seems to me that I thought it must have been Mr. Finn, because I had been told Mr. Finn could have been there by running round. Surely, my lord, that would not have sufficed to induce you to give such evidence as is there reported. And the colour of the coat, said Lord Fawn. In fact, you went by the colour of the coat, and that only. Then there had been the quarrel. My lord, is not that begging the question? Mr. Bonteen quarrelled with Mr. Finn. Mr. Bonteen was murdered by a man, as we all believe, whom you saw at a certain spot. Therefore you identified the man whom you saw as Mr. Finn. Was that so? I didn't identify him. At any rate, you do not do so now. Putting aside the grey coat, there is nothing to make you now think that that man and Mr. Finn were one and the same. Come, my lord, on behalf of that man's life, which is in great jeopardy because of the evidence given by you before the magistrate, do not be ashamed to speak the truth openly, though it be at variance with what you may have said before with ill-advised haste. My lord, is it proper that I should be treated in this way? Said the witness, appealing to the bench. Mr. Chaffanbrass, said the judge, again looking at the barrister over his spectacles, I think you are stretching the privilege of your position too far. I shall have to stretch it further yet, my lord. His lordship, in his evidence before the magistrate, gave on his oath a decided opinion that the man he saw was Mr. Finn, and on that evidence Mr. Finn was committed for murder. Let him say openly now to the jury, when Mr. Finn is on trial for his life before the court, and for all his hopes in life before the country, whether he thinks as then he thought, and on what grounds he thinks so. I think so because of the quarrel and because of the grey coat. For no other reasons? No, for no other reasons. Your only ground for suggesting identity is the grey coat. And the quarrel, said Lord Fawn. My lord, in giving evidence as to identity, I fear that you do not understand the meaning of the word. Lord Fawn looked up at the judge, but the judge on this occasion said nothing. At any rate, we have it from you at present that there was nothing in the appearance of the man you saw like to that of Mr. Finn, except the colour of the coat. I don't think there was, said Lord Fawn slowly. Then there occurred a scene in the court which no doubt was gratifying to the spectators, and may in part have repaid them for the weariness of the whole proceeding. Mr. Chaffanbrass, while Lord Fawn was still in the witness box, requested permission for a certain man to stand forward and put on the coat which was lying on the table before him, this coat being in truth the identical garment which Mr. Meagher had brought home with him on the morning of the murder. This man was Mr. Wickerby's clerk, Mr. Scrooby, and he put on the coat, which seemed to fit him well. Mr. Chaffanbrass then asked permission to examine Mr. Scrooby, explaining that much time might be saved, and declaring that he had but one question to ask him. After some difficulty, this permission was given him, and Mr. Scrooby was asked his height. Mr. Scrooby was 5 feet 8 inches, and had been accurately measured on the previous day with reference to the question. Then the examination of Lord Fawn was resumed, and Mr. Chaffanbrass referred to that very irregular interview to which he had so improperly enticed the witness in Mr. Wickerby's chambers. For a long time Sir Gregory Grogram declared that he would not permit any allusion to what had taken place at a most improper conference, a conference which he could not stigmatize in sufficiently strong language. But Mr. Chaffanbrass, smiling very blandly for him, suggested that the impropriety of the conference, let it have been ever so abominable, did not prevent the fact of the conference, and that he was manifestly within his right in alluding to it. Suppose, my lord, that Lord Fawn had confessed in Mr. Wickerby's chambers that he had murdered Mr. Bonteen himself, and had since repented of that confession. Would Mr. Camperdown and Mr. Wickerby, who were present, and would I, be now debarred from stating that confession in evidence, because, in deference to some fanciful rules of etiquette, Lord Fawn should not have been there? Mr. Chaffanbrass at last prevailed, and the evidence was resumed. You saw Mr. Scruby wear that coat in Mr. Wickerby's chambers. Lord Fawn said that he could not identify the coat. We'll take care to have it identified. We shall get a great deal out of that coat yet. You saw that man wear a coat like that? Yes, I did. And you see him now? Yes, I do. Does he remind you of the figure of the man you saw coming out of the mews? Lord Fawn paused. We can't make him move about here as we did in Mr. Wickerby's room, but remembering that as you must do, does he look like the man? I don't remember what the man looked like. Did you not tell us in Mr. Wickerby's room that Mr. Scruby with the grey coat on was like the figure of the man? Questions of this nature were prolonged for nearly half an hour, during which Sir Gregory made more than one attempt to defend his witness from the weapons of their joint enemies. But Lord Fawn at last admitted that he had acknowledged the resemblance, and did, in some faint, ambiguous fashion, acknowledge it in his present evidence. My lord, said Mr. Chaffanbrass, as he allowed Lord Fawn to go down, you have no doubt taken a note of Mr. Scruby's height. Whereupon the judge nodded his head. End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. Chaffanbrass for the defense. The case for the prosecution was completed on the Saturday evening, Mrs. Bunch having been examined as the last witness on that side. She was only called upon to say that her lodger had been in the habit of letting himself in and out of her house at all hours with a latchkey, but she insisted on saying more, and told the judge and the jury and the barristers that if they thought that Mr. Finn had murdered anybody, they didn't know anything about the world in general. Whereupon Mr. Chaffanbrass said that he would like to ask her a question or two, and with consummate flattery extracted from her opinion of her lodger. She had known him for years, and thought that of all the gentlemen that were ever born, he was the least likely to do such a bloody-minded action. Mr. Chaffanbrass was perhaps right in thinking that her evidence might be as serviceable as that of the lords and countesses. During this Sunday the trial was, as a matter of course, the talk of the town. Poor Lord Fawn shut himself up, and was seen by no one, but his conduct and evidence were discussed everywhere. At the clubs it was thought that he had escaped as well as could be expected, but he himself felt that he had been disgraced for ever. There was a very common opinion that Mr. Chaffanbrass had admitted too much when he had declared that the man whom Lord Fawn had seen was doubtless the murderer. To the minds of men generally it seemed to be less evident that the man so seen should have done the deed, than that Phineas Finn should have been that man. Was it probable that there should be two men going about in grey coats, in exactly the same vicinity, and at exactly the same hour of the night? And then the evidence which Lord Fawn had given before the magistrates was to the world at large, at any rate, as convincing as that given in the court. The jury would, of course, be instructed to regard only the latter, whereas the general public would naturally be guided by the two combined. At the club it was certainly believed that the case was going against the prisoner. "You have read it all, of course," said the Duchess of Omnium to her husband, as she sat with the Observer in her hand on that Sunday morning. The Sunday papers were full of the report, and were enjoying a very extended circulation. "I wish you would not think so much about it," said the Duke. "That's very easily said, but how is one to help thinking about it? Of course I am thinking about it. You know all about the coat. It belonged to the man where Mealyus was lodging." "I will not talk about the coat, Glencora. If Mr. Finn did commit the murder, it is right that he should be convicted." "But if he didn't?" "It would be doubly right that he should be acquitted. But the jury will have means of arriving at a conclusion without prejudice, which you and I cannot have, and therefore we should be prepared to take their verdict as correct. If they find him guilty, their verdict will be damnable and false," said the Duchess. Whereupon the Duke turned away in anger, and resolved that he would say nothing more about the trial, which resolution, however, he was compelled to break before the trial was over. "What do you think about it, Mr. Earl?" asked the other Duke. "I don't know what to think. I only hope." "That he may be acquitted?" "Of course." "Whether guilty or innocent?" "Well, yes. But if he is acquitted, I shall believe him to have been innocent. Your Grace thinks—" "I am as unwilling to think as you are, Mr. Earl." It was thus that people spoke of it. With the exception of some very few, all those who had known Phineas were anxious for an acquittal, though they could not bring themselves to believe that an innocent man had been put in peril of his life. On the Monday morning the trial was recommenced, and the whole day was taken up by the address which Mr. Chaffanbrass made to the jury. He began by telling them the history of the coat which lay before them, promising to prove by evidence all the details which he stated. It was not his intention, he said, to accuse any one of the murder. It was his business to defend the prisoner, not to accuse others. But as he should prove to them, 2 persons had been arrested as soon as the murder had been discovered, 2 persons totally unknown to each other, and who were never for a moment supposed to have acted together, and the suspicion of the police had in the first instance pointed, not to his client, but to the other man. That other man had also quarrelled with Mr. Bonteen, and that other man was now in custody on a charge of bigamy, chiefly through the instrumentality of Mr. Bonteen, who had been the friend of the victim of the supposed bigamist. With the accusation of bigamy they would have nothing to do, but he must ask them to take cognizance of that quarrel as well as of the quarrel at the club. He then named that formerly popular preacher, the Reverend Mr. Emilius, and explained that he would prove that this man, who had incurred the suspicion of the police in the first instance, had during the night of the murder been so circumstanced as to have been able to use the coat produced. He would prove also that Mr. Emilius was of precisely the same height as the man whom they had seen wearing the coat. God forbid that he should bring an accusation of murder against a man on such slight testimony. But if the evidence, as grounded on the coat, was slight against Emilius, how could it prevail at all against his client? The 2 coats were as different as chalk from cheese, the one being what would be called a gentleman's fashionable walking coat, and the other the rap rascal of such a fellow as was Mr. Meagher. And yet Lord Fawn, who attempted to identify the prisoner only by his coat, could give them no opinion as to which was the coat he had seen. But Lord Fawn, who had found himself to be debarred by his conscience from repeating the opinion he had given before the magistrate as to the identity of Phineas Finn with the man he had seen, did tell them that the figure of that man was similar to the figure of him who had worn the coat on Saturday in presence of them all. This man in the street had therefore been like Mr. Emilius, and could not in the least have resembled the prisoner. Mr. Chaffanbrass would not tell the jury that this point bore strongly against Mr. Emilius, but he took upon himself to assert that it was quite sufficient to snap asunder the thin thread of circumstantial evidence by which his client was connected with the murder. A great deal more was said about Lord Fawn, which was not complimentary to that nobleman. His lordship is an honest, slow man, who has doubtless meant to tell you the truth, but who does not understand the meaning of what he himself says. When he swore before the magistrate that he thought he could identify my client with the man in the street, he really meant that he thought that there must be identity, because he believed from other reasons that Mr. Finn was the man in the street. Mr. Bonteen had been murdered, according to Lord Fawn's thinking, had probably been murdered by Mr. Finn, and it was also probable to him that Mr. Bonteen had been murdered by the man in the street. He came thus to the conclusion that the prisoner was the man in the street. In fact, as far as the process of identifying is concerned, his lordship's evidence is altogether in favour of the prisoner. The figure seen by him, we must suppose, was the figure of a short man, and not of one tall and commanding in his presence, as is that of the prisoner. There were many other points on which Mr. Chaffanbrass insisted at great length, but chiefly, perhaps, on the improbability, he might say impossibility, that the plot for a murder so contrived should have entered into a man's head, have been completed and executed all within a few minutes. But under no hypothesis compatible with the allegations of the prosecution can it be conceived that the murder should have been contemplated by my client before the quarrel at the club. No, gentlemen, the murderer had been at his work for days. He had examined the spot and measured the distances. He had dogged the steps of his victim on previous nights. In the shade of some dark doorway he had watched him from his club, and had hurried by his secret path to the spot which he had appointed for the deed. Can any man doubt that the murder has thus been committed, let who will have been the murderer? But if so, then my client could not have done the deed. Much had been made of the words spoken at the club door. Was it probable, was it possible, that a man intending to commit a murder should declare how easily he could do it, and display the weapon he intended to use? The evidence given as to that part of the night's work was, he contended, altogether in the prisoner's favour. Then he spoke of the life-preserver, and gave a rather long account of the manner in which Phineas Finn had once taken to Garroter's prisoner in the street. All this lasted till the great men on the bench trooped out to lunch, and then Mr. Chaffanbrass, who had been speaking for nearly 4 hours, retired to a small room, and there drank a pint of port wine. While he was doing so, Mr. Serjeant Birdbolt spoke a word to him, but he only shook his head and snarled. He was telling himself at the moment how quick may be the resolves of the eager mind, for he was convinced that the idea of attacking Mr. Bonteen had occurred to Phineas Finn after he had displayed the life-preserver at the club door, and he was telling himself also how impossible it is for a dull, conscientious man to give accurate evidence as to what he had himself seen, for he was convinced that Lord Fawn had seen Phineas Finn in the street, but to no human being had he expressed this opinion, nor would he express it, unless his client should be hung. After lunch he occupied nearly 3 hours in giving to the jury and of course to the whole assembled court, the details of about 24 cases in which apparently strong circumstantial evidence had been wrong in its tendency. In some of the cases quoted, the persons tried had been acquitted, in some convicted and afterwards pardoned, in one pardoned after many years of punishment, and in one the poor victim had been hung. On this he insisted with a pathetic eloquence which certainly would not have been expected from his appearance, and spoke with tears in his eyes, real unaffected tears, of the misery of those wretched jurymen who, in the performance of their duty, had been led into so frightful an error. Through the whole of this long recital he seemed to feel no fatigue, and when he had done with his list of judicial mistakes, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, went on to make what he called the very few remarks necessary as to the evidence which on the following day he proposed to produce as to the prisoner's character. He ventured to think that evidence as to the character of such a nature, so strong, so convincing, so complete, and so free from all objection, had never yet been given in a criminal court. At 6 o'clock he completed his speech, and it was computed that the old man had been on his legs very nearly 7 hours. It was said of him afterwards that he was taken home speechless by one of his daughters and immediately put to bed, that he roused himself about 8 and ate his dinner and drank a bottle of port in his bedroom, that he then slept, refusing to stir even when he was waked, till 9:30 in the morning, and that then he scrambled into his clothes, breakfasted, and got down to the court in half an hour. At 10 o'clock he was in his place, and nobody knew that he was any the worse for the previous day's exertion. This was on a Tuesday, the 5th day of the trial, and upon the whole perhaps the most interesting. A long array of distinguished persons, of women as well as men, was brought up to give to the jury their opinion as to the character of Mr. Finn. Mr. Lowe was the first, who, having been his tutor when he was studying at the bar, knew him longer than any other Londoner. Then came his countryman Lawrence Fitzgibbon, and Barrington Erle, and others of his own party who had been intimate with him. And men, too, from the opposite side of the house were brought up, Sir Orlando Drought among the number, all of whom said that they had known the prisoner well, and from their knowledge would have considered it impossible that he should have become a murderer. The 2 last called were Lord Cantrip and Mr. Monk, one of whom was, and the other had been, a cabinet minister. But before them came Lady Cantrip and Lady Chiltern, whom we once knew as Violet Effingham, whom this very prisoner had in early days fondly hoped to make his wife, who was still young and beautiful, and who had never before entered a public court. There had, of course, been much question as to the witnesses to be selected. The Duchess of Omnium had been anxious to be one, but the Duke had forbidden it, telling his wife that she really did not know the man, and that she was carried away by a foolish enthusiasm. Lady Cantrip, when asked, had at once consented. She had known Phineas Finn when he had served under her husband, and had liked him much. Then what other woman's tongue should be brought to speak of the man's softness and tender bearing? It was out of the question that Lady Laura Kennedy should appear. She did not even propose it, when her brother, with unnecessary sternness, told her it could not be so. Then his wife looked at him. "You shall go," said Lord Chiltern, "if you feel equal to it. It seems to be nonsense, but they say that it is important." "I will go," said Violet, with her eyes full of tears. Afterwards, when her sister-in-law besought her to be generous in her testimony, she only smiled as she assented. Could generosity go beyond hers? Lord Chiltern preceded his wife. "I have," he said, "known Mr. Finn well, and have loved him dearly. I have eaten with him, and drank with him, have ridden with him, have lived with him, and have quarrelled with him. I know him as I do my own right hand." Then he stretched forth his arm with the palm extended. "Irrespectively of the evidence in this case, you would not have thought him to be a man likely to commit such a crime?" asked Sergeant Birdbolt. "I am quite sure from my knowledge of the man that he could not commit a murder," said Lord Chiltern, "and I don't care what the evidence is." Then came his wife, and it certainly was a pretty sight to see as her husband led her up to the box and stood close beside her as she gave her evidence. There were many there who knew much of the history of her life, who knew that passage in it of her early love, for the tale had of course been told when it was whispered about that Lady Chiltern was to be examined as a witness. Every ear was at first strained to hear her words, but they were audible in every corner of the court without any effort. It need hardly be said that she was treated with the greatest deference on every side. She answered the questions very quietly, but apparently without nervousness. Yes, she had known Mr. Finn long and intimately, and had very greatly valued his friendship. She did so still, as much as ever. Yes, she had known him for some years, and in circumstances which she thought justified her in saying that she understood his character. She regarded him as a man who was brave and tender-hearted, soft in feeling, and manly in disposition. To her it was quite incredible that he should have committed a crime such as this. She knew him to be a man prone to forgive offences, and of a sweet nature. And it was pretty, too, to watch the unwonted gentleness of old Chaffanbrass as he asked the questions, and carefully abstained from putting any one that could pain her. Sir Gregory said that he had heard her evidence with great pleasure, but that he had no question to ask her himself. Then she stepped down, again took her husband's arm, and left the court amidst a hum of almost affectionate greeting. And what must he have thought as he stood there within the dock, looking at her and listening to her? There had been months in his life when he had almost trusted that he would succeed in winning that fair, highly born and wealthy woman for his wife, and though he had failed, and now knew that he had never really touched her heart, that she had always loved the man whom, though she had rejected him time after time because of the dangers of his ways, she had at last married, yet it must have been pleasant to him, even in his peril, to hear from her own lips how well she had esteemed him. She left the court with her veil down, and he could not catch her eye, but Lord Chiltern nodded to him in his old pleasant familiar way, as though to bid him take courage, and to tell him that all things would even yet be well with him. The evidence given by Lady Cantrip and her husband, and by Mr. Monk, was equally favourable. She had always regarded him as a perfect gentleman. Lord Cantrip had found him to be devoted to the service of the country, modest, intelligent, and high-spirited. Perhaps the few words which fell from Mr. Monk were as strong as any that were spoken. "He is a man whom I have delighted to call my friend, and I have been happy to think that his services have been at the disposal of his country." Sir Gregory Grogram replied. It seemed to him that the evidence was as he had left it. It would be for the jury to decide, under such directions as his lordship might be pleased to give them, how far that evidence brought the guilt home to the prisoner. He would use no rhetoric in pushing the case against the prisoner, but he must submit to them that his learned friend had not shown that acquaintance with human nature which the gentleman undoubtedly possessed in arguing that there had lacked time for the conception and execution of the crime. Then, at considerable length, He strove to show that Mr. Chaffanbrass had been unjustly severe upon Lord Fawn. It was late in the afternoon when Sir Gregory had finished his speech, and the judge's charge was reserved for a sixth day. End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Confusion in the court. On the following morning it was observed that before the judges took their seats, Mr. Chaffanbrass entered the court with a manner much more brisk than was expected from him now that his own work was done. As a matter of course, he would be there to hear the charge, but almost equally as a matter of course he would be languid, silent, cross, and unenergetic. They who knew him were sure, when they saw his bearing on this morning, that he intended to do something more before the charge was given. The judges entered the court nearly half an hour later than usual, and it was observed with surprise that they were followed by the Duke of Omnium. Mr. Chaffanbrass was on his feet before the Chief Justice had taken his seat, but the judge was the first to speak. It was observed that he held a scrap of paper in his hand, and that the barrister held a similar scrap. Then every man in the court knew that some message had come suddenly by the wires. I am informed, Mr. Chaffanbrass, that you wish to address the court before I begin my charge. Yes, my lord, and I'm afraid, my lord, that I shall have to ask your lordship to delay your charge for some days, and to subject the jury to the very great inconvenience of prolonged incarceration for another week, either to do that, or to call upon the jury to acquit the prisoner. I venture to assert, on my own peril, that no jury can convict the prisoner after hearing me read that which I hold in my hand. Then Mr. Chaffanbrass paused, as though expecting that the judge would speak. But the judge said not a word, but sat looking at the old barrister over his spectacles. Every eye was turned upon Phineas Finn, who up to this moment had heard nothing of these new tidings, who did not in the least know on what was grounded the singularly confident, almost insolently confident assertion which Mr. Chaffanbrass had made in his favour. On him the effect was altogether distressing. He had borne the trying week with singular fortitude, having stood there in the place of shame hour after hour, and day after day, expecting his doom. It had been to him as a lifetime of torture. He had become almost numb from the weariness of his position and the agonizing strain upon his mind. The jailer had offered him a seat from day to day, but he had always refused it, preferring to lean upon the rail and gaze upon the court. He had almost ceased to hope for anything except the end of it. He had lost count of the days, and had begun to feel that the trial was an eternity of torture in itself. At nights he could not sleep, but during the Sunday, after Mass, he had slept all day. Then it had begun again, and when the Tuesday came he hardly knew how long it had been since that vacant Sunday. And now he heard the advocate declare, without knowing on what ground the declaration was grounded, that the trial must be postponed, or that the jury must be instructed to acquit him. "This telegram has reached us only this morning," continued Mr. Chaffanbrass. "Mealyus had a house door-key made in Prague. We have the mould in our possession, and will bring the man who made the key to England. Now, my lord, the case in the hands of the police as against this man Mealyus, or Emilius, as he has chosen to call himself, broke down altogether on the presumption that he could not have let himself in and out of the house in which he had put himself to bed on the night of the murder. We now propose to prove that he had prepared himself with the means of doing so, and had done so after a fashion which is conclusive as to his having required the key for some guilty purpose. We assert that your lordship cannot allow the case to go to the jury without taking cognizance of this telegram, and we go further and say that those 12 men, as 12 human beings with hearts in their bosoms and ordinary intelligence at their command, cannot ignore the message, even should your lordship insist upon their doing so with all the energy at your disposal. Then there was a scene in court, and it appeared that no less than 4 messages had been received from Prague, all to the same effect. One had been addressed by Madame Goesler to her friend the Duchess, and that message had caused the Duke's appearance on the scene. He had brought his telegram directly to the Old Bailey, and the Chief Justice now held it in his hand. The lawyer's clerk, who had accompanied Madame Goesler, had telegraphed to the governor of the jail, to Mr. Wickerby, and to the Attorney General. Sir Gregory, rising with the telegram in his hand, stated that he had received the same information. "I do not see," said he, "that it at all alters the evidence as against the prisoner." "Let your evidence go to the jury, then," said Mr. Chaffanbrass, "with such observations as his lordship may choose to make on the telegram. I shall be contented. You have already got your other man in prison on a charge of bigamy." "I could not take notice of the message in charging the jury, Mr. Chaffanbrass," said the judge. "It has come, as far as we know, from the energy of a warm friend, from that hearty friendship with which it seemed yesterday that this gentleman, the prisoner at the bar, has inspired so many men and women of high character. But it proves nothing. It is an assertion. And where should we all be, Mr. Chaffanbrass, if it should appear hereafter that the assertion is fictitious, prepared purposely to aid the escape of a criminal?" "I defy you to ignore it, my lord." "I can only suggest, Mr. Chaffanbrass," continued the judge, "that you should obtain the consent of the gentlemen on the other side to a postponement of my charge." Then spoke out the foreman of the jury. Was it proposed that they should be locked up till somebody should come from Prague, and then that the trial should be recommenced? "The system," said the foreman, "under which Middlesex juries were chosen for service in the city was known to be most horribly cruel, but cruelty to jurymen such as this had never even been heard of." Then a most irregular word was spoken. One of the jurymen declared that he was quite willing to believe the telegram. "Every one believes it," said Mr. Chaffanbrass. Then the Chief Justice scolded the juryman, and Sir Gregory Grogram scolded Mr. Chaffanbrass. It seemed as though all the rules of the court were to be set at defiance. "Will my learned friend say that he doesn't believe it?" asked Mr. Chaffanbrass. "I neither believe nor disbelieve it, but it cannot affect the evidence," said Sir Gregory. "Then send the case to the jury," said Mr. Chaffanbrass. It seemed that everybody was talking, and Mr. Wickerby, the attorney, tried to explain it all to the prisoner over the bar of the dock, not in the lowest possible voice. The Chief Justice became angry, and the guardian of the silence of the court bestirred himself energetically. "My lord," said Mr. Chaffanbrass, "I maintain that it is proper that the prisoner should be informed of the purport of these telegrams. Mercy demands it, and justice as well." Phineas Finn, however, did not understand, as he had known nothing about the latchkey of the house in Northumberland Street. Something, however, must be done. The Chief Justice was of opinion that, although the preparation of a latchkey in Prague could not really affect the evidence against the prisoner, although the facts against the prisoner would not be altered, let the manufacture of that special key be ever so clearly proved. Nevertheless, the jury were entitled to have before them the facts now tendered in evidence before they could be called upon to give a verdict, and that therefore they should submit themselves in the service of their country to the very serious additional inconvenience which they would be called upon to endure. Sundry of the jury altogether disagreed with this, and became loud in their anger. They had already been locked up for a week. "And we are quite prepared to give a verdict," said one. The judge again scolded him very severely, and as the Attorney General did at last assent, and as the unfortunate jurymen had no power in the matter, so it was at last arranged. The trial should be postponed till time should be given for Madame Goesler and the blacksmith to reach London from Prague. If the matter was interesting to the public before, it became doubly interesting now. It was of course known to everybody that Madame Goesler had undertaken a journey to Bohemia, and, as many supposed, a roving tour through all the wilder parts of unknown Europe, Poland, Hungary, and the Principalities, for instance, with the object of looking for evidence to save the life of Phineas Finn, and grandly romantic tales were told of her wit, her wealth, and her beauty. The story was published of the Duke of Omnium's will, only not exactly the true story. The late Duke had left her everything at his disposal, and it was hinted that they had been privately married just before the Duke's death. Of course, Madame Goesler became very popular, and the blacksmith from Prague, who had made the key, was expected with an enthusiasm which almost led to preparation for a public reception. And yet, let the blacksmith from Prague be ever so minute in his evidence as to the key, let it be made as clear as running water that Mealyus had caused to be constructed for him in Prague a key that would open the door of the house in Northumberland Street. The facts, as proved at the trial, would not be at all changed. The lawyers were much at variance with their opinions on the matter, some thinking that the judge had been altogether wrong in delaying his charge. According to them, he should not have allowed Mr. Chaffanbrass to have read the telegram in court. The charge should have been given, and the sentence of the court should have been pronounced, if a verdict of guilty were given. The Home Secretary should then have granted a respite till the coming of the blacksmith, and have extended this respite to a pardon, if advised that the circumstances of the latch-key rendered doubtful the propriety of the verdict. Others, however, maintained that in this way a grievous penalty would be inflicted on a man who, by general consent, was now held to be innocent. Not only would he, by such an arrangement of circumstances, have been left for some prolonged period under the agony of a condemnation, but by the necessity of the case he would lose his seat for Tankerville. It would be imperative upon the House to declare vacant by its own action a seat held by a man condemned to death for murder, and no pardon from the Queen or from the Home Secretary would absolve the House from that duty. The House, as a House of Parliament, could only recognize the verdict of the jury as to the man's guilt. The Queen, of course, might pardon whom she pleased, but no pardon from the Queen would remove the guilt implied by the sentence. Many went much further than this, and were prepared to prove that were he once condemned, he could not afterwards sit in the House, even if re-elected. Now there was unquestionably an intense desire, since the arrival of these telegrams, that Phineas Finn should retain his seat. It may be a question whether he would not have been the most popular man in the House, could he have sat there on the day after the telegrams arrived. The Attorney General had declared, and many others had declared with him, that this information about the latchkey did not in the least affect the evidence as given against Mr. Finn. Could it have been possible to convict the other man merely because he had surreptitiously caused a door-key of the house in which he lived to be made for him? And how would this new information have been received had Lord Fawn sworn unreservedly that the man he had seen running out of the mews had been Phineas Finn? It was acknowledged that the latch-key could not be accepted as sufficient evidence against Mealyus, but nevertheless the information conveyed by the telegrams altogether changed the opinion of the public as to the guilt or innocence of Phineas Finn. His life now might have been insured, as against the gallows, at a very low rate. It was felt that no jury could convict him, and he was much more pitied in being subjected to a prolonged incarceration than even those 12 unfortunate men who had felt sure that the Wednesday would have been the last day of their unmerited martyrdom. Phineas, in his prison, was materially circumstanced precisely as he had been before the trial. He was supplied with a profusion of luxuries, could they have comforted him, and was allowed to receive visitors. But he would see no one but his sisters, except that he had one interview with Mr. Lowe. Even Mr. Lowe found it difficult to make him comprehend the exact condition of the affair, and could not induce him to be comforted when he did understand it. What had he to do? How could his innocence or his guilt be concerned with the manufacture of a paltry key by such a one as Mealyus? How would it have been with him and with his name for ever if this fact had not been discovered? I was to be hung or saved from hanging according to the chances of such a thing as this. I do not care for my life in a country where such injustice can be done. His friend endeavored to assure him that even had nothing been heard of the key, the jury would have acquitted him. But Phineas would not believe him. It had seemed to him, as he had listened to the whole proceeding, that the court had been against him. The attorney and solicitor general had appeared to him resolved upon hanging him. Men who had been, at any rate, his intimate acquaintances, with whom he had sat on the same bench, who ought to have known him. And the judge had taken the part of Lord Fawn, who had seemed to Phineas to be bent on swearing away his life. He had borne himself very gallantly during that week, having in all his intercourse with his attorney spoken without a quaver in his voice, and without a flaw in the perspicuity of his intelligence. But now, when Mr. Lowe came to him, explaining to him that it was impossible that a verdict should be found against him, he was quite broken down. "There is nothing left of me," he said at the end of the interview. "I feel that I had better take to my bed and die. Even when I think of all that friends have done for me, it fails to cheer me. In this matter I should not have had to depend on friends. Had not she gone for me to that place, everyone would have believed me to be a murderer." And yet, in his solitude, he thought very much of the marvellous love shown to him by his friends. Words had been spoken which had been very sweet to him in all his misery, words such as neither men nor women can say to each other in the ordinary intercourse of life, much as they may wish that their purport should be understood. Lord Chiltern, Lord Cantrip, and Mr. Monk had alluded to him as a man specially singled out by them for their friendship. Lady Cantrip, than whom no woman in London was more discreet, had been equally enthusiastic. Then how gracious, how tender, how inexpressibly sweet had been the words of her who had been Violet Effingham. And now the news had reached him of Madame Goesler's journey to the Continent. It was a wonderful thing for her to do, Mr. Lowe had said. Yes, indeed, Remembering all that had passed between them, he acknowledged to himself that it was very wonderful. Were it not that his back was now broken, that he was prostrate and must remain so, a man utterly crushed by what he had endured, it might have been possible that she should do more for him even than she had yet done. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. I hate her. Lady Laura Kennedy had been allowed to take no active part in the manifestations of friendship which at this time were made on behalf of Phineas Finn. She had, indeed, gone to him in his prison, and made daily efforts to administer to his comfort, but she could not go up into the court and speak for him. And now this other woman, whom she hated, would have the glory of his deliverance. She already began to see a fate before her which could make even her past misery as nothing to that which was to come. She was a widow, not yet 2 months a widow, and though she did not and could not mourn the death of a husband as do other widows, though she could not sorrow in her heart for a man whom she had never loved, and from whom she had been separated during half her married life, yet the fact of her widowhood and the circumstances of her weeds were heavy on her. That she loved this man, Phineas Finn, with a passionate devotion of which the other woman could know nothing, she was quite sure. Love him! Had she not been true to him and to his interests from the very first day in which he had come among them in London, with almost more than a woman's truth? She knew and recalled to her memory over and over again her own one great sin, the fault of her life, when she was, as regarded her own means, a poor woman. She had refused to be this poor man's wife, and had given her hand to a rich suitor. But she had done this with a conviction that she could so best serve the interests of the man in regard to whom she had promised herself that her feelings should henceforth be one of simple and purest friendship. She had made a great effort to carry out that intention, but the effort had been futile. She had striven to do her duty to a husband whom she disliked, but even in that she had failed. At one time she had been persistent in her intercourse with Phineas Finn, and at another had resolved that she would not see him. She had been madly angry with him when he came to her with the story of his love for another woman, and had madly shown her anger. But yet she had striven to get for him the wife he wanted, though in doing so she would have abandoned one of the dearest purposes of her life. She had moved heaven and earth for him, her heaven and earth, when there was danger that he could lose his seat in Parliament. She had encountered the jealousy of her husband with scorn, and had then deserted him because he was jealous. And all this she did with a consciousness of her own virtue, which was almost as sublime as it was ill-founded. She had been wrong. She confessed so much to herself with bitter tears. She had marred the happiness of 3 persons by the mistake she had made in early life, but it had not yet occurred to her that she had sinned. To her thinking, the jealousy of her husband had been preposterous and abominable, because she had known, and had therefore felt that he should have known, that she would never disgrace him by that which the world calls falsehood in a wife. She had married him without loving him, but it seemed to her that he was in fault for that. They had become wretched, but she had never pitied his wretchedness. She had left him, and thought herself to be ill-used because he had ventured to reclaim his wife. Through it all she had been true in her regard to the one man she had ever loved, and though she admitted her own folly and knew her own shipwreck, yet she had always drawn some woman's consolation from the conviction of her own constancy. He had vanished from her sight for a while with a young wife, never from her mind, and then he had returned a widower. Through silence, absence, and distance she had been true to him. On his return to his old ways she had at once welcomed him and strove to aid him. Everything that was hers should be his, if only he would open his hands to take it, and she would tell it him all, let him know every corner of her heart. She was a married woman, and could not be his wife. She was a woman of virtue, and could not be his mistress. But she would be to him a friend so tender that no wife, no mistress, should ever have been fonder. She did tell him everything as they stood together on the ramparts of the old Saxon castle. Then he had kissed her and pressed her to his heart, not because he loved her, but because he was generous. She had partly understood it all, but yet had not understood it thoroughly. He did not assure her of his love. But then she was a wife, and would have admitted no love that was sinful. When she returned to Dresden that night, she stood gazing at herself in the glass, and saw that there was nothing there to attract the love of such a man as Phineas Finn, of one who was himself glorious with manly beauty. But yet for her sadness there was some cure, some possibility of consolation in the fact that she was a wife. Why speak of love at all when marriage was so far out of the question? But now she was a widow, and as free as he was, a widow endowed with ample wealth, and she was the woman to whom he had sworn his love when they had stood together, both young, by the falls of the Linter. How often might they stand there again, if only his constancy would equal hers? She had seen him once since fate had made her a widow, but then she had been but a few days a widow, and his life had at that moment been in strange jeopardy. There had certainly been no time then for other love than that which the circumstances and the sorrow of the hour demanded from their mutual friendship. From that day, from the first moment in which she had heard of his arrest, every thought, every effort of her mind had been devoted to his affairs. So great was his peril, and so strange, that it almost wiped out from her mind the remembrance of her own condition. Should they hang him, undoubtedly she would die. Such a termination to all her aspirations for him whom she had selected as her God upon earth would utterly crush her. She had borne much, but she could never bear that. Should he escape, but escape ingloriously, then he would know what the devotion of a woman could do for a man. But if he should leave his prison with flying colors and come forth a hero to the world, how would it be with her then? She could foresee and understand of what nature would be the ovation with which he would be greeted. She had already heard what the Duchess was doing and saying. She knew how eager on his behalf were Lord and Lady Cantrip. She discussed the matter daily with her sister-in-law, and knew what her brother thought. If the acquittal were perfect, there would certainly be an ovation, in which was it not certain to her that she would be forgotten? And she heard much too of Madame Goesler. And now there came the news. Madame Goesler had gone to Prague, to Cracow, and where not, spending her wealth, employing her wits, bearing fatigue, openly before the world on this man's behalf, and had done so successfully. she had found this evidence of the key, and now because the tracings of a key had been discovered by a woman, people were ready to believe that he was innocent, as to whose innocence she, Laura Kennedy, would have been willing to stake her own life from the beginning of the affair. Why had it not been her lot to go to Prague? Would not she have drunk up Esel, or swallowed a crocodile against any she Laertes that would have thought to rival and so parallel her great love? Would not she have piled up new oses, had the opportunity been given her? Womanlike, she had gone to him in her trouble, had burst through his prison doors, had thrown herself on his breast, and wept at his feet. But of what avail had been that? This strange female, this Moabitish woman, had gone to Prague, and had found a key, and everybody said that the thing was done. How she hated the strange woman, and remembered all the evil things that had been said of the intruder. She told herself over and over again that had it been any one else than this half-foreigner, this German Jewess, this intriguing, unfeminine upstart, she could have borne it. Did not all the world know that the woman for the last 2 years had been the mistress of that old doting duke, who was now dead? Had one ever heard who was her father or who was her mother? Had it not always been declared of her that she was a pushing, dangerous, scheming creature? And then she was old enough to be his mother, though by some Median tricks known to such women she was able to postpone, not the ravages of age, but the manifestation of them to the eyes of the world. In all of which charges poor Lady Laura wronged her rival foully, in that matter of age especially, for as it happened, Madame Goesler was by some months the younger of the two. But Lady Laura was a blonde, and trouble had told upon her outwardly, as it is wont to do upon those who are fair-skinned, and at the same time high-hearted. But Madame Goesler was a brunette, swarthy, Lady Laura would have called her, with bright eyes and glossy hair and thin cheeks, and now being somewhat over 30, she was at her best. Lady Laura hated her as a fair woman who has lost her beauty can hate the dark woman who keeps it. "What made her think of the key?" said Lady Chiltern. "I don't believe she did think of it. It was an accident." "Then why did she go?" "Oh, Violet, do not talk to me about that woman any more, or I shall be mad." "She has done him good service." "Very well, so be it. Let him have the service. I know they would have acquitted him if she had never stirred from London. Oswald says so. But no matter, let her have her triumph. Only do not talk to me about her. You know what I have thought about her ever since she first came up in London. Nothing ever surprised me so much as that you should take her by the hand." "I do not know that I took her specially by the hand." "You had her down at Harrington." "Yes, I did, and I do like her, and I know nothing against her. I think you are prejudiced against her, Laura." "Very well, of course you think and can say what you please. I hate her, and that is sufficient." Then after a pause she added, "Of course he will marry her. I know that well enough. It is nothing to me whom he marries. Only, after all that has passed, it seems hard upon me that his wife should be the only woman in London that I could not visit. Dear Laura, you should control your thoughts about this young man." "Of course I should, but I don't. You mean that I am disgracing myself." "No." "Yes, you do. Oswald is more candid and tells me so openly. And yet what have I done? The world has been hard upon me, and I have suffered. Do I desire anything except that he shall be happy and respectable? Do I hope for anything? I will go back, and linger out my life at Dresden, where my disgrace can hurt no one." Her sister-in-law, with all imaginable tenderness, said what she could to console the miserable woman, but there was no consolation possible. They both knew that Phineas Finn would never renew the offer which he had once made. End of chapter 65. Chapter 66 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Foreign Bludgeon. In the meantime, Madame Goesler, having accomplished the journey from Prague in considerably less than a week, reached London with the blacksmith, the attorney's clerk, and the model of the key. The trial had been adjourned on Wednesday, the 24th of June, and it had been suggested that the jury should be again put into their box on that day week. All manner of inconvenience was to be endured by various members of the legal profession, and sundry irregularities were of necessity sanctioned on this great occasion. The sitting of the court should have been concluded, and everybody concerned should have been somewhere else, but the matter was sufficient to justify almost any departure from routine. A member of the House of Commons was in custody, and it had already been suggested that some action should be taken by the House as to his speedy deliverance. Unless a jury could find him guilty, let him be at once restored to his duties and his privileges. The case was involved in difficulties, but in the meantime the jury, who had been taken down by train every day to have a walk in the country in the company of 2 sheriff's officers, and who had been allowed to dine at Greenwich one day and at Richmond on another, in the hope that whitebait with lamb and salad might in some degree console them for their loss of liberty, were informed that they would be once again put into their box on Wednesday. But Madame Goesler reached London on the Sunday morning, and on the Monday the whole affair respecting the key was unravelled in the presence of the Attorney General, and with the personal assistance of our old friend, Major Mackintosh. Without a doubt, the man Mealyus had caused to be made for him in Prague a key which would open the door of the house in Northumberland Street. A key was made in London from the model now brought, which did open the door. The Attorney General seemed to think that it would be his duty to ask the judge to call upon the jury to acquit Phineas Finn, and that then the matter must rest for ever, unless further evidence could be obtained against Joseph Mealyus. It would not be possible to hang a man for a murder simply because he had fabricated a key, even though he might possibly have obtained the use of a grey coat for a few hours. There was no tittle of evidence to show that he ever had the great coat on his shoulders, or that he had been out of the house on that night. Lord Fawn, to his infinite disgust, was taken to the prison in which Mealyus was detained, and was confronted with the man, but he could say nothing. Mealyus, at his own suggestion, put on the coat, and stalked about the room in it. But Lord Fawn would not say a word. The person whom he now saw might have been the man in the street, or Mr. Finn might have been the man, or any other man might have been the man. Lord Fawn was very dignified, very reserved, and very unhappy. To his thinking, he was the great martyr of this trial. Phineas Finn was becoming a hero. Against the 12 jurymen the finger of scorn would never be pointed, but his sufferings must endure for his life, might probably embitter his life to the very end. Looking into his own future from his present point of view, he did not see how he could ever again appear before the eye of the public. And yet with what persistency of conscience had he struggled to be true and honest! On the present occasion he would say nothing. He had seen a man in a grey coat, and for the future would confine himself to that. "You did not see me, my lord," said Mr. Emilius, with touching simplicity. So the matter stood on the Monday afternoon, and the jury had already been told that they might be released on the following Tuesday, might at any rate hear the judge's charge on that day, when another discovery was made more wonderful than that of the key. And this was made without any journey to Prague, and might no doubt have been made on any day since the murder had been committed. And it was a discovery for not having made which the police force generally was subjected to heavy censure. A beautiful little boy was seen playing in one of those gardens through which the passage runs, with a short loaded bludgeon in his hand. He came into the house with the weapon, the maid who was with him having asked the little lord no question on the subject. But luckily it attracted attention, and his little lordship took 2 gardeners and a coachman and all the nurses to the very spot at which he found it. Before an hour was over he was standing at his father's knee, detailing the fact with great open eyes to 2 policemen, having by this time become immensely proud of his adventure. This occurred late on the Monday afternoon, when the noble family were at dinner, and the noble family was considerably disturbed, and at the same time very much interested by the occurrence. But on the Tuesday morning there was the additional fact established that a bludgeon loaded with lead had been found among the thick grass and undergrowth of shrubs, in a spot to which it might easily have been thrown by anyone attempting to pitch it over the wall. The news flew about the town like wildfire, and it was now considered certain that the real murderer would be discovered. But the renewal of the trial was again postponed till the Wednesday, as it was necessary that an entire day should be devoted to the bludgeon. The instrument was submitted to the eyes and hands of persons experienced in such matters, and it was declared on all sides that the thing was not of English manufacture. It was about a foot long, with a leathern thong to the handle, with something of a spring in the shaft, and with the oval loaded knot at the end cased with leathern thongs, very minutely and skilfully cut. They who understood modern work in leather gave it as their opinion that the weapon had been made in Paris. It was considered that Melius had brought it with him, and concealed it in preparation for this occasion. If the police could succeed in tracing the bludgeon into his hands, or in proving that he had purchased any such instrument, then, so it was thought, there would be evidence to justify a police magistrate in sending Mr. Emilius to occupy the place so lately and so long held by poor Phineas Finn. But till that had been done, there could be nothing to connect the preacher with the murder. All who had heard the circumstances of the case were convinced that Mr. Bonteen had been murdered by the weapon lately discovered, and not by that which Phineas had carried in his pocket. But no one could adduce proof that it was so. This second bludgeon would no doubt help to remove the difficulty in regard to Phineas, but would not give atonement to the shade of Mr. Bonteen. Melius was confronted with the weapon in the presence of Major Mackintosh, and was told its story, how it was found in the nobleman's garden by the little boy. At the first moment, with instant readiness, he took the thing in his hand, and looked at it with feigned curiosity. He must have studied his conduct so as to have it ready for such an occasion, thinking that it might some day occur. But with all his presence of mind, he could not keep the tell-tale blood from mounting. "You don't know anything about it, Mr. Emilius," said one of the policemen present, looking closely into his face. "Of course you need not criminate yourself." "What should I know about it? No, I know nothing about the stick. I never had such a stick, or, as I believe, saw one before. He did it very well, but he could not keep the blood from rising to his cheeks. The policemen were sure that he was the murderer, but what could they do?" "You saved his life, certainly," said the Duchess to her friend on the Sunday afternoon. That had been before the bludgeon was found. "I do not believe that they could have touched a hair of his head," said Madame Goesler. "Would they not? Everybody felt sure that he would be hung. Would it not have been awful? I do not see how you are to help becoming man and wife now, for all the world are talking about you." Madame Goesler smiled, and said that she was quite indifferent to the world's talk. On the Tuesday after the bludgeon was found, the two ladies met again. "Now it was known that it was the clergyman," said the Duchess. "I never doubted it. He must have been a brave man for a foreigner to have attacked Mr. Bonteen all alone in the street when anyone might have seen him. I don't feel to hate him so very much after all. As for that little wife of his, she has got no more than she deserved." "Mr. Finn will surely be acquitted now." "Of course he'll be acquitted. Nobody doubts about it. That is all settled, and it is a shame that he should be kept in prison even over to-day. I should think they'll make him a peer and give him a pension, or at the very least appoint him secretary to something. I do wish Plantagenet hadn't been in such a hurry about that nasty Board of Trade, and then he might have gone there. He couldn't very well be Privy Seal unless they do make him a peer. You wouldn't mind, would you, my dear?" "I think you'll find that they will console Mr. Finn with something less gorgeous than that. You have succeeded in seeing him, of course?" "Plantagenet wouldn't let me, but I know who did." "Some lady?" "Oh yes, a lady. Half the men about the clubs went to him, I believe." "Who was she?" "You won't be ill-natured?" "I'll endeavour at any rate to keep my temper, Duchess." "It was Lady Laura." "I supposed so." "They say she is frantic about him, my dear." "I never believe those things. Women do not get frantic about men in these days. They have been very old friends, and have known each other for many years. Her brother, Lord Chiltern, was his particular friend. I do not wonder that she should have seen him." "Of course you know that she is a widow." "Oh yes, Mr. Kennedy had died long before I left England." "And she is very rich. She has got all Loughlinter for her life, and her own fortune back again. I will bet you anything you like that she offers to share it with him." "It may be so," said Madame Goesler, while the slightest blush in the world suffused her cheek. "And I'll make you another bet, and give you any odds." "What is that?" "That he refuses her. It is quite a common thing nowadays for ladies to make the offer, and for gentlemen to refuse. Indeed, it was felt to be so inconvenient, while it was thought that gentlemen had not the alternative, that some men became afraid of going into society. It is better understood now." "Such things have been done, I do not doubt," said Madame Goesler, who had contrived to avert her face without making the motion apparent to her friend. "When all this is over, we'll get him down to Matching, and manage better than that. I should think they'll hardly go on with the session, as nobody has done anything since the arrest. While Mr. Finn has been in prison, legislation has come to a standstill altogether. Even Plantagenet doesn't work above 12 hours a day, and I'm told that poor Lord Fawn hasn't been near his office for the last fortnight. When the excitement is over, they'll never be able to get back to their business before the grouse. There'll be a few dinners, of course, just as a compliment to the great man, but London will break up after that, I should think. You won't come in for so much of the glory as you would have done if they hadn't found the stick. Little Lord Frederick must have his share, you know." "It's the most singular case I ever knew," said Sir Simon Slope that night to one of his friends. "We certainly should have hanged him but for the two accidents, and yet neither of them brings us a bit nearer to hanging anyone else." "What a pity!" "It shows the danger of circumstantial evidence, and yet without it one never could get at any murder. I'm very glad, you know, that the key and the stick did turn up. I never thought much about the coat." End of chapter 66. Chapter 67 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The verdict. On the Wednesday morning Phineas Finn was again brought into the court, and again placed in the dock. There was a general feeling that he should not again have been so disgraced. But he was still a prisoner under a charge of murder, and it was explained to him that the circumstances of the case and the stringency of the law did not admit of his being seated elsewhere during his trial. He treated the apology with courteous scorn. He should not have chosen, he said, to have made any change till after the trial was over, even had any change been permitted. When he was brought up the steps into the dock after the judges had taken their seats, there was almost a shout of applause. The crier was very angry, and gave it to be understood that everybody would be arrested unless everybody was silent. But the Chief Justice said not a word, nor did those great men, the Attorney and Solicitor General, express any displeasure. The bench was again crowded with members of Parliament from both Houses, and on this occasion Mr. Gresham himself had accompanied Lord Cantrip. The two dukes were there, and men no bigger than Lawrence Fitzgibbon were forced to subject themselves to the benevolence of the under-sheriff. Phineas himself was pale and haggard. It was observed that he leaned forward on the rail of the dock all the day, not standing upright as he had done before, and they who watched him closely said that he never once raised his eye on this day to meet those of the men opposite to him on the bench, although heretofore, throughout the trial, he had stood with his face raised, so as to look directly at those who were there seated. On this occasion he kept his eyes fixed upon the speaker. But the whole bearing of the man, his gestures, his gait, and his countenance were changed. During the first long week of his trial, his uprightness, the manly beauty of his countenance, and the general courage and tranquillity of his deportment had been conspicuous. Whatever had been his fatigue, he had managed not to show the outward signs of weariness. Whatever had been his fears, no mark of fear had disfigured his countenance. He had never once condescended to the exhibition of any outward show of effrontery. Through 6 weary days he had stood there, supported by a manhood sufficient for the terrible emergency. But now it seemed that at any rate the outward grace of his demeanour had deserted him. But it was known that he had been ill during the last few days, and it had been whispered through the court that he had not slept at nights. Since the adjournment of the court there had been bulletins as to his health, and everybody knew that the confinement was beginning to tell upon him. On the present occasion the proceedings of the day were opened by the Attorney General, who began by apologizing to the jury. Apologies to the jury had been very frequent during the trial, and each apology had called forth fresh grumbling. On this occasion the foreman expressed a hope that the legislature would consider the condition of things which made it possible that 12 gentlemen, all concerned extensively in business, should be confined for 14 days, because a mistake had been made in the evidence as to a murder. Then the Chief Justice, bowing his head and looking at them over the rim of his spectacles, with an expression of wisdom that almost convinced them, told them that he was aware of no mistake in the evidence. It might become their duty, on the evidence which they had heard, and the further evidence which they would hear, to acquit the prisoner at the bar, but not on that account would there have been any mistake or erroneous procedure in the court, other than such error on the part of the prosecution in regard to the alleged guilt of the prisoner as it was the general and special duty of jurors to remedy. Then he endeavored to reconcile them to their sacrifice by describing the importance and glorious British nature of their position. "My lord," said one of the jurors, "if you was a salesman and hadn't got no partner, only a very young un, you'd know what it was to be kept out of your business for a fortnight." Then that salesman wagged his head and put his handkerchief up to his eyes, and there was pity also for him in the court. After that the Attorney General went on. His learned friend on the other side, and he nodded to Mr. Chaffanbrass, had got some further evidence to submit to them on behalf of the prisoner who was still on his trial before them. He now addressed them with the view of explaining to them that if the evidence should be such as he believed, it would become his duty on behalf of the Crown to join with his learned friend in requesting the court to direct the jury to acquit the prisoner. Not the less on that account would it be the duty of the jury to form their own opinion as to the credibility of the fresh evidence which would be brought before them. "There won't be much doubt about the credibility," said Mr. Chaffanbrass, rising in his place. "I am not a bit afraid about the credibility, gentlemen, and I don't think that you need be afraid either. You must understand, gentlemen, that I am now going on calling evidence for the defence. My last witness was the Right Honourable Mr. Monk, who spoke as to character. My next will be a Bohemian blacksmith named Praska, Peter Praska, who naturally can't speak a word of English, and unfortunately can't speak a word of German either. But we have got an interpreter, and I dare say we shall find out without much delay what Peter Praska has to tell us." Then Peter Praska was handed up to the rostrum for the witnesses, and the man, learned in Czech and also in English, was placed close to him and sworn to give a true interpretation. Melius, the unfortunate one, was also in court, brought in between 2 policemen, and the Bohemian blacksmith swore that he had made a certain key on the instructions of the man he now saw. The reader need not be further troubled with all the details of the evidence about the key. It was clearly proved that in a village near to Prague a key had been made such as would open Mr. Meagher's door in Northumberland Street, and it was also proved that it was made from a mould supplied by Melius. This was done by the joint evidence of Mr. Meagher and of the blacksmith. "And if I lose my key," said the reverend gentleman, "why should I not have another made? Did I ever deny it? This, I think, is very strange." But Mr. Emilius was very quickly walked back out of the court between the 2 policemen, as his presence would not be required in regard to the further evidence regarding the bludgeon. Mr. Chaffanbrass, having finished his business with the key, at once began with the bludgeon. The bludgeon was produced, and was handed up to the bench and inspected by the Chief Justice. The instrument excited great interest. Men rose on tiptoe to look at it even from a distance, and the Prime Minister was envied because for a moment it was placed in his hands. As the large-eyed little boy who had found it was not yet 6 years old, there was a difficulty in perfecting the thread of the evidence. It was not held to be proper to administer an oath to an infant. But in a roundabout way it was proved that the identical bludgeon had been picked up in the garden. There was an elaborate surveyor's plan produced of the passage, the garden, and the wall, with the steps on which it was supposed that the blow had been struck, and the spot was indicated on which the child had said that he had found the weapon. Then certain workers in leather were questioned, who agreed in asserting that no such instrument as that handed to them had ever been made in England. After that, 2 scientific chemists told the jury that they had minutely examined the knob of the instrument with reference to the discovery of human blood, but in vain. They were, however, of opinion that the man might very readily have been killed by the instrument without any effusion of blood at the moment of the blows. This seemed to the jury to be the less necessary, as 3 or 4 surgeons who had examined the murdered man's head had already told them that in all probability there had been no such effusion. When the judges went out to lunch at 2 o'clock, the jury were trembling as to their fate for another night. The fresh evidence, however, had been completed, and on the return of the court Mr. Chaffanbrass said that he should only speak a very few words. For a few words he must ask indulgence, though he knew them to be irregular. But it was the specialty of this trial that everything in it was irregular, and he did not think that his learned friend, the Attorney General, would dispute the privilege. The Attorney General said nothing, and Mr. Chaffanbrass went on with his little speech, with which he took up the greatest part of an hour. It was thought to have been unnecessary, as nearly all that he said was said again, and was sure to have been so said by the judge. It was not his business, the business of him, Mr. Chaffanbrass, to accuse another man of the murder of Mr. Bonteen. It was not for him to tell the jury whether there was or was not evidence on which any other man should be sent to trial. But it was his bounden duty in defence of his client to explain to them that a collection of facts tending to criminate another man, which when taken together made a fair probability that another man had committed the crime, rendered it quite out of the question that they should declare his client to be guilty. He did not believe that there was a single person in the court who was not now convinced of the innocence of his client. But it was not permitted to him to trust himself solely to that belief. It was his duty to show them that, of necessity, they must acquit his client. When Mr. Chaffanbrass sat down, the Attorney General waived any right he might have of further reply. It was 3:30 when the judge began his charge. He would, he said, do his best to enable the jury to complete their tedious duty, so as to return to their families on that night. Indeed, he would certainly finish his charge before he rose from the seat, let the hour be what it might. And though time must be occupied by him in going through the evidence and explaining the circumstances of this very singular trial, it might not be improbable that the jury would be able to find their verdict without any great delay among themselves. "There won't be any delay at all, my lord," said the suffering and very irrational salesman. The poor man was again rebuked mildly, and the Chief Justice continued his charge. As it occupied 4 hours in the delivery, of which by far the greater part was taken up in recapitulating and sifting evidence with which the careful reader, if such there be, has already been made too intimately acquainted, the account of it here shall be very short. The nature of circumstantial evidence was explained, and the truth of much that had been said in regard to such evidence by Mr. Chaffanbrass admitted. But nevertheless it would be impossible, so said his lordship, to administer justice if guilt could never be held to have been proved by circumstantial evidence alone. In this case it might not improbably seem to them that the gentleman who had so long stood before them as a prisoner at the bar had been the victim of a most singularly untoward chain of circumstances, from which he would have to be liberated, should he be at last liberated by another chain of circumstances as singular. But it was his duty to inform them now, after they had heard what he might call the double evidence, that he could not have given it to them as his opinion that the charge had been brought home against the prisoner, even had those circumstances of the Bohemian key and of the foreign bludgeon never been brought to light. He did not mean to say that the evidence had not justified the trial. He thought that the trial had been fully justified. Nevertheless, had nothing arisen to point to the possibility of guilt in another man, he should not the less have found himself bound in duty to explain to them that the thread of the evidence against Mr. Finn had been incomplete, or he would rather say the weight of it had been, to his judgment, insufficient. He was the more intent on saying so much as he was desirous of making it understood that, even had the bludgeon still remained buried beneath the leaves, had the manufacturer of that key never been discovered, the great evil would not, he thought, have fallen upon them of punishing the innocent instead of the guilty, the most awful evil of taking innocent blood in their just attempt to punish murder by death. As far as he knew, to the best of his belief, that calamity had never fallen upon the country in his time. The administration of the law was so careful of life that the opposite evil was fortunately more common. He said so much because he would not wish that this case should be quoted hereafter as showing the possible danger of circumstantial evidence. It had been a case in which the evidence given as to character alone had been sufficient to make him feel that the circumstances which seemed to affect the prisoner injuriously could not be taken as establishing his guilt. But now other and imposing circumstances had been brought to light, and he was sure that the jury would have no difficulty with their verdict. A most frightful murder had no doubt been committed in the dead of the night. A gentleman coming home from his club had been killed, probably by the hand of one who had himself moved in the company of gentlemen. A plot had been made, and probably been thought of for days and weeks before, and had been executed with extreme audacity, in order that an enemy might be removed. There could, he thought, be but little doubt that Mr. Bonteen had been killed by the instrument found in the garden, and if so, he certainly had not been killed by the prisoner, who could not be supposed to have carried 2 bludgeons in his pocket, and whose quarrel with the murdered man had been so recent as to have admitted of no preparation. They had heard the story of Mr. Meager's grey coat, and of the construction of the duplicate key for Mr. Meager's house door. It was not for him to tell them on the present occasion whether these stories, and the evidence by which they had been supported, tend to affix guilt elsewhere. It was beyond his province to advert to such probability or possibility, but undoubtedly the circumstances might be taken by them as an assistance, if assistance were needed, in coming to a conclusion on the charge against the prisoner. "Gentlemen," he said at last, "I think you will find no difficulty in acquitting the prisoner of the murder laid to his charge." Whereupon the jurymen put their heads together, and the foreman, without half a minute's delay, declared that they were unanimous, and that they found the prisoner not guilty. "and we are of opinion," said the foreman, "that Mr. Finn should not have been put upon his trial on such evidence as has been brought before us." The necessity of liberating poor Phineas from the horrors of his position was too urgent to allow of much attention being given at the moment to this protest. "Mr. Finn," said the judge, addressing the poor broken wretch, "you have been acquitted of the odious and abominable charge brought against you, with the concurrence, I am sure, not only of those who have heard this trial, but of all your countrymen and countrywomen. I need not say that you will leave that dock with no stain on your character. It has, I hope, been some consolation to you in your misfortune to hear the terms in which you have been spoken of by such friends as they who came here to give their testimony on your behalf. It is, and it has been, a great sorrow to me to see such a one as you subjected to so unmerited an ignominy. But a man educated in the laws of his country, as you have been, and understanding its constitution fundamentally as you do, will probably have acknowledged that, great as has been the misfortune to you personally, nothing more than a proper attempt has been made to execute justice. I trust that you may speedily find yourself able to resume your place among the legislators of the country." Thus Phineas Finn was acquitted, and the judges, collecting up their robes, trooped off from the bench, following the long line of their assessors, who had remained even to that hour to hear the last word of the trial. Mr. Chaffanbrass collected his papers with the assistance of Mr. Wickerby, totally disregardful of his junior counsel, and the attorney and solicitor general congratulated each other on the successful termination of a very disagreeable piece of business. And Phineas was discharged. According to the ordinary meaning of the words, he was now to go about his business as he pleased, the law having no further need of his person. We can understand how, in common cases, the prisoner discharged on his acquittal, who probably in 9 cases out of 10 is conscious of his own guilt, may feel the sweetness of his freedom, and enjoy his immunity from danger with a light heart. He is received probably by his wife or young woman, or perhaps having no wife or young woman to receive him, betakes himself to his usual haunts. The interest which has been felt in his career is over, and he is no longer the hero of an hour. But he is a free man, and may drink his gin and water where he pleases. Perhaps a small admiring crowd may welcome him as he passes out into the street, but he has become nobody before he reaches the corner. But it could not be so with this discharged prisoner, either as regarded himself and his own feelings, or as regarded his friends. When the moment came, he had hardly as yet thought about the immediate future, had not considered how he would live, or where, during the next few months. The sensations of the moment had been so full, sometimes of agony, and at others of anticipated triumph, that he had not attempted as yet to make for himself any schemes. The Duchess of Omnium had suggested that he would be received back into society with an elaborate course of fashionable dinners, but that view of his return to the world had certainly not occurred to him. When he was led down from the dock, he hardly knew whither he was being taken, and when he found himself in a small room attached to the court, clasped on one arm by Mr. Lowe and on the other by Lord Chiltern, he did not know what they would propose to him, nor had he considered what answer he would make to any proposition. "At last you are safe," said Mr. Lowe. "But think what he has suffered," said Lord Chiltern. Phineas looked round to see if there was any other friend present. Certainly among all his friends he had thought most of her who had travelled half across Europe for evidence to save him. He had seen Madame Goesler last on the evening preceding the night of the murder, and had not even heard from her since. But he had been told what she had done for him, and now he had almost fancied that he would have found her waiting for him. He smiled first at the one man and then at the other, and made an effort to carry himself with his ordinary tranquillity. "It will be all right now, I dare say," he said. "I wonder whether I could have a glass of water." He sat down while the water was brought to him, and his two friends stood over him, hardly knowing how to do more than support him by their presence. Then Lord Cantrip made his way into the room. He had sat on the bench to the last, whereas the other two had gone down to receive the prisoner when acquitted, and with him came Sir Harry Coldfoot, the Home Secretary. "My friend," said the former, "the bitter day has passed over you, and I hope that the bitterness will soon pass away also." Phineas again attempted to smile as he held the hand of the man with whom he had formerly been associated in office. "I should not intrude, Mr. Finn," said Sir Harry, "did I not feel myself bound in a special manner to express my regret at the great trouble to which you have been subjected." Phineas rose and bowed stiffly. He had conceived that everyone connected with the administration of the law had believed him to be guilty, and none in his present mood could be dear to him but they who from the beginning trusted in his innocence. "I am requested by Mr. Gresham," continued Sir Harry, "to express to you his entire sympathy, and his joy that all this is at last over." Phineas tried to make some little speech, but utterly failed. Then Sir Harry left them, and he burst out into tears. "Who can be surprised?" said Lord Cantrip. "The marvel is that he should have been able to bear it so long." "It would have crushed me utterly long since," said the other lord. Then there was a question asked as to what he would do, and Mr. Lowe proposed that he should be allowed to take Phineas to his own house for a few days. His wife, he said, had known their friend so long and so intimately that she might perhaps be able to make herself more serviceable than any other lady, and at their house Phineas could receive his sisters just as he would at his own. His sisters had been lodging near the prison almost ever since the committal, and it had been thought well to remove them to Mr. Lowe's house, in order that they might meet their brother there. "I think I'll go to my own room in Marlborough Street." These were the first intelligible words he had uttered since he had been led out of the dock, and to that resolution he adhered. Lord Cantrip offered the retirements of a country house belonging to himself within an hour's journey of London, and Lord Chiltern declared that Harrington Hall, which Phineas knew, was altogether at his service. But Phineas decided in favour of Mrs. Bunch, and to Great Marlborough Street he was taken by Mr. Lowe. "I'll come to you to-morrow with my wife," said Lord Chiltern, as he was going. "Not to-morrow, Chiltern, but tell your wife how deeply I value her friendship." Lord Cantrip also offered to come, but was asked to wait a while. "I am afraid I am hardly fit for visitors yet. All the strength seems to have been knocked out of me this last week." Mr. Lowe accompanied him to his lodgings, and then handed him over to Mrs. Bunch, promising that his two sisters should come to him early on the following morning. On that evening he would prefer to be quite alone. He would not allow the barrister even to go upstairs with him, and when he had entered his room, almost rudely begged his weeping landlady to leave him. "Oh, Mr. Phineas, let me do something for you," said the poor woman. "You have not had a bit of anything all day. Let me get you just a cup of tea and a chop." In truth, he had dined when the judges went out to their lunch, dined as he had been wont to dine since the trial had been commenced, and wanted nothing. She might bring him tea, he said, if she would leave him for an hour. And then at last he was alone. He stood up in the middle of the room, stretching forth his hands, and putting one first to his breast and then to his brow, feeling himself as though doubting his own identity. Could it be that the last week had been real, that everything had not been a dream? Had he in truth been suspected of a murder and tried for his life? And then he thought of him who had been murdered, of Mr. Bonteen, his enemy. Was he really gone, the man who the other day was to have been Chancellor of the Exchequer, the scornful, arrogant, loud, boastful man? He had hardly thought of Mr. Bonteen before during these weeks of his own incarceration. He had heard all the details of the murder with a fullness that had been at last complete. The man who had oppressed him, and whom he had at times almost envied, was indeed gone, and the world for a while had believed that he, Phineas Finn, had been the man's murderer. And now what should be his own future life? One thing seemed certain to him. He could never again go into the House of Commons and sit there, an ordinary man of business, with other ordinary men. He had been so hacked and hewed about, so exposed to the gaze of the vulgar, so mauled by the public, that he could never more be anything but the wretched being who had been tried for the murder of his enemy. The pith had been taken out of him, and he was no longer a man fit for use. He could never more enjoy that freedom from self-consciousness, that inner tranquillity of spirit, which are essential to public utility. Then he remembered certain lines which had long been familiar to him, and he repeated them aloud, with some conceit that they were apposite to him. The true gods sigh for the cost and pain, for the reed that grows never more again as a reed with the reeds in the river. He sat drinking his tea, still thinking of himself, knowing how infinitely better it would be for him that he should indulge in no such thought, till an idea struck him, and he got up, and drawing back the blinds from the open window, looked out into the night. It was the last day of June, and the weather was very sultry, but the night was dark, and it was now near midnight. On a sudden he took his hat, and feeling with a smile for the latch-key which he always carried in his pocket, thinking of the latch-key which had been made at Prague for the lock of a house in Northumberland Street, New Road, he went down to the front door. "You'll be back soon, Mr. Finn, won't you now?" said Mrs. Bunch, who had heard his step, and had remained up, thinking it better this, the first night of his return, not to rest till he had gone to his bed. "Why should I be back soon?" he said, turning upon her. But then he remembered that she had been one of those who were true to him, and he took her hand and was gracious to her. "I will be back soon, Mrs. Bunch, and you need fear nothing. But recollect how little I have had of liberty lately. I have not even had a walk for 6 weeks. You cannot wonder that I should wish to roam about a little." Nevertheless, she would have preferred that he should not have gone out all alone on that night. He had taken off the black morning coat which he had worn during the trial, and had put on that very grey garment by which it had been sought to identify him with the murderer. So clad, he crossed Regent Street into Hanover Square, and from thence went a short way down Bond Street, and by Bruton Street into Berkeley Square. He took exactly the reverse of the route by which he had returned home from the club on the night of the murder. Every now and then he trembled as he passed some figure which might be that of a man who would recognize him. But he walked fast, and went on till he came to the spot at which the steps descend from the street into the passage, the very spot at which the murder had been committed. He looked down it with an awful dread, and stood there as though he were fascinated, thinking of all the details which he had heard throughout the trial. Then he looked around him, and listened whether there were any step approaching through the passage. Hearing none, and seeing no one, he at last ascended, and for the first time in his life passed through that way into Bolton Row. Here it was that the wretch of whom he had now heard so much had waited for his enemy, the wretch for whom during the last 6 weeks he had been mistaken. Heavens! That men who had known him should have believed him to have done such a deed as that! He remembered very well having shown the life-preserver to Earl and Fitzgibbon at the door of the club, and it had been thought that after having shown it he had used it for the purpose to which, in his joke, he had alluded. Were men so blind, so ignorant of nature, so little capable of discerning the truth as this? Then he went on till he came to the end of Clarges Street, and looked up the mews opposite to it, the mews from which the man had been seen to hurry. The place was altogether unknown to him. He had never thought whither it had led when passing on his way up from Piccadilly to the club. But now he entered the mews so as to test the evidence that had been given, and found that it brought him by a turn close up to the spot at which he had been described as having been last seen by Earl and Fitzgibbon. When there, he went on and crossed the street, and looking back saw the club was lighted up. Then it struck him for the first time that it was the night of the week on which the members were wont to assemble. Should he pluck up courage and walk in among them? He had not lost his right of entry there because he had been accused of murder. He was the same now as heretofore. If he could only fancy himself to be the same, why not go in and have done with all this? He could be the wonder of the club for 20 minutes, and then it would all be over. He stood close under the shade of a heavy building as he thought of this, but he found that he could not do it. He had known from the beginning that he could not do it. How callous, how hard, how heartless must he have been, had such a course been possible to him! He again repeated the lines to himself: "The reed that grows never more again as a reed with the reeds in the river." He felt sure that never again would he enter that room, in which, no doubt, all those assembled were now talking about him. As he returned home, he tried to make out for himself some plan for his future life, but interspersed with any idea that he could weave were the figures of 2 women, Lady Laura Kennedy and Madame Max Goesler. The former could be nothing to him but a friend, and though no other friend would love him as she loved him, yet she could not influence his life. She was very wealthy, but her wealth could be nothing to him. She would heap it all upon him if he would take it. He understood and knew that. Taking no pride to himself that it was so, feeling no conceit in her love, he was conscious of her devotion to him. He was poor, broken in spirit, and almost without a future, and yet could her devotion avail him nothing? And how might it be with that other woman? Were she, after all that had passed between them, to consent to be his wife, and it might be that she would consent, how would the world be with him then? He would be known as Madame Goesler's husband, and have to sit at the bottom of her table, and be talked of as the man who had been tried for the murder of Mr. Bonteen. Look at it in which way he might, he thought that no life could any longer be possible to him in London. End of chapter 67. Chapter 68 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Phineas after the trial. 10 days passed by, and Phineas Finn had not been out of his lodgings till after daylight, and then he only prowled about in the manner described in the last chapter. His sisters had returned to Ireland, and he saw no one, even in his own room, but 2 or 3 of his most intimate friends. Among those, Mr. Lowe and Lord Chiltern were the most frequently with him, but Fitzgibbon, Barrington Erle, and Mr. Monk had also been admitted. People had called by the 100, till Mrs. Bunch was becoming almost tired of her lodger's popularity, but they came only to inquire, because it had been reported that Mr. Finn was not well after his imprisonment. The Duchess of Omnium had written to him various notes, asking when he would come to her, and what she could do for him. Would he dine? Would he spend a quiet evening? Would he go to Matching? Finally, would he become her guest and the Duke's next September for the partridge shooting? They would have a few friends with them, and Madame Goesler would be one of the number. Having had this by him for a week, he had not as yet answered the invitation. He had received 2 or 3 notes from Lady Laura, who had frankly explained to him that if he were really ill she would of course go to him, but that as matters stood she could not do so without displeasing her brother. He had answered each note by an assurance that his first visit should be made in Portman Square. To Madame Goesler he had written a letter of thanks, a letter which had in truth cost him some pains. "I know," he said, "for how much I have to thank you, but I do not know in what words to do it. I ought to be with you telling you in person of my gratitude, but I must own to you that for the present what has occurred has so unmanned me that I am unfit for the interview. I should only weep in your presence like a schoolgirl, and you would despise me." It was a long letter, containing many references to the circumstances of the trial, and to his own condition of mind throughout its period. Her answer to him, which was very short, was as follows: Park Lane, Sunday. "My dear Mr. Finn, I can well understand that for a while you should be too agitated by what has passed to see your friends. Remember, however, that you owe it to them as well as to yourself not to sink into seclusion. Send me a line when you think you can come to me, that I may be at home. My journey to Prague was nothing. You forget that I am constantly going to Vienna on business connected with my own property there. Prague lies but a few hours out of the route. Most sincerely yours, M.M.G. His friends who did see him urged him constantly to bestir himself, and Mr. Monk pressed him very much to come down to the house. "Walk in with me to-night, and take your seat as though nothing had happened," said Mr. Monk. "But so much has happened." "Nothing has happened to alter your outward position as a man. No doubt many will flock around you to congratulate you, and your first half-hour will be disagreeable, but then the thing will have been done. You owe it to your constituents to do so." Then Phineas for the first time expressed an opinion that he would resign his seat, that he would take the Chiltern Hundreds, and retire altogether from public life. "Pray do nothing of the kind," said Mr. Monk. "I do not think you quite understand," said Phineas, "how such an ordeal as this works upon a man, how it may change a man, and knock out of him what little strength there ever was there. I feel that I am broken, past any patching up or mending. Of course it ought not to be so. A man should be made of better stuff, but one is only what one is." "We'll put off the discussion for another week," said Mr. Monk. "There came a letter to me when I was in prison from one of the leading men in Tankerville, saying that I ought to resign. I know they all thought that I was guilty. I do not care to sit for a place where I was so judged, even if I was fit any longer for a seat in Parliament." He had never felt convinced that Mr. Monk had himself believed with confidence his innocence, and he spoke with soreness and almost with anger. A letter from one individual should never be allowed to create interference between a member and his constituents. It should simply be answered to that effect, and then ignored. As to the belief of the townspeople in your innocence, what is to guide you? I believed you innocent with all my heart. Did you? But there was always sufficient possibility of your guilt to prevent a rational man from committing himself to the expression of an absolute conviction. The young member's brow became black as he heard this. "I can see that I offend you by saying so, but if you will think of it, I must be right. You were on your trial, and I, as your friend, was bound to await the result, with much confidence because I knew you, but with no conviction because both you and I are human and fallible. If the electors at Tankerville, or any great proportion of them, express a belief that you are unfit to represent them because of what has occurred, I shall be the last to recommend you to keep your seat. But I shall be surprised indeed if they should do so. If there were a general election tomorrow, I should regard your seat as one of the safest in England." Both Mr. Lowe and Lord Chiltern were equally urgent with him to return to his usual mode of life, using different arguments for their purpose. Lord Chiltern told him plainly that he was weak and womanly, or rather that he would be were he to continue to dread the faces of his fellow creatures. The master of the Breakhounds himself was a man less gifted than Phineas Finn, and therefore hardly capable of understanding the exaggerated feelings of the man who had recently been tried for his life. Lord Chiltern was affectionate, tender-hearted, and true, but there were no vacillating fibres in his composition. The balance which regulated his conduct was firmly set, and went well. The clock never stopped, and wanted but little looking after. But the works were somewhat rough, and the seconds were not scored. He had, however, been quite true to Phineas during the dark time, and might now say what he pleased. "I am womanly," said Phineas. "I begin to feel it, but I can't alter my nature." "I never was so much surprised in my life," said Lord Chiltern, "when I used to look at you in the dock. By heaven, I envied you your pluck and strength. I was burning up the stock of coals, Chiltern." "You'll come out all right after a few weeks. You've been knocked out of time. That's the truth of it." Mr. Lowe treated his patient with more indulgence, but he also was surprised, and hardly understood the nature of the derangement of the mechanism in the instrument which he was desirous of repairing. "I should go abroad for a few months, if I were you," said Mr. Lowe. "I should stick at the first inn I got to," said Phineas. "I think I am better here. By and by I shall travel, I dare say, all over the world, as far as my money will last, but for the present I am only fit to sit still." Mrs. Lowe had seen him more than once, and had been very kind to him, but she also had failed to understand. "I always thought that he was such a manly fellow," she said to her husband. "If you mean personal courage, there is no doubt that he possesses it, as completely now, probably, as ever. Oh yes, he could go over to Flanders and let that lord shoot at him, and he could ride brutes of horses and not care about breaking his neck. That's not what I mean. I thought that he could face the world with dignity, but now it seems that he breaks down." "He has been very roughly used, my dear." "So he has, and tenderly used too. Nobody has had better friends. I thought he would have been more manly. The property of manliness in a man is a great possession, but perhaps there is none that is less understood, which is more generally accorded where it does not exist, or more frequently disallowed where it prevails. There are not many who ever make up their minds as to what constitutes manliness, or even inquire within themselves upon the subject. The woman's error, occasioned by her natural desire for a master, leads her to look for a certain outward magnificence of demeanor, a pretended indifference to stings and little torments, a would-be superiority to the bread and butter side of life, an unreal assumption of personal grandeur. But a robe of state such as this, however well the garment may be worn with practice, can never be the raiment natural to a man, and men, dressing themselves in women's eyes, have consented to walk about in buckram. A composure of the eye, which has been studied, a reticence as to the little things of life, a certain slowness of speech, unless the occasion call for passion, an indifference to small surroundings, these, joined of course with personal bravery, are supposed to constitute manliness. That personal bravery is required in the composition of manliness must be conceded, though of all the ingredients needed it is the lowest in value. But the first requirement of all must be described by a negative. Manliness is not compatible with affectation. Women's virtues, all feminine attributes, may be marred by affectation, but the virtues and the vice may coexist. An affected man, too, may be honest, may be generous, may be pious, but surely he cannot be manly. The self-conscious assumption of any outward manner, the striving to add, even though it be but a tenth of a cubit to the height, is fatal, and will at once banish the all but divine attribute. Before the man can be manly, the gifts which make him so must be there, collected by him slowly, unconsciously, as are his bones, his flesh, and his blood. They cannot be put on like a garment for the nonce, as may a little learning. A man cannot become faithful to his friends, unsuspicious before the world, gentle with women, loving with children, considerate to his inferiors, kindly with servants, tender-hearted with all, and at the same time be frank, of open speech, with springing, eager energies, simply because he desires it. These things, which are the attributes of manliness, must come of training on a nature not ignoble. But they are the very opposites, the antipodes, the direct antagonism of that staring, posed, bewhiskered, and bewigged deportment, that nil admirari, self-remembering assumption of manliness, that endeavour of twopence halfpenny to look as high as threepence, which, when you prod it through, has in it nothing deeper than deportment. We see the two things daily, side by side, close to each other. Let a man put his hat down, and you shall say whether he has deposited it with affectation or true nature. The natural man will probably be manly. The affected man cannot be so. Mrs. Lowe was wrong when she accused our hero of being unmanly. Had his imagination been less alert in looking into the minds of men, and in picturing to himself the thoughts of others in reference to the crime with which he had been charged, he would not now have shrunk from contact with his fellow creatures as he did. But he could not pretend to be other than he was. During the period of his danger, when men had thought that he would be hung, and when he himself had believed that it would be so, he had borne himself bravely, without any conscious effort. When he had confronted the whole court with that steady courage which had excited Lord Chiltern's admiration, and had looked the bench in the face as though he at least had no cause to quail. He had known nothing of what he was doing. His features had answered the helm from his heart, but had not been played upon by his intellect. And it was so with him now. The reaction had overcome him, and he could not bring himself to pretend that it was not so. The tears would come to his eyes, and he would shiver and shake like one struck by palsy. Mr. Monk came to him often, and was all but forgiven for the apparent defection in his faith. "I have made up my mind to one thing," Phineas said to him at the end of the 10 days. "And what is the one thing? I will give up my seat." "I do not see a shadow of a reason for it." "Nevertheless, I will do it. Indeed, I have already written to Mr. Rattler for the hundreds. There may be, and probably are, men down at Tankerville who still think that I am guilty. There is an offensiveness in murder which degrades a man even by the accusation. I suppose it wouldn't do for you to move for the new writ." "Rattler will do it as a matter of course. No doubt there will be expressions of great regret, and my belief is that they will return you again. If so, they'll have to do it without my presence." Mr. Rattler did move for a new writ for the borough of Tankerville, and within a fortnight of his restoration to liberty, Phineas Finn was no longer a member of Parliament. It cannot be alleged that there was any reason for what he did, and yet the doing of it for the time rather increased than diminished his popularity. Both Mr. Gresham and Mr. Daubeny expressed their regret in the House, and Mr. Monk said a few words respecting his friend, which were very touching. He ended by expressing a hope that they might soon see him there again, and an opinion that he was a man peculiarly fitted by the tone of his mind and the nature of his intellect for the duties of Parliament. Then at last, when all this had been settled, he went to Lord Brentford's house in Portman Square. He had promised that that should be the first house he would visit, and he was as good as his word. One evening he crept out and walked slowly along Oxford Street and knocked timidly at the door. As he did so, he longed to be told that Lady Laura was not at home. But Lady Laura was at home, as a matter of course. In those days she never went into society, and had not passed an evening away from her father's house since Mr. Kennedy's death. He was shown up into the drawing-room in which she sat, and there he found her alone. "Oh, Phineas, I am so glad you have come." "I have done as I said, you see. I could not go to you when they told me that you were ill. You will have understood all that." "Yes, I understand." "People are so hard and cold and stiff and cruel that one can never do what one feels oneself to be right. So you have given up your seat." "Yes, I am no longer a member of Parliament." "Barrington says that they will certainly re-elect you." "We shall see. You may be sure at any rate of this, that I shall never ask them to do so. Things seem to be so different now from what they did. I don't care for the seat. It all seems to be a bore and a trouble. What does it matter who sits in Parliament? The fight goes on just the same. The same falsehoods are acted. The same mock truths are spoken. The same wrong reasons are given. The same personal motives are at work. And yet of all believers in Parliament you used to be the most faithful. One has time to think of things, Lady Laura, when one lies in Newgate. It seems to me to be an eternity of time since they locked me up. And as for that trial, which they tell me lasted a week, I look back at it till the beginning is so distant that I can hardly remember it. But I have resolved that I will never talk of it again. Lady Chiltern is out, probably. Yes, she and Oswald are dining with the Baldocks. She is well? "Yes, and most anxious to see you. Will you go to their place in September?" He had almost made up his mind that if he went anywhere in September he would go to Matching Priory, accepting the offer of the Duchess of Omnium; but he did not dare to say so to Lady Laura, because she would have known that Madame Goesler also would be there, and he had not as yet accepted the invitation, and was still in doubt whether he would not escape by himself instead of attempting to return into the grooves of society. "I think not. I am hardly as yet sufficiently master of myself to know what I shall do." "They will be much disappointed." "And you, what will you do?" "I shall not go there. I am told that I ought to visit Loughlinter, and I suppose I shall. Oswald has promised to go down with me before the end of the month, but he will not remain above a day or two." "And your father?" "We shall leave him at Salisbury. I cannot look it all in the face yet. It is not possible that I should remain all alone in that great house. The people all around would hate and despise me. I think Violet will come down with me, but of course she cannot remain there. Oswald must go to Harrington because of the hunting. It has become the business of his life, and she must go with him." "You will return to Salisbury?" "I cannot say. They seem to think that I should live at Loughlinter, but I cannot live there alone." He soon took leave of her, and did so with no warmer expressions of regard on either side than have here been given. Then he crept back to his lodgings, and she sat weeping alone in her father's house. When he had come to her during her husband's lifetime at Dresden, or even when she had visited him at his prison, it had been better than this. Chapter 68. Chapter 69 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Duke's First Cousin. Our pages have lately been taken up almost exclusively with the troubles of Phineas Finn, and indeed have so far not unfairly represented the feelings and interest of people generally at the time. Not to have talked of Phineas Finn from the middle of May to the middle of July in that year would have exhibited great ignorance or a cynical disposition. But other things went on also. Moons waxed and waned, children were born, marriages were contracted, and the hopes and fears of the little world around did not come to an end, because Phineas Finn was not to be hung. Among others who had interests of their own, there was poor Adelaide Palliser, whom we last saw under the affliction of Mr. Spooner's love, but who before that had encountered the much deeper affliction of a quarrel with her own lover. She had desired him to free her, and he had gone. Indeed, as to his going at that moment, there had been no alternative, as he considered himself to have been turned out of Lord Chiltern's house. The red-headed lord, in the fierceness of his defence of Miss Palliser, had told the lover that under such and such circumstances he could not be allowed to remain at Harrington Hall. Lord Chiltern had said something about his roof. Now, when a host questions the propriety of a guest remaining under his roof, the guest is obliged to go. Gerard Maule had gone, and having offended his sweetheart by a most impolite allusion to Boulogne, had been forced to go as a rejected lover. From that day to this he had done nothing, not because he was contented with the lot assigned to him, for every morning, as he lay on his bed, which he usually did till 12, he swore to himself that nothing would separate him from Adelaide Palliser, but simply because to do nothing was customary with him. "What is a man to do?" he not unnaturally asked his friend Captain Boodle at the club. "Let her out on the grass for a couple of months," said Captain Boodle, "and she'll come up clean as a whistle. When they get these humours, there's nothing like giving them a run." Captain Boodle undoubtedly had the reputation of being very great in council on such matters, but it must not be supposed that Gerard Maule was contented to take his advice implicitly. He was unhappy, ill at ease, half conscious that he ought to do something, full of regrets, but very idle. In the meantime, Miss Palliser, who had the finer nature of the two, suffered grievously. The Spooner affair was but a small addition to her misfortune. She could get rid of Mr. Spooner, or any number of Mr. Spooners, but how should she get back to her the man she loved? When young ladies quarrel with their lovers, it is always presumed, especially in books, that they do not wish to get them back. It is to be understood that the loss to them is as nothing. Miss Smith begs that Mr. Jones may be assured that he is not to consider her at all. If he is pleased to separate, she will be at any rate quite as well pleased, probably a great deal better. No doubt she had loved him with all her heart, but that will make no difference to her, if he wishes to be off. Upon the whole, Miss Smith thinks that she would prefer such an arrangement in spite of her heart. Adelaide Palliser had said something of the kind. As Gerard Maule had regarded her as a trouble, and had lamented that prospect of Boulogne which marriage had presented to his eyes, she had dismissed him with a few easily spoken words. She had assured him that no such troubles need weigh upon him. No doubt they had been engaged, but as far as she was concerned, the remembrance of that need not embarrass him, and so she and Lord Chiltern between them had sent him away. But how was she to get him back again? When she came to think it over, she acknowledged to herself that it would be all the world to her to have him back. To have him at all had been all the world to her. There had been nothing peculiarly heroic about him, nor had she ever regarded him as a hero. She had known his faults and weaknesses, and was probably aware that he was inferior to herself in character and intellect, but nevertheless she had loved him. To her he had been, though not heroic, sufficiently a man to win her heart. He was a gentleman, pleasant-mannered, pleasant to look at, pleasant to talk to, not educated in the high sense of the word, but never making himself ridiculous by ignorance. He was the very antipodes of a Spooner, and he was, or rather had been, her lover. She did not wish to change. She did not recognize the possibility of changing. Though she had told him that he might go if he pleased, to her his going would be the loss of everything. What would life be without a lover, without the prospect of marriage? And there could be no other lover. There could be no further prospect should he take her at her word. Of all this Lord Chiltern understood nothing, but Lady Chiltern understood it all. To his thinking the young man had behaved so badly that it was incumbent on them all to send him away, and so have done with him. If the young man wanted to quarrel with any one, there was he to be quarrelled with. The thing was a trouble, and the sooner they got to the end of it the better. But Lady Chiltern understood more than that. She could not prevent the quarrel as it came, or was coming, but she knew that the quarrel of lovers is the renewal of love. At any rate, the woman always desires that it may be so, and endeavours to reconcile the parted ones. "You'll see him in London," Lady Chiltern had said to her friend. "I do not want to see him," said Adelaide proudly. "But he'll want to see you, and then," After a time you'll want to see him. I don't believe in quarrels, you know. It is better that we should part, Lady Chiltern, if marrying will cause him dismay. I begin to feel that we are too poor to be married. A great deal poorer people than you are married every day. Of course people can't be equally rich. You'll do very well if you'll only be patient, and not refuse to speak to him when he comes to you. This was said at Harrington after Lady Chiltern had returned from her first journey up to London. That visit had been very short, and Miss Palliser had been left alone at the Hall. We already know how Mr. Spooner took advantage of her solitude. After that, Miss Palliser was to accompany the Chilterns to London, and she was there with him when Phineas Finn was acquitted. By that time she had brought herself to acknowledge to her friend Lady Chiltern that it would perhaps be desirable that Mr. Maule should return. If he did not do so, and that at once, there must come an end to her life in England. She must go away to Italy, altogether beyond the reach of Gerard Maule. In such case all the world would have collapsed for her, and she would become the martyr of a shipwreck. And yet the more that she confessed to herself that she loved the man so well that she could not part with him, the more angry she was with him for having told her that, when married, they must live at Boulogne. The house in Portman Square had been practically given up by Lord Brentford to his son, but nevertheless the old Earl and Lady Laura had returned to it when they reached England from Dresden. It was, however, large, and now the two families, if the Earl and his daughter can be called a family, were lodging there together. The Earl troubled them but little, living mostly in his own rooms, and Lady Laura never went out with them. But there was something in the presence of the old man and the widow which prevented the house from being gay as it might have been. There were no parties in Portman Square. Now and then a few old friends dined there, but at the present moment Gerard Maule could not be admitted as an old friend. When Adelaide had been a fortnight in London, she had not as yet seen Gerard Maule, or heard a word from him. She had been to balls and concerts, to dinner parties and the play, but no one had as yet brought them together. She did know that he was in town. She was able to obtain so much information of him as that, but he never came to Portman Square, and had evidently concluded that the quarrel was to be a quarrel. Among other balls in London that July, there had been one at the Duchess of Omnium's. This had been given after the acquittal of Phineas Finn, though fixed before that great era. Nothing on earth should have made me have it while he was in prison, the Duchess had said. But Phineas was acquitted, and cakes and ale again became permissible. The ball had been given, and had been very grand. Phineas had been asked, but of course had not gone. Madame Goesler, who was a great heroine since her successful return from Prague, had shown herself there for a few minutes. Lady Chiltern had gone, and of course taken Adelaide. "We are first cousins," the Duke said to Miss Palliser, for the Duke did steal a moment from his work in which to walk through his wife's drawing-room. Adelaide smiled and nodded, and looked pleased as she gave her hand to her great relative. "I hope we shall see more of each other than we have done," said the Duke. "We have all been sadly divided, haven't we?" Then he said a word to his wife, expressing his opinion that Adelaide Palliser was a nice girl, and asking her to be civil to so near a relative. The Duchess had heard all about Gerard Maule and the engagement. She always did hear all about everything, and on this evening she asked a question or two from Lady Chiltern. "Do you know," she said, "I have an appointment to-morrow with your husband." "I did not know, but I won't interfere to prevent it, now you are generous enough to tell me." "I wish you would, because I don't know what to say to him. He is to come about that horrid wood where the foxes won't get themselves born and bred as foxes ought to do. How can I help it? I'd send down a whole lying-in hospital for the foxes if I thought that would do any good. Lord Chiltern thinks it's the shooting. But where is a person to shoot if he mayn't shoot in his own woods? Not that the Duke cares about the shooting for himself. He could not hit a pheasant sitting on a haystack, and wouldn't know one if he saw it, and he'd rather that there wasn't such a thing as a pheasant in the world. He cares for nothing but farthings. But what is a man to do? Or rather, what is a woman to do? For he tells me that I must settle it. Lord Chiltern says that Mr. Fothergill has the foxes destroyed. I suppose Mr. Fothergill may do as he pleases if the Duke gives him permission. I hate Mr. Fothergill, if that'll do any good, said the Duchess, and we wish we could get rid of him altogether. But that, you know, is impossible. When one has an old man on one's shoulders, one can never get rid of him. He is my incubus. And then, you see, Trumpton Wood is such a long way from us at Matching that I can't say I want the shooting for myself, and I never go to Gatherum if I can help it. Suppose we made out that the Duke wanted to let the shooting. Lord Chiltern would take it at once. But the Duke wouldn't really let it, you know. I'll lay awake at night and think about it. And now tell me about Adelaide Palliser. Is she to be married? I hope so, sooner or later. There's a quarrel or something, isn't there? She's the Duke's first cousin, and we should be so sorry that things shouldn't go pleasantly with her. And she's a very good-looking girl, too. Would she like to come down to Matching? She has some idea of going back to Italy. And leaving her lover behind her? Oh dear, that will be very bad. She'd much better come to Matching, and then I'll ask the man to come too. Mr. Maude, isn't he? Gerard Maule. Ah, yes, Maule. If it's the kind of thing that ought to be, I'd manage it in a week. If you get a young man down into a country house, and there has been anything at all between them, I don't see how he is to escape. Isn't there some trouble about money? They wouldn't be very rich, Duchess. What a blessing for them! But then perhaps they'd be very poor. They would be rather poor, which is not a blessing. Isn't there some proverb about going safely in the middle? I'm sure it's true about money, only perhaps you ought to be put a little beyond the middle. I don't know why Plantagenet shouldn't do something for her. As to this conversation, Lady Chiltern said very little to Adelaide, but she did mention the proposed visit to Matching. The Duchess said nothing to me, replied Adelaide proudly. No, I don't suppose she had time, and then she is so very odd, sometimes taking no notice of one, and at others so very loving. I hate that. But with her it is neither impudence nor affectation. She says exactly what she thinks at the time, and she is always as good as her word. There are worse women than the Duchess. I am sure I wouldn't like to go to Matching, said Adelaide. Lady Chiltern was right in saying that the Duchess of Omnium was always as good as her word. On the next day, after that interview with Lord Chiltern about Mr. Fothergill and the foxes, as to which no present further allusion need be made here, she went to work, and did learn a good deal about Gerard Maule and Miss Palliser. Something she learned from Lord Chiltern, without any consciousness on his lord's part, something from Madame Goesler, and something from the Baldock people. Before she went to bed on the second night, she knew all about the quarrel and all about the money. Plantagenet, she said the next morning, what are you going to do about the Duke's legacy to Marie Goesler? I can do nothing. She must take the things, of course. She won't. Then the jewels must remain packed up. I suppose they'll be sold at last for the legacy duty, and when that's paid, the balance will belong to her." "But what about the money?" "Of course it belongs to her. Couldn't you give it to that girl who was here last night?" "Give it to a girl?" "Yes, to your cousin. She's as poor as Job, and can't get married because she hasn't got any money. It's quite true, and I must say that if the Duke had looked after his own relations instead of leaving money to people who don't want it and won't have it, it would have been much better. Why shouldn't Adelaide Palliser have it?" "How on earth should I give Adelaide Palliser what doesn't belong to me? If you choose to make her a present you can, but such a sum as that would, I should say, be out of the question." The Duchess had achieved quite as much as she had anticipated. She knew her husband well, and was aware that she couldn't carry her point at once. To her mind it was all nonsense, his saying that the money was not his. If Madame Goesler wouldn't take it, it must be his, and nobody could make a woman take money if she did not choose. Adelaide Palliser was the Duke's first cousin, and it was intolerable that the Duke's first cousin should be unable to marry because she would have nothing to live upon. It became at least intolerable as soon as the Duchess had taken it into her head to like the first cousin. No doubt there were other first cousins as badly off, or perhaps worse, as to whom the Duchess would care nothing whether they were rich or poor, married or single. But then they were first cousins who had not had the advantage of interesting the Duchess. "My dear," said the Duchess to her friend, Madame Goesler, "you know all about those Maules. What makes you ask? But you do." "I know something about one of them," said Madame Goesler. Now, as it happened, Mr. Maule senior had on that very day asked Madame Goesler to share her lot with his, and the request had been almost indignantly refused. The general theory that the wooing of widows should be quick had perhaps misled Mr. Maule. Perhaps he did not think that the wooing had been quick. He had visited Park Lane with the object of making his little proposition once before, and had then been stopped in his course by the consternation occasioned by the arrest of Phineas Finn. He had waited till Phineas had been acquitted, and had then resolved to try his luck. He had heard of the lady's journey to Prague, and was acquainted, of course, with those rumours which too freely connected the name of our hero with that of the lady. But rumours are often false, and a lady may go to Prague on a gentleman's behalf without intending to marry him. All the women in London were at present more or less in love with the man who had been accused of murder, and the fantasy of Madame Goesler might be only as the fantasy of others. And then rumour also said that Phineas Finn intended to marry Lady Laura Kennedy. At any rate, a man cannot have his head broken for asking a lady to marry him, unless he is very awkward in the doing of it. So Mr. Maule made his little proposition. "Mr. Maule," said Madame, smiling, "is not this rather sudden?" Mr. Maule admitted that it was sudden, but still persisted. "I think, if you please, Mr. Maule, we will say no more about it," said the lady, with that wicked smile still on her face. Mr. Maule declared that silence on the subject had become impossible to him. "Then, Mr. Maule, I shall have to leave you to speak to the chairs and tables," said Madame Goesler. No doubt she was used to the thing, and knew how to conduct herself well. He also had been refused before by ladies of wealth, but had never been treated with so little consideration. She had risen from her chair as though about to leave the room, but was slow in her movement, showing him that she thought it was well for him to leave it instead of her. Muttering some words, half of apology and half of self-assertion, he did leave the room. and now she told the Duchess that she knew something of one of the Maules. "That is, the father?" "Yes, the father. He is one of your tribe, I know. We met him at your house just before the murder. I don't much admire your taste, my dear, because he's 150 years old, and what there is of him comes chiefly from the tailor. He's as good as any other old man, I dare say, and I hope Mr. Finn will like his society. But he has got a son, so he tells me, who is a charming young man." "He never told me that, Duchess." "I dare say not. Men of that sort are always jealous of their sons. But he has. Now I am going to tell you something, and ask you to do something." "What was it the French minister said? If it is simply difficult, it is done. If it is impossible, it shall be done." "The easiest thing in the world. You saw Plantagenet's first cousin the other night, Adelaide Palliser. She is engaged to marry young Mr. Maule, and they neither of them have a shilling in the world. I want you to give them £25,000. "Wouldn't that be peculiar?" "Not in the least. At any rate, it would be inconvenient." "No, it wouldn't, my dear. It would be the most convenient thing in the world. Of course I don't mean out of your pocket. There's the Duke's legacy. It isn't mine, and never will be." "But Plantagenet says it never can be anybody else's. If I can get him to agree, will you? Of course there will be ever so many papers to be signed, and the biggest of all robbers, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, will put his fingers into the pudding and pull out a plum, and the lawyers will take more plums. But that will be nothing to us. The pudding will be very nice for them, let ever so many plums be taken. The lawyers and people will do it all, and then it will be her fortune, just as though her uncle had left it to her. As it is now, the money will never be of use to anybody." Madame Goesler said that if the Duke consented, she also would consent. It was immaterial to her who had the money. If by signing any receipt she could facilitate the return of the money to any one of the Duke's family, she would willingly sign it. But Miss Palliser must be made to understand that the money did not come to her as a present from Madame Goesler. "But it will be a present from Madame Goesler," said the Duke. "Plantagenet, if you go and upset everything by saying that, I shall think it most ill-natured. Bother about True! Somebody must have the money. There's nothing illegal about it." And the Duchess had her own way. Lawyers were consulted, and documents were prepared, and the whole thing was arranged. Only Adelaide Palliser knew nothing about it, nor did Gerard Maule, and the quarrels of lovers had not yet become the renewal of love. Then the Duchess wrote the two following notes: "My dear Adelaide, we shall hope to see you at Matching on the 15th of August. The Duke, as head of the family, expects implicit obedience. You'll meet 15 young gentlemen from the Treasury and the Board of Trade, but they won't incommode you, as they are kept at work all day. We hope Mr. Finn will be with us, and there isn't a lady in England who wouldn't give her eyes to meet him. We shall stay ever so many weeks at Matching, so that you can do as you please as to the time of leaving us. Yours affectionately, G.O. Tell Lord Chiltern that I have my hopes of making Trumpton Wood too hot for Mr. Fothergill, but I have to act with the greatest caution. In the meantime, I am sending down dozens of young foxes, all labelled Trumpton Wood, so that he shall know them." The other was a card rather than a note. The Duke and Duchess of Omnium presented their compliments to Mr. Gerard Maule, and requested the honour of his company to dinner on a certain day named. When Gerard Maule received this card at his club, he was rather surprised, as he had never made the acquaintance either of the Duke or the Duchess. But the Duke was the first cousin of Adelaide Palliser, and of course he accepted the invitation. Chapter 69. Chapter 70 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. I will not go to Loughlinter. The end of July came, and it was settled that Lady Laura Kennedy should go to Loughlinter. She had been a widow now for nearly 3 months, and it was thought right that she should go down and see the house and the lands and the dependents whom her husband had left in her charge. It was now 3 years since she had seen Loughlinter, and when last she had left it, she had made up her mind that she would never place her foot upon the place again. Her wretchedness had all come upon her there. It was there that she had first been subjected to the unendurable tedium of Sabbath-day observances. It was there she had been instructed in the unpalatable duties that had been expected from her. It was there that she had been punished with the doctor from Callendar whenever she attempted escape under the plea of a headache. And it was there, standing by the waterfall, the noise of which could be heard from the front door, that Phineas Finn had told her of his love. When she accepted the hand of Robert Kennedy, she had known that she had not loved him. But from the moment in which Phineas had spoken to her, she knew well that her heart had gone one way, whereas her hand was to go another. From that moment her whole life had quickly become a blank. She had had no period of married happiness, not a month, not an hour. From the moment in which the thing had been done, she had found that the man to whom she had bound herself was odious to her, and that the life before her was distasteful to her. Things which before had seemed worthy to her, and full at any rate of interest, became at once dull and vapid. Her husband was in Parliament, as also had been her father and many of her friends, and by the weight of his own character and her influence was himself placed high in office. But in his house politics lost all the flavour which they had possessed for her in Portman Square. She had thought that she could at any rate do her duty as the mistress of a great household, and as the benevolent lady of a great estate. But household duties under the tutelage of Mr. Kennedy had been impossible to her, and that part of a Scotch Lady Bountiful which she had intended to play seemed to be denied to her. The whole structure had fallen to the ground, and nothing had been left to her. But she would not sin. Though she could not bring herself to love her husband, she would, at any rate, be strong enough to get rid of that other love. Having so resolved, she became as weak as water. She at one time determined to be the guiding genius of the man she loved, a sort of devoted elder sister, intending him to be the intimate friend of her husband. Then she had told him not to come to her house, and had been weak enough to let him know why it was that she could not bear his presence. She had failed altogether to keep her secret, and her life during the struggle had become so intolerable to her that she had found herself compelled to desert her husband. He had shown her that he too had discovered the truth, and then she had become indignant and had left him. Every place that she had inhabited with him had become disagreeable to her. The house in London had been so odious that she had asked her intimate friends to come to her in that occupied by her father. But of all spots upon earth, Loughlinter had been the most distasteful to her. It was there that the sermons had been the longest, the lessons in accounts the most obstinate, the lectures the most persevering, the dullness the most heavy. It was there that her ears had learned the sound of the wheels of Dr. McNuthry's gig. It was there that her spirit had been nearly broken. It was there that, with spirit not broken, she had determined to face all that the world might say of her, and fly from a tyranny which was insupportable. And now the place was her own, and she was told that she must go there as its owner, go there and be potential and beneficent and grandly bland with persons, all of whom knew what had been the relations between her and her husband. And though she had been indignant with her husband when at last she had left him, throwing it in his teeth as an unmanly offence that he had accused her of the truth, though she had felt him to be a tyrant and herself to be a thrall, though the sermons and the lessons and the doctor had each severally seemed to her to be horrible cruelties, yet she had known through it all that the fault had been hers and not his. He only did that which she should have expected when she married him, but she had done none of that which he was entitled to expect from her. The real fault, the deceit, the fraud, the sin had been with her, and she knew it. Her life had been destroyed, but not by him. His life had also been destroyed, and she had done it. Now he was gone, and she knew that his people, the old mother who was still left alone, his cousins, and the tenants who were now to be her tenants, all said that had she done her duty by him, he would still have been alive, and they must hate her the worse, because she had never sinned after such a fashion as to liberate him from his bond to her. With a husband's perfect faith in his wife, he had, immediately after his marriage, given to her for her life the lordship over his people, should he be without a child, and should she survive him. In his hottest anger he had not altered that. His constant demand had been that she should come back to him and be his real wife, and while making that demand with a persistency which had driven him mad, he had died, and now the place was hers, and they told her that she must go and live there. It was a very sad thing for any human being to have to say to himself, with an earnest belief in his own assertion, that all the joy of this world is over for him, and is the sadder because such conviction is apt to exclude the hope of other joy. This woman had said so to herself very often during the last 2 years, and had certainly been sincere. What was there in store for her? She was banished from the society of all those she liked. She bore a name that was hateful to her. She loved a man whom she could never see. She was troubled about money. Nothing in life had any taste for her. All the joys of the world were over, and had been lost by her own fault. Then Phineas Finn had come to her at Dresden, and now her husband was dead. Could it be that she was entitled to hope that the sun might rise again for her once more, and another day be reopened for her with a gorgeous morning? She was now rich and still young, or young enough. She was 32, and had known many women still honored with the name of girls, who had commenced the world successfully at that age, and this man had loved her once. He had told her so, and had afterwards kissed her when informed of her own engagement. How well she remembered it all! He too had gone through vicissitudes in life, had married and retired out of the world, had returned to it, and had gone through fire and water. But now everybody was saying good things of him, and all he wanted was the splendor which wealth could give him. Why should he not take it at her hands, and why should not the world begin again for both of them? But though she would dream that it might be so, she was quite sure that there was no such life in store for her. The nature of the man was too well known to her. Fickle he might be, or rather capable of change than fickle, but he was incapable of pretending to love when he did not love. She felt that, in all the moments in which he had been most tender with her. When she had endeavored to explain to him the state of her feelings at Königstein, meaning to be true in what she said, but not having been even then true throughout, she had acknowledged to herself that at every word he spoke she was wounded by his coldness. Had he then professed a passion for her, she would have rebuked him, and told him that he must go from her. But it would have warmed the blood in all her veins, and brought back to her a sense of youthful life. It had been the same when she visited him in the prison, the same again when he came to her after his acquittal. She had been frank enough to him, but he would not even pretend that he loved her. His gratitude, his friendship, his services were all hers. In every respect he had behaved well to her. All his troubles had come upon him because he would not desert her cause. But he would never again say he loved her. She gazed at herself in the glass, putting aside for the moment the hideous widow's cap which she now wore, and told herself that it was natural that it should be so. Though she was young in years, her features were hard and worn with care. She had never thought herself to be a beauty, though she had been conscious of a certain aristocratic grace of manner which might stand in the place of beauty. As she examined herself, she found that that was not all gone, but she now lacked that roundness of youth which had been hers when first she knew Phineas Finn. She sat opposite the mirror and pored over her own features with an almost skilful scrutiny, and told herself at last aloud that she had become an old woman. He was in the prime of life, but for her was left nothing but its dregs. She was to go to Loughlinter with her brother and her brother's wife, leaving her father at Salisbury on the way. The Chilterns were to remain with her for 1 week, and no more. His presence was demanded in the Brake country, and it was with difficulty that he had been induced to give her so much of his time. But what was she to do when they should leave her? How could she live alone in that great house, thinking, as she ever must think, of all that had happened to her there? It seemed to her that everybody near her was cruel in demanding from her such a sacrifice of her comfort. Her father had shuddered when she had proposed to him to accompany her to Loughlinter. But her father was one of those who insisted on the propriety of her going there. Then, in spite of that lesson which she had taught herself while sitting opposite to the glass, she allowed her fancy to revel in the idea of having him with her as she wandered over the braes. She saw him a day or two before her journey, when she told him her plans as she might tell them to any friend. Lady Chiltern and her father had been present, and there had been no special sign in her outward manner of the mingled tenderness and soreness of her heart within. No allusion had been made to any visit from him to the north. She would not have dared to suggest it in the presence of her brother, and was almost as much cowed by her brother's wife. But when she was alone, on the eve of her departure, she wrote to him as follows: Sunday, 1st August. Dear friend, I thought that perhaps you might have come in this afternoon, and I have not left the house all day. I was so wretched that I could not go to church in the morning, and when the afternoon came I preferred the chance of seeing you to going out with Violet. We two were alone all the evening, and I did not give you up till nearly 10. I dare say you were right not to come. I should only have bored you with my complaints, and have grumbled to you of evils which you cannot cure. We start at 9 tomorrow, and get to Salisbury in the afternoon. Such a family party as we shall be! I did fancy that Oswald would escape it, but like everybody else, he has changed, and has become domestic and dutiful. Not but that he is as tyrannous as ever, but his tyranny is now that of the responsible father of a family. Papa cannot understand him at all, and is dreadfully afraid of him. We stay 2 nights at Salisbury, and then go on to Scotland, leaving Papa at home. Of course it is very good in Violet and Oswald to come with me, if, as they say, it be necessary for me to go at all. As to living there by myself, it seems to me to be impossible. You know the place well, and you can imagine me there all alone, surrounded by Scotch men and women, who of course must hate and despise me, afraid of every face that I see, and reminded even by the chairs and tables of all that is past. I have told Papa that I know I shall be back at Salisbury before the middle of the month. He frets and says nothing, but he tells Violet, and then she lectures me in that wise way of hers which enables her to say such hard things with so much seeming tenderness. She asks me why I do not take a companion with me, as I am so much afraid of solitude. Where on earth should I find a companion who would not be worse than solitude? I do feel now that I have mistaken life in having so little used myself to the small resources of feminine companionship. I love Violet dearly, and I used to be always happy in her society. But even with her now I feel but a half sympathy. That girl that she has with her is more to her than I am, because after the first half hour I grow tired about her babies. I have never known any other woman with whom I cared to be alone. How then shall I content myself with a companion hired by the quarter, perhaps from some advertisement in a newspaper? No companionship of any kind seems possible to me, and yet never was a human being more weary of herself. I sometimes wonder whether I could go again and sit in that cage in the House of Commons to hear you and other men speak, as I used to do. I do not believe that any eloquence in the world would make it endurable to me. I hardly care who is in or out, and do not understand the things which my cousin Barrington tells me. So long does it seem since I was in the midst of them all. Not but that I am intensely anxious that you should be back. They tell me that you will certainly be reelected this week, and that all the house will receive you with open arms. I should have liked, had it been possible, to be once more in the cage to see that. But I am such a coward that I did not even dare to propose to stay for it. Violet would have told me that such manifestation of interest was unfit for my condition as a widow. But in truth, Phineas, there is nothing else now that does interest me. If, looking on from a distance, I can see you succeed, I shall try once more to care for the questions of the day. When you have succeeded, as I know you will, it will be some consolation to me that I also helped a little. I suppose I must not ask you to come to Loughlinter, but you will know best. If you will do so, I shall care nothing for what any one may say. Oswald hardly mentions your name in my hearing, and of course I know of what he is thinking. When I am with him, I am afraid of him, because it would add infinitely to my grief were I driven to quarrel with him. But I am my own mistress as much as he is his own master, and I will not regulate my conduct by his wishes. If you please to come, you will be welcome as the flowers in May. Ah, how weak are such words in giving any idea of the joy with which I should see you. God bless you, Phineas. Your most affectionate friend, Laura Kennedy. Write to me at Loughlinter. I shall long to hear that you have taken your seat immediately on your re-election. Pray do not lose a day. I am sure that all your friends will advise you as I do." Throughout her whole letter she was struggling to tell him once again of her love, and yet to do it in some way of which she need not be ashamed. It was not till she had come to the last words that she could force her pen to speak of her affection, and then the words did not come freely as she would have had them. She knew that he would not come to Loughlinter. She felt that were he to do so, he would come only as a suitor for her hand, and that such a suit, in these early days of her widowhood, carried on in her late husband's house, would be held to be disgraceful. As regarded herself, she would have faced all that for the sake of the thing to be attained. But she knew that he would not come. He had become wise by experience, and would perceive the result of such coming, and would avoid it. His answer to her letter reached Loughlinter before she did. Great Marlborough Street, Monday night. Dear Lady Laura, I should have called in the square last night, only that I feel that Lady Chiltern must be weary of the woes of so doleful a person as myself. I dined and spent the evening with the Lowes, and was quite aware that I disgraced myself with them by being perpetually lachrymose. As a rule, I do not think that I am more given than other people to talk of myself, but I am conscious of a certain incapability of getting rid of myself that has grown upon me since those weary weeks in Newgate and those frightful days in the dock, and this makes me unfit for society. Should I again have a seat in the House, I shall be afraid to get upon my legs, lest I should find myself talking of the time in which I stood before the judge with a halter round my neck. I sympathize with you perfectly in what you say about Loughlinter. It may be right that you should go there and show yourself, so that those who knew the Kennedys in Scotland should not say that you had not dared to visit the place. But I do not think it possible that you should live there as yet. And why should you do so? I cannot conceive that your presence there should do good, unless you took delight in the place. I will not go to Loughlinter myself, although I know how warm would be my welcome. When he had got so far with his letter, he found the difficulty of going on with it to be almost insuperable. How could he give her any reasons for his not making the journey to Scotland? People would say that you and I should not be alone together after all the evil that has been spoken of us, and would be specially eager in saying so were I now to visit you, so lately made a widow, and to sojourn with you in the house that did belong to your husband. Only think how eloquent would be the indignation of the People's Banner, were it known that I was at Loughlinter. Could he have spoken the truth openly, such were the reasons that he would have given. But it was impossible that such truths should be written by him in a letter to herself, and then it was almost equally difficult for him to tell her of a visit which he had resolved to make. But the letter must be completed, and at last the words were written. I could be of no real service to you there, as will be your brother and your brother's wife, even though their stay with you is to be so short. Were I you, I would go out among the people as much as possible, even though they should not receive you cordially at first. Though we hear so much of clanship in the Highlands, I think the Highlanders are prone to cling to any one who has territorial authority among them. They thought a great deal of Mr. Kennedy, but they had never heard his name 50 years ago. I suppose you will return to Salisbury soon, and then perhaps I may be able to see you. In the meantime, I am going to Matching. This difficulty was worse even than the other. Both the Duke and Duchess have asked me, and I know that I am bound to make an effort to face my fellow creatures again. The horror I feel at being stared at as the man that was not hung as a murderer, is stronger than I can describe, and I am well aware that I shall be talked to and made a wonder of on that ground. I am told that I am to be re-elected triumphantly at Tankerville, without a penny of cost or the trouble of asking for a vote, simply because I didn't knock poor Mr. Bonteen on the head. This to me is abominable, but I cannot help myself unless I resolve to go away and hide myself. That I know cannot be right, and therefore I had better go through it and have done with it. Though I am to be stared at, I shall not be stared at very long. Some other monster will come up and take my place, and I shall be the only person who will not forget it all. Therefore I have accepted the Duke's invitation, and shall go to Matching some time in the end of August. All the world is to be there. This re-election, and I believe I shall be re-elected tomorrow, would be altogether distasteful to me, were it not that I feel that I should not allow myself to be cut to pieces by what has occurred. I shall hate to go back to the house, and have somehow learned to dislike and distrust all those things that used to be so fine and lively to me. I don't think that I believe any more in the party, or rather in the men who lead it. I used to have a faith that now seems to me to be marvelous. Even 12 months ago, when I was beginning to think of standing for Tankerville, I believed that on our side the men were patriotic angels, and that Daubeny and his friends were all fiends or idiots, mostly idiots, but with a strong dash of fiendism to control them. It has all come now to one common level of poor human interests. I doubt whether patriotism can stand the wear and tear and temptation of the front benches in the House of Commons. Men are flying at each other's throats, thrusting and parrying, making false accusations and defences equally false, lying and slandering, sometimes picking and stealing, till they themselves become unaware of the magnificence of their own position, and forget that they are expected to be great. Little tricks of sword-play engage all their skill, and the consequence is that there is no reverence now for any man in the House, none of that feeling which we used to entertain for Mr. Mildmay. Of course I write and feel as a discontented man, and what I say to you I would not say to any other human being. I did long most anxiously for office, having made up my mind a second time to look to it as a profession, but I meant to earn my bread honestly, and give it up, as I did before, when I could not keep it with a clear conscience. I knew that I was hustled out of the object of my poor ambition by that unfortunate man who has been hurried to his fate. In such a position I ought to distrust, and do partly distrust my own feelings, and I am aware that I have been soured by prison indignities. But still the conviction remains with me that parliamentary interests are not those battles of gods and giants which I used to regard them. Argias with the 100 hands is but a 3-fingered jack, and I sometimes think that we share our great Jove with the Strand Theatre. Nevertheless, I shall go back, and if they will make me a joint lord tomorrow, I shall be in heaven. I do not know why I should write all this to you, except that there is no one else to whom I can say it. There is no one else who would give a moment of time to such lamentations. My friends will expect me to talk to them of my experiences in the dock rather than politics, and will want to know what rations I had in Newgate. I went to call on the governor only yesterday and visited the old room. I never could really bring myself to think that you did it, Mr. Finn, he said. I looked at him and smiled, but I should have liked to fly at his throat. Why did he not know that the charge was a monstrous absurdity? Thinking of that, not even you were truer to me than your brother. One expects it from a woman, both the truth and the discernment. I have written to you a cruelly long letter, but when one's mind is full, such relief is sometimes better than talking. Pray answer it before long, and let me know what you intend to do. Yours most affectionately, Phineas Finn. She did read the letter through, read it probably more than once, but there was only one sentence in it that had for her any enduring interest. I will not go to Loughlinter myself. Though she had known that he would not come, her heart sank within her, as though now, at this moment, the really fatal wound had at last been inflicted. But in truth there was another sentence as a complement to the first, which riveted the dagger in her bosom. In the meantime, I am going to Matching. Throughout his letter the name of that woman was not mentioned, but of course she would be there. The thing had all been arranged in order that they two might be brought together. She told herself that she had always hated that intriguing woman, Lady Glencora. She read the remainder of the letter and understood it, but she read it all in connection with the beauty and the wealth and the art and the cunning of Madame Max Goesler. End of chapter 70. Chapter 71 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Phineas Finn is reelected. The manner in which Phineas Finn was returned a second time for the borough of Tankerville was memorable among the annals of English elections. When the news reached the town that their member was to be tried for murder, no doubt every elector believed that he was guilty. It is the natural assumption when the police and magistrates and lawyers who have been at work upon the matter carefully have come to that conclusion, and nothing but private knowledge or personal affection will stand against such evidence. At Tankerville there was nothing of either, and our hero's guilt was taken as a certainty. There was an interest felt in the whole matter which was full of excitement, and not altogether without delight to the Tankervillians. Of course the borough, as a borough, would never again hold up its head. There had never been known such an occurrence in the whole history of this country as the hanging of a member of the House of Commons. And this member of Parliament was to be hung for murdering another member, which, no doubt, added much to the importance of the transaction. A large party in the borough declared that it was a judgment. Tankerville had degraded itself among boroughs by sending a Roman Catholic to Parliament, and had done so at the very moment in which the Church of England was being brought into danger. This was what had come upon the borough by not sticking to honest Mr. Browborough. There was a moment, just before the trial was begun, in which a large proportion of the electors was desirous of proceeding to work at once, and of sending Mr. Browborough back to his own place. It was thought that Phineas Finn should be made to resign, and very wise men in Tankerville were much surprised when they were told that a member of Parliament cannot resign his seat, that when once returned he is supposed to be, as long as that Parliament shall endure, the absolute slave of his constituency and his country, and that he can escape from his servitude only by accepting some office under the crown. Now it was held to be impossible that a man charged with murder should be appointed even to the stewardship of the Chiltern Hundreds. The House, no doubt, could expel a member, and would, as a matter of course, expel the member for Tankerville. But the House could hardly proceed to expulsion before the member's guilt could have been absolutely established. So it came to pass that there was no escape for the borough from any part of the disgrace to which it had subjected itself by its unworthy choice, and some Tankervillians of sensitive minds were of opinion that no Tankervillian ever again ought to take part in politics. Then, quite suddenly, there came into the borough the tidings that Phineas Finn was an innocent man. This happened on the morning on which the 3 telegrams from Prague reached London. The news conveyed by the telegrams was at Tankerville almost as soon as in the court at the Old Bailey, and was believed as readily. The name of the lady who had travelled all the way to Bohemia on behalf of their handsome young member was on the tongue of every woman in Tankerville, and a most delightful romance was composed. Some few Protestant spirits regretted the now assured escape of their Roman Catholic enemy, and would not even yet allow themselves to doubt that the whole murder had been arranged by divine providence to bring down the Scarlet Woman. It seemed to them to be so fitting a thing that Providence should interfere directly to punish a town in which the sins of the Scarlet Woman were not held to be abominable. But the multitude were soon convinced that their member was innocent, and as it was certain that he had been in great peril, as it was known that he was still in durance, and as it was necessary that the trial should proceed, and that he should still stand at least for another day in the dock, he became more than ever a hero. Then came the further delay, and at last the triumphant conclusion of the trial. When acquitted, Phineas Finn was still member for Tankerville, and might have walked into the House on that very night. Instead of doing so, he had at once asked for the accustomed means of escape from his servitude, and the seat for Tankerville was vacant. The most loving friends of Mr. Browborough perceived at once that there was not a chance for him. The borough was all but unanimous in resolving that it would return no one as its member but the man who had been unjustly accused of murder. Mr. Ruddles was at once dispatched to London with 2 other political spirits, so that there might be a real deputation, and waited upon Phineas 2 days after his release from prison. Ruddles was very anxious to carry his member back with him, assuring Phineas of an entry into the borough so triumphant that nothing like to it had ever been known at Tankerville. But to all this Phineas was quite deaf. At first he declined even to be put in nomination. "You can't escape from it, Mr. Finn, you can't indeed," said Ruddles. "You don't at all understand the enthusiasm of the borough, does he, Mr. Gadmire?" "I never knew anything like it in my life before," said Gadmire. "I believe Mr. Finn would poll 2/3 of the church party to-morrow," said Mr. Troddles, a leading dissenter in Tankerville, who on this occasion was the 3rd member of the deputation. "I needn't sit for the borough unless I please, I suppose," pleaded Phineas. "Well, no, at least I don't know," said Ruddles. "It would be throwing us over a good deal, and I'm sure you are not the gentleman to do that. And then, Mr. Finn, don't you see that though you have been knocked about a little lately—" "By George, he has, most cruel," said Troddles. "You'll miss the house if you give it up, you will, after a bit, Mr. Finn. You've got to come round again, Mr. Finn, if I may be so bold as to say so, and you shouldn't put yourself out of the way of coming round comfortably." Phineas knew that there was wisdom in the words of Mr. Ruddles, and consented, though at this moment he was low in heart, disgusted with the world, and sick of humanity, though every joint in his body was still sore from the rack on which he had been stretched. Yet he knew that it would not be so with him always. As others recovered, so would he, and it might be that he would live to miss the house, should he now refuse the offer made to him. He accepted the offer, but he did so with a positive assurance that no consideration should at present take him to Tankerville. "We ain't going to charge you, not one penny," said Mr. Gadmire, with enthusiasm. "I feel all that I owe to the borough," said Phineas, "and to the warm friends there who have espoused my cause, but I am not in a condition at present, either of mind or body, to put myself forward anywhere in public. I have suffered a great deal." "Most cruel," said Troddles, "and am quite willing to confess that I am therefore unfit in my present position to serve the borough." "We can't admit that," said Gadmire, raising his left hand. "We mean to have you," said Troddles. "There isn't a doubt about your re-election, Mr. Finn," said Ruddles. "I am very grateful, but I cannot be there. I must trust to one of you gentlemen to explain to the electors that in my present condition I am unable to visit the borough." Messrs. Ruddles, Gadmire, and Troddles returned to Tankerville, disappointed, no doubt, at not bringing with them him whose company would have made their feet glorious on the pavement of their native town, but still with a comparative sense of their own importance in having seen the great sufferer whose woes forbade that he should be beheld by common eyes. They never even expressed an idea that he ought to have come, alluding even to their past convictions as to the futility of hoping for such a blessing, but spoke of him as a personage made almost sacred by the sufferings which he had been made to endure. As to the election, that would be a matter of course. He was proposed by Mr. Ruddles himself, and was absolutely seconded by the rector of Tankerville, the staunchest Tory in the place, who on this occasion made a speech in which he declared that as an Englishman loving justice he could not allow any political or even any religious consideration to bias his conduct on this occasion. Mr. Finn had thrown up his seat under the pressure of a false accusation, and it was, the rector thought, for the honour of the borough that the seat should be restored to him. So Phineas Finn was re-elected for Tankerville without opposition and without expense, and for 6 weeks after the ceremony parcels were showered upon him by the ladies of the borough, who sent him worked slippers, scarlet hunting waistcoats, pocket handkerchiefs with P.F. beautifully embroidered, and chains made of their own hair. In this conjunction of affairs, the editor of the People's Banner found it somewhat difficult to trim his sails. It was a rule of life with Mr. Quintus Slide to persecute an enemy. An enemy might at any time become a friend, but while an enemy was an enemy, he should be trodden on and persecuted. Mr. Slide had striven more than once to make a friend of Phineas Finn, but Phineas Finn had been conceited and stiff-necked. Phineas had been to Mr. Slide an enemy of enemies, and by all his ideas of manliness, by all the rules of his life, by every principle which guided him, he was bound to persecute Phineas to the last. During the trial and the few weeks before the trial, he had written various short articles with the view of declaring how improper it would be should a newspaper express any opinion of the guilt or innocence of a suspected person while under trial, and he gave 2 or 3 severe blows to contemporaries for having sinned in the matter. But in all these articles he had contrived to insinuate that the member for Tankerville would, as a matter of course, be dealt with by the hands of justice. He had been very careful to recapitulate all circumstances which had induced Finn to hate the murdered man, and had more than once related the story of the firing of the pistol at Macpherson's hotel. Then came the telegram from Prague, and for a day or two Mr. Slide was stricken dumb. The acquittal followed, and Quintus Slide had found himself compelled to join in the general satisfaction evinced at the escape of an innocent man. Then came the re-election for Tankerville, and Mr. Slide felt that there was opportunity for another reaction. More than enough had been done for Phineas Finn in allowing him to elude the gallows. There could certainly be no need for crowning him with a political chaplet because he had not murdered Mr. Bonteen. Among a few other remarks which Mr. Slide threw together, the following appeared in the columns of the People's Banner. We must confess that we hardly understand the principle on which Mr. Finn has been re-elected for Tankerville with so much enthusiasm, free of expense, and without that usual compliment to the constituency which is implied by the personal appearance of the candidate. We have more than once expressed our belief that he was wrongly accused in the matter of Mr. Bonteen's murder. Indeed, our readers will do us the justice to remember that, during the trial and before the trial, we were always anxious to allay the very strong feeling against Mr. Finn with which the public mind was then imbued, not only by the facts of the murder, but also by the previous conduct of that gentleman. But we cannot understand why the late member should be thought by the electors of Tankerville to be especially worthy of their confidence because he did not murder Mr. Bonteen. He himself, instigated, we hope, by a proper feeling, retired from Parliament as soon as he was acquitted. His career during the last 12 months has not enhanced his credit, and cannot, we should think, have increased his comfort. We ventured to suggest after that affair in Judd Street, as to which the police were so benignly inefficient, that it would not be for the welfare of the nation that a gentleman should be employed in the public service whose public life had been marked by the misfortune which had attended Mr. Finn. Great efforts were made by various ladies of the old Whig party to obtain official employment for him, but they were made in vain. Mr. Gresham was too wise, and our advice, we will not say was followed, but was found to agree with the decision of the Prime Minister. Mr. Finn was left out in the cold in spite of his great friends, and then came the murder of Mr. Bonteen. Can it be that Mr. Finn's fitness for parliamentary duties has been increased by Mr. Bonteen's unfortunate death, or by the fact that Mr. Bonteen was murdered by other hands than his own? We think not. The wretched husband who, in the madness of jealousy, fired a pistol at this young man's head, has since died in his madness. Does that incident in the drama give Mr. Finn any special claim to consideration? We think not, and we think also that the electors of Tankerville would have done better had they allowed Mr. Finn to return to that obscurity which he seems to have desired. The electors of Tankerville, however, are responsible only to their borough, and may do as they please with the seat in Parliament which is at their disposal. We may, however, protest against the employment of an unfit person in the service of his country, simply because he has not committed a murder. We say so much now because rumors of an arrangement have reached our ears, which, should it come to pass, would force upon us the extremely disagreeable duty of referring very forcibly to past circumstances, which may otherwise, perhaps, be allowed to be forgotten. End of chapter 71. Chapter 72 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The end of the story of Mr. Emilius and Lady Eustace. The interest in the murder by no means came to an end when Phineas Finn was acquitted. The new facts which served so thoroughly to prove him innocent tended with almost equal weight to prove another man guilty, and the other man was already in custody on a charge which had subjected him to the peculiar ill will of the British public. He, a foreigner and a Jew, by name Joseph Melius, as everyone was now very careful to call him, had come to England, had got himself to be ordained as a clergyman, had called himself Emilius, and had married a rich wife with a title, although he had a former wife still living in his own country. Had he called himself Jones, it would have been better for him, but there was something in the name of Emilius which added a peculiar sting to his iniquities. It was now known that the bigamy could be certainly proved, and that his last victim, our old friend, poor little Lizzie Eustace, would be rescued from his clutches. She would once more be a free woman, and as she had been strong enough to defend her future income from his grasp, she was perhaps as fortunate as she deserved to be. She was still young and pretty, and there might come another lover more desirable than Joseph Melius. That the man would have to undergo the punishment of bigamy in its severest form there was no doubt. But would law and justice and the prevailing desire for revenge be able to get him in such a way that he might be hung? There certainly did exist a strong desire to prove Mr. Emilius to have been a murderer, so that there might come a fitting termination to his career in Great Britain. The police seemed to think that they could make but little either of the coat or of the key, unless other evidence that would be almost sufficient in itself should be found. Lord Fawn was informed that his testimony would probably be required at another trial, which intimation affected him so grievously that his friends for a week or two thought that he would altogether sink under his miseries. But he would say nothing which would seem to criminate Melius. A man hurrying along with a grey coat was all that he could swear to now, professing himself to be altogether ignorant whether the man, as seen by him, had been tall or short. And then the manufacture of the key, though it was that which made every one feel sure that Melius was the murderer, did not, in truth, afford the slightest evidence against him. Even had it proved that he had certainly used the false key and left Mrs. Meager's house on the night in question, that would not have sufficed at all to prove that, therefore, he had committed a murder in Berkeley Street. No doubt Mr. Bonteen had been his enemy, and Mr. Bonteen had been murdered by an enemy, but so great had been the man's luck that no real evidence seemed to touch him. Nobody doubted, but then few had doubted before as to the guilt of Phineas Finn. There was one other fact by which the truth might, it was hoped, still be reached. Mr. Bonteen had, of course, been killed by the weapon which had been found in the garden. As to that, a general certainty prevailed. Mrs. Meager and Miss Meager and the maid of all work belonging to the Meagers, and even Lady Eustace were examined as to this bludgeon. Had anything of the kind ever been seen in the possession of the clergyman? The clergyman had been so sly that nothing of the kind had been seen. Of the drawers and cupboards which he used, Mrs. Meager had always possessed duplicate keys, and Miss Meager frankly acknowledged that she had a general and fairly accurate acquaintance with the contents of these receptacles. But there had always been a big trunk with an impenetrable lock, a lock which required that even if you had the key you should be acquainted with a certain combination of letters before you could open it, and of that trunk no one had seen the inside. As a matter of course, the weapon, when brought to London, had been kept altogether hidden in the trunk. Nothing could be easier. But a man cannot be hung because he has had a secret hiding-place in which a murderous weapon may have been stowed away. But might it not be possible to trace the weapon? Melius, on his return from Prague, had certainly come through Paris. So much was learned, and it was also learned as a certainty that the article was of French, and probably of Parisian, manufacture. If it could be proved that the man had bought this weapon, or even such a weapon, in Paris then, so said all the police authorities, it might be worth while to make an attempt to hang him. Men very skilful in unraveling such mysteries were sent to Paris, and the police of that capital entered upon the search with most praiseworthy zeal. But the number of life-preservers which had been sold altogether baffled them. It seemed that nothing was so common as that gentlemen should walk about with bludgeons in their pockets, covered with leathern thongs. A young woman and an old man who thought they could recollect something of a special sale were brought over, and saw the splendor of London under very favorable circumstances. But when confronted with Mr. Emilius, neither could venture to identify him. A large sum of money was expended, no doubt justified by the high position which poor Mr. Bonteen had filled in the councils of the nation, but it was expended in vain. Mr. Bonteen had been murdered in the streets at the West End of London. The murderer was known to everybody. He had been seen a minute or two before the murder. The motive which had induced the crime was apparent. The weapon with which it had been perpetrated had been found. The murderer's disguise had been discovered. The cunning with which he had endeavoured to prove that he was in bed at home had been unravelled, and the criminal purpose of his cunning made altogether manifest. Every man's eye could see the whole thing from the moment in which the murderer crept out of Mrs. Meager's house, with Mr. Meager's coat upon his shoulders and the life-preserver in his pocket, till he was seen by Lord Fawn hurrying out of the mews to his prey. The blows from the bludgeon could be counted. The very moment in which they had been struck had been ascertained. His very act in hurling the weapon over the wall was all but seen, and yet nothing could be done. It is a very dangerous thing hanging a man on circumstantial evidence, said Sir Gregory Grogram, who a couple of months since had felt almost sure that his honourable friend Phineas Finn would have to be hung on circumstantial evidence. The police and magistrates and lawyers all agreed that it would be useless, and indeed wrong, to send the case before a jury, but there had been quite sufficient evidence against Phineas Finn. In the meantime, the trial for bigamy proceeded in order that poor little Lizzie Eustace might be freed from the incubus which afflicted her. Before the end of July she was made once more a free woman, and the Reverend Joseph Emilius, under which name it was thought proper that he should be tried, was convicted and sentenced to penal servitude for 5 years. A very touching appeal was made for him to the jury by a learned serjeant, who declared that his client was to lose his wife, and to be punished with extreme severity as a bigamist, because it was found to be impossible to bring home against him a charge of murder. There was perhaps some truth in what the learned serjeant said, but the truth had no effect upon the jury. Mr. Emilius was found guilty as quickly as Phineas Finn had been acquitted, and was perhaps treated with a severity which the single crime would hardly have elicited. But all this happened in the middle of the efforts which were being made to trace the purchase of the bludgeon, and when men hoped 2 or 5 or 25 years of threatened incarceration might be all the same to Mr. Emilius. Could they have succeeded in discovering where he had bought the weapon, his years of penal servitude would have afflicted him but little. They did not succeed, and though it cannot be said that any mystery was attached to the Bonteen murder, it has remained one of those crimes which are unavenged by the flagging law. And so the Reverend Mr. Emilius will pass away from our story. There must be one or two words further respecting poor little Lizzie Eustace. She still had her income almost untouched, having been herself unable to squander it during her late married life, and having succeeded in saving it from the clutches of her pseudo-husband. And she had her title, of which no one could rob her, and her castle down in Ayrshire, which, however, as a place of residence, she had learned to hate most thoroughly. Nor had she done anything which of itself must necessarily have put her out of the pale of society. As a married woman, she had had no lovers, and when a widow, very little fault in that line had been brought home against her. But the world at large seemed to be sick of her. Mrs. Bonteen had been her best friend, and while it was still thought that Phineas Finn had committed the murder, with Mrs. Bonteen she had remained. But it was impossible that the arrangement should be continued when it became known, for it was known, that Mr. Bonteen had been murdered by the man who was still Lizzie's reputed husband. Not that Lizzie perceived this, though she was averse to the idea of her husband having been a murderer. But Mrs. Bonteen perceived it, and told her friend that she must go. It was most unwillingly that the wretched widow changed her faith as to the murderer, but at last she found herself bound to believe as the world believed, and then she hinted to the wife of Mr. Emilius that she had better find another home. "I don't believe it a bit," said Lizzie. "It's not a subject I can discuss," said the widow, "and I don't see that it makes any difference. He isn't my husband. You have said that yourself very often, Mrs. Bonteen. It is better that we shouldn't be together, Lady Eustace." "Oh, I can go, of course, Mrs. Bonteen. There needn't be the slightest trouble about that. I had thought perhaps it might be convenient, but of course you know best." She went forth into lodgings in Half Moon Street, close to the scene of the murder, and was once more alone in the world. She had a child, indeed, the son of her first husband, as to whom it behooved many to be anxious, who stood high in rank and high in repute. But such had been Lizzie's manner of life that neither her own relations nor those of her husband could put up with her or endure her contact. And yet she was conscious of no special sins, and regarded herself as one who, with a tender heart of her own and a too confiding spirit, had been much injured by the cruelty of those with whom she had been thrown. Now she was alone, weeping in solitude, pitying herself with deepest compassion. But it never occurred to her that there was anything in her conduct that she need alter. She would still continue to play her game as before, would still scheme, would still lie, and might still at last land herself in that Elysium of life of which she had been always dreaming. Poor Lizzie Eustace! Was it nature or education which had made it impossible to her to tell the truth when a lie came to her hand? Lizzie the liar! Poor Lizzie! End of chapter 72. Chapter 73 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Phineas Finn returns to his duties. The election at Tankerville took place during the last week in July, and as Parliament was doomed to sit that year as late as the 10th of August, there was ample time for Phineas to present himself and take the oaths before the session was finished. He had calculated that this could hardly be so when the matter of re-election was first proposed to him, and had hoped that his reappearance might be deferred till the following year. But there he was, once more member for Tankerville, while yet there was nearly a fortnight's work to be done, pressed by his friends, and told by one or two of those whom he most trusted, that he would neglect his duty and show himself to be a coward if he abstained from taking his place. "Coward is a hard word," he said to Mr. Lowe, who had used it. "So men think when this or that other man is accused of running away in battle or the like. Nobody will charge you with cowardice of that kind, but there is a moral cowardice as well as physical, as when a man lies. I am telling no lie. But you are afraid to meet the eyes of your fellow creatures." "Yes, I am. You may call me a coward if you like. What matters the name, if the charge be true? I have been so treated that I am afraid to meet the eyes of my fellow creatures. I am like a man who has had his knees broken or his arms cut off. Of course I cannot be the same afterwards as I was before." Mr. Lowe said a great deal more to him on the subject, and all that Mr. Lowe said was true, but he was somewhat rough, and did not succeed. Barrington Erle and Lord Cantrip also tried their eloquence upon him, but it was Mr. Monk who at last drew from him a promise that he would go down to the House and be sworn in early on a certain Tuesday afternoon. "I am quite sure of this," Mr. Monk had said, "that the sooner you do it, the less will be the annoyance. Indeed, there will be no trouble in the doing of it. The trouble is all in the anticipation, and is therefore only increased and prolonged by delay. Of course it is your duty to go at once," Mr. Monk had said again when his friend argued that he had never undertaken to sit before the expiration of Parliament. "You did consent to be put in nomination, and you owe your immediate services just as does any other member. If a man's grandmother dies, he is held to be exempted. But your grandmother has not died, and your sorrow is not of the kind that requires, or is supposed to require, retirement." He gave way at last, and on the Tuesday afternoon Mr. Monk called for him at Mrs. Bunch's house, and went down with him to Westminster. They reached their destination somewhat too soon, and walked the length of Westminster Hall 2 or 3 times, while Phineas tried to justify himself. "I don't think," said he, "that Lowe quite understands my position when he calls me a coward. I am sure, Phineas, he did not mean to do that. Do not suppose that I am angry with him. I owe him a great deal too much for that. He is one of the few friends I have who are entitled to say to me just what they please. But I think he mistakes the matter. When a man becomes crooked from age, it is no good telling him to be straight. He'd be straight if he could. A man can't eat his dinner with a diseased liver as he could when he was well. But he may follow advice as to getting his liver in order again. And so I am following advice. But Lowe seems to think the disease shouldn't be there. The disease is there, and I can't banish it by simply saying that it is not there. If they had hung me outright, it would be almost as reasonable to come and tell me afterwards to shake myself and be again alive. I don't think that Lowe realizes what it is to stand in the dock for a week together, with the eyes of all men fixed on you, and a conviction at your heart that every one there believes you to have been guilty of an abominable crime of which you know yourself to have been innocent. For weeks I lived under the belief that I was to be made away by the hangman, and to leave behind me a name that would make every one who has known me shudder. God, in his mercy, has delivered you from that. He has, and I am thankful, but my back is not strong enough to bear the weight without bending under it. Did you see Rattler going in? There is a man I dread. He is intimate enough with me to congratulate me, but not friend enough to abstain, and he will be sure to say something about his murdered colleague. "Very well, I'll follow you. Go up rather quick, and I'll come close after you." Whereupon Mr. Monk entered between the two lamp-posts in the hall, and hurrying along the passages, soon found himself at the door of the house. Phineas, with an effort at composure and a smile that was almost ghastly at the doorkeeper, who greeted him with some muttered word of recognition, held on his way close behind his friend, and walked up the house, hardly conscious that the benches on each side were empty. There were not a dozen members present, and the speaker had not as yet taken the chair. Mr. Monk stood by him while he took the oath, and in 2 minutes he was on a back seat below the gangway, with his friend by him, while the members, in slowly increasing numbers, took their seats. Then there were prayers, and as yet not a single man had spoken to him. As soon as the doors were again open, gentlemen streamed in, and some few whom Phineas knew well came and sat near him. One or two shook hands with him, but no one said a word to him of the trial. No one, at least, did so in this early stage of the day's proceedings, and after half an hour he almost ceased to be afraid. Then came up an irregular debate on the great church question of the day, as to which there had been no cessation of the badgering with which Mr. Gresham had been attacked since he came into office. He had thrown out Mr. Daubeny by opposing that gentleman's stupendous measure for disestablishing the Church of England altogether, although, as was almost daily asserted by Mr. Daubeny and his friends, he was himself in favour of such total disestablishment. Over and over again Mr. Gresham had acknowledged that he was in favour of disestablishment, protesting that he had opposed Mr. Daubeny's bill without any reference to its merits, solely on the ground that such a measure should not be accepted from such a quarter. He had been stout enough, and, as his enemies had said, insolent enough in making these assurances, but still he was accused of keeping his own hand dark, and of omitting to say what bill he would himself propose to bring in respecting the church in the next session. It was essentially necessary, so said Mr. Daubeny and his friends, that the country should know and discuss the proposed measure during the vacation. There was, of course, a good deal of retaliation. Mr. Daubeny had not given the country, or even his own party, much time to discuss his church bill. Mr. Gresham assured Mr. Daubeny that he would not feel himself equal to producing a measure that should change the religious position of every individual in the country, and annihilate the traditions and systems of centuries, altogether complete out of his own unaided brain. And he went on to say that were he to do so, he did not think that he should find himself supported in such an effort by the friends with whom he usually worked. On this occasion he declared that the magnitude of the subject and the immense importance of the interests concerned forbade him to anticipate the passing of any measure of general church reform in the next session. He was undoubtedly in favour of church reform, but was by no means sure that the question was one which required immediate settlement. Of this he was sure, that nothing in the way of legislative indiscretion could be so injurious to the country as any attempt at a hasty and ill-considered measure on this most momentous of all questions. The debate was irregular, as it originated with a question asked by one of Mr. Daubeny's supporters, but it was allowed to proceed for a while. In answer to Mr. Gresham, Mr. Daubeny himself spoke, accusing Mr. Gresham of almost every known parliamentary vice in having talked of a measure coming, like Minerva, from his, Mr. Daubeny's, own brain. The plain and simple words by which such an accusation might naturally be refuted would be unparliamentary. but it would not be unparliamentary to say that it was reckless, unfounded, absurd, monstrous, and incredible. Then there were various very spirited references to church matters, which concern us chiefly because Mr. Daubeny congratulated the House upon seeing a Roman Catholic gentleman with whom they were all well acquainted, and whose presence in the House was desired by each side alike, again take his seat for an English borough. And he hoped that he might at the same time take the liberty of congratulating that gentleman on the courage and manly dignity with which he had endured the unexampled hardships of the cruel position in which he had been placed by an untoward combination of circumstances. It was thought that Mr. Daubeny did the thing very well, and that he was right in doing it. But during the doing of it, poor Phineas winced in agony. Of course, every member was looking at him, and every stranger in the galleries. He did not know at the moment whether it behooved him to rise and make some gesture to the House, or to say a word, or to keep his seat and make no sign. There was a general hum of approval, and the Prime Minister turned round and bowed graciously to the newly sworn member. As he said afterwards, it was just this which he had feared. But there must surely have been something of consolation in the general respect with which he was treated. At the moment he behaved with natural instinctive dignity, though himself doubting the propriety of his own conduct. He said not a word and made no sign, but sat with his eyes fixed upon the member from whom the compliment had come. Mr. Daubeny went on with his tirade, and was called violently to order. The Speaker declared that the whole debate had been irregular, but had been allowed by him in deference to what seemed to be the general will of the House. Then the two leaders of the two parties composed themselves, throwing off their indignation while they covered themselves well up with their hats, and in accordance with the order of the day, an honourable member rose to propose a pet measure of his own for preventing the adulteration of beer by the publicans. He had made a calculation that the annual average mortality of England would be reduced 1.5%, or in other words, that every English subject born would live 7 months longer if the action of the legislature could provide that the publicans should sell the beer as it came from the brewers. Immediately there was such a rush of members to the door that not a word said by the philanthropic would-be purifier of the national beverage could be heard. The quarrels of rival ministers were dear to the House, and as long as they could be continued, the benches were crowded by gentlemen enthralled by the interest of the occasion. But to sink from that to private legislation about beer was to fall into a bathos which gentlemen could not endure, and so the House was emptied, and at about 7:30 there was a count-out. That gentleman whose statistics had been procured with so much care, and who had been at work for the last 12 months on his effort to prolong the lives of his fellow countrymen, was almost broken-hearted. But he knew the world too well to complain. He would try again next year, if by dint of energetic perseverance he could procure a day. Mr. Monk and Phineas Finn, behaving no better than the others, slipped out in the crowd. It had indeed been arranged that they should leave the house early, so that they might dine together at Mr. Monk's house. Though Phineas had been released from his prison now for nearly a month, he had not as yet once dined out of his own rooms. He had not been inside a club, and hardly ventured during the day into the streets about Pall Mall and Piccadilly. He had been frequently to Portman Square, but had not even seen Madame Goesler. Now he was to dine out for the first time, but there was to be no guest but himself. "It wasn't so bad after all," said Mr. Monk, when they were seated together. At any rate, it has been done. Yes, and there will be no doing of it over again. I don't like Mr. Daubeny, as you know, but he is happy at that kind of thing. I hate men who are what you call happy, but who are never in earnest, said Phineas. He was earnest enough, I thought. I don't mean about myself, Mr. Monk. I suppose he thought that it was suitable to the occasion that he should say something, and he said it neatly. But I hate men who can make capital out of occasions, who can be neat and appropriate at the spur of the moment, having, however, probably had the benefit of some forethought, but whose words never savour of truth. If I had happened to have been hung at this time, as was so probable, Mr. Daubeny would have devoted one of his half-hours to the composition of a dozen tragic words, which also would have been neat and appropriate. I can hear him say them now, warning young members around him to abstain from embittered words against each other, and I feel sure that the funereal grace of such an occasion would have become him even better than the generosity of his congratulations. It is rather a grim matter for joking, Phineas. Grim enough, but the grimness and the jokes are always running through my mind together. I used to spend hours in thinking what my dear friends would say about it when they found that I had been hung in mistake, how Sir Gregory Grogram would like it, and whether men would think about it as they went home from the universe at night. I had various questions to ask and answer for myself, whether they would pull up my poor body, for instance, from what unhallowed ground is used for gallows corpses, and give it decent burial, placing M.P. for Tankerville after my name on some more or less explicit tablet. Mr. Daubeny's speech was perhaps preferable on the whole. Perhaps it was, though I used to feel assured that the explicit tablet would be as clear to my eyes in purgatory as Mr. Daubeny's words have been to my ears this afternoon. I never for a moment doubted that the truth would be known before long, but did doubt so very much whether it would be known in time. I'll go home now, Mr. Monk, and endeavour to get the matter off my mind. I will resolve, at any rate, that nothing shall make me talk about it any more. End of chapter 73. Chapter 74 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. At Matching. For about a week in the August heat of a hot summer, Phineas attended Parliament with fair average punctuality, and then prepared for his journey down to Matching Priory. During that week he spoke no word to anyone as to his past tribulation, and answered all allusions to it simply by a smile. He had determined to live exactly as though there had been no such episode in his life as that trial at the Old Bailey, and in most respects he did so. During this week he dined at the club and called at Madame Goesler's house in Park Lane, not, however, finding the lady at home. Once, and once only, did he break down. On the Wednesday evening he met Barrington Erle, and was asked by him to go to the Universe. At the moment he became very pale, but he at once said that he would go. Had Erle carried him off in a cab, the adventure might have been successful. But as they walked, and as they went together through Clarges Street and Bolton Row and Curzon Street, and as the scenes which had been so frequently and so graphically described in court appeared before him one after another, his heart gave way, and he couldn't do it. "I know I'm a fool, Barrington, but if you don't mind, I'll go home. Don't mind me, but just go on." Then he turned and walked home, passing through the passage in which the murder had been committed. I brought him as far as the next street, Barrington Erle said to one of their friends at the club, but I couldn't get him in. I doubt if he'll ever be here again." It was past 6 o'clock in the evening when he reached Matching Priory. The Duchess had especially assured him that a brougham should be waiting for him at the nearest station, and on arriving there he found that he had the brougham to himself. He had thought a great deal about it, and had endeavoured to make his calculations. He knew that Madame Goesler would be at Matching, and it would be necessary that he should say something of his thankfulness at their first meeting. But how should he meet her, and in what way should he greet her when they met? Would any arrangement be made, or would all be left to chance? Should he go at once to his own chamber, so as to show himself first when dressed for dinner, or should he allow himself to be taken into any of the morning rooms in which the other guests would be congregated? He had certainly not sufficiently considered the character of the Duchess when he imagined that she would allow these things to arrange themselves. She was one of those women whose minds were always engaged on such matters, and who were able to see how things will go. It must not be asserted of her that her delicacy was untainted, or her taste perfect, but she was clever, discreet in the midst of indiscretions, thoughtful and good-natured. She had considered it all, arranged it all, and given her orders with accuracy. When Phineas entered the hall, the brougham with the luggage having been taken round to some back door, he was at once ushered by a silent man in black into the little sitting-room on the ground floor in which the old Duke used to take delight. Here he found two ladies, but only two ladies, waiting to receive him. The Duchess came forward to welcome him, while Madame Goesler remained in the background, with composed face, as though she by no means expected his arrival, and he had chanced to come upon them as she was standing by the window. He was thinking of her much more than of her companion, though he knew also how much he owed to the kindness of the Duchess. But what she had done for him had come from caprice, whereas the other had been instigated and guided by affection. He understood all that, and must have shown his feeling on his countenance. "Yes, there she is," said the Duchess, laughing. She had already told him that he was welcome to Matching, and had spoken some short word of congratulation at his safe deliverance from his troubles. "If ever one friend was grateful to another, you should be grateful to her, Mr. Finn." He did not speak, but walking across the room to the window, by which Marie Goesler stood, took her right hand in his, and passing his left arm round her waist, kissed her first on one cheek, and then on the other. The blood flew to her face and suffused her forehead, but she did not speak, or resist him, or make any effort to escape from his embrace. As for him, he had no thought of it at all. He had made no plan. No idea of kissing her when they should meet had occurred to him till the moment came. "Excellently well done," said the Duchess, still laughing with silent, pleasant laughter. "And now tell us how you are, after all your troubles." He remained with them for half an hour, till the ladies went to dress, when he was handed over to some groom of the chambers to show him his room. "The Duke ought to be here to welcome you, of course," said the Duchess, "but you know official matters too well to expect a president of the Board of Trade to do his domestic duties. We dine at 8. 5 minutes before that time he will begin adding up his last row of figures for the day. You never added up rows of figures, I think. You only managed colonies." So they parted till dinner, and Phineas remembered how very little had been spoken by Madame Goesler, and how few of the words which he had spoken had been addressed to her. She had sat silent, smiling, radiant, very beautiful, as he had thought, but contented to listen to her friend the Duchess. She, the Duchess, had asked questions of all sorts, and made many statements, and he had found that with those two women he could speak without discomfort, almost with pleasure, on subjects which he could not bear to have touched by men. "Of course you knew all along who killed the poor man," the Duchess had said. "We did we not, Marie? Just as well as if we had seen it. She was quite sure that he had got out of the house and back into it, and that he must have had a key, so she started off to Prague to find the key, and she found it. And we were quite sure, too, about the coat, weren't we? That poor blundering Lord Fawn couldn't explain himself, but he knew that the coat he saw was quite different from any coat you would wear in such weather. We discussed it all over so often, every point of it. Poor Lord Fawn, they say it has made quite an old man of him. And as for those policemen who didn't find the life-preserver, I only think that something ought to be done to them." "I hope that nothing will ever be done to anybody, Duchess." "Not to the Reverend Mr. Emilius, poor dear Lady Eustace's Mr. Emilius. I do think that you ought to desire that an end should be put to his enterprising career. I'm sure I do." This was said while the attempt was still being made to trace the purchase of the bludgeon in Paris. "We've got Sir Gregory Grogram here on purpose to meet you, and you must fraternize with him immediately to show that you bear no grudge. He only did his duty." "Exactly, though I think he was an addle-pated old ass not to see the thing more clearly. As you'll be coming into the government before long, we thought that things had better be made straight between you and Sir Gregory. I wonder how it was that nobody but women did see it clearly. Look at that delightful woman, Mrs. Bunch. You must bring Mrs. Bunch to me some day, or take me to her." "Lord Chiltern saw it clearly enough," said Phineas. "My dear Mr. Finn, Lord Chiltern is the best fellow in the world, but he has only one idea. He was quite sure of your innocence because you ride to hounds. If it had been found possible to accuse poor Mr. Fothergill, he would have been as certain that Mr. Fothergill committed the murder, because Mr. Fothergill thinks more of his shooting. However, Lord Chiltern is to be here in a day or two, and I mean to go absolutely down on my knees to him, and all for your sake. If foxes can be had, he shall have foxes. We must go and dress now, Mr. Finn, and I'll ring for somebody to show you your room." Phineas, as soon as he was alone, thought, not of what the Duchess had said, but of the manner in which he had greeted his friend Madame Goesler. As he remembered what he had done, he also blushed. Had she been angry with him, and intended to show her anger by her silence? And why had he done it? What had he meant? He was quite sure that he would not have given those kisses had he and Madame Goesler been alone in the room together. The Duchess had applauded him, but yet he thought that he regretted it. There had been matters between him and Marie Goesler of which he was quite sure that the Duchess knew nothing. When he went downstairs he found a crowd in the drawing-room, from among whom the Duke came forward to welcome him. "I am particularly happy to see you at Matching," said the Duke. "I wish we had shooting to offer you, but we are too far south for the grouse. That was a bitter passage of arms the other day, wasn't it? I am fond of bitterness in debate myself, but I do regret the roughness of the House of Commons. I must confess that I do." The Duke did not say a word about the trial, and the Duke's guests followed their host's example. The house was full of people, most of whom had been before known to Phineas, and many of whom had been asked specially to meet him. Lord and Lady Cantrip were there, and Mr. Monk, and Sir Gregory, his accuser, and the Home Secretary, Sir Harry Coldfoot, with his wife. Sir Harry had at one time been very keen about hanging our hero, and was now, of course, hot with reactionary zeal. To all those who had been in any way concerned in the prosecution, the accidents by which Phineas had been enabled to escape had been almost as fortunate as to Phineas himself. Sir Gregory himself quite felt that had he prosecuted an innocent and very popular young member of Parliament to the death, he could never afterwards have hoped to wear his ermine in comfort. Barrington Erle was there, of course, intending, however, to return to the duties of his office on the following day, and our old friend Lawrence Fitzgibbon, with a newly married wife, a lady possessing a reputed £50,000, by which it was hoped that the member for Mayo might be placed steadily upon his legs for ever. And Adelaide Palliser was there also, the Duke's first cousin, on whose behalf the Duchess was anxious to be more than ordinarily good-natured. Mr. Maule, Adelaide's rejected lover, had dined on one occasion with the Duke and Duchess in London. There had been nothing remarkable at the dinner, and he had not at all understood why he had been asked. But when he took his leave, the Duchess had told him that she would hope to see him at Matching. "We expect a friend of yours to be with us," the Duchess had said. He had afterwards received a written invitation, and had accepted it. But he was not to reach Matching till the day after that on which Phineas arrived. Adelaide had been told of his coming only on this morning, and had been much flurried by the news. "But we have quarrelled," she said. "Then the best thing you can do is to make it up again, my dear," said the Duchess. Miss Palliser was undoubtedly of that opinion herself, but she hardly believed that so terrible an evil as a quarrel with her lover could be composed by so rough a remedy as this. The Duchess, who had become used to all the disturbing excitements of life, and who didn't pay so much respect as some do to the niceties of a young lady's feelings, thought that it would be only necessary to bring the young people together again. If she could do that, and provide them with an income, of course they would marry. On the present occasion, Phineas was told off to take Miss Palliser down to dinner. "You saw the Chilterns before they left town, I know," she said. "Oh yes, I am constantly in Portman Square." "Of course. Lady Laura has gone down to Scotland, has she not? And all alone?" "She is alone now, I believe." "How dreadful! I do not know anyone that I pity so much as I do her. I was in the house with her some time, and she gave me the idea of being the most unhappy woman I had ever met with. Don't you think that she is very unhappy?" "She has very much to make her so," said Phineas. "She was obliged to leave her husband because of the gloom of his insanity, and now she is a widow. I don't suppose she ever really cared for him, did she?" The question was no sooner asked than the poor girl remembered the whole story which she had heard some time back, the rumor of the husband's jealousy and of the wife's love, and she became as red as fire and unable to help herself. She could think of no word to say, and confessed her confusion by her sudden silence. Phineas saw it all, and did his best for her. "I am sure she cared for him," he said, "though I do not think it was a well assorted marriage. They had different ideas about religion, I fancy. So you saw the hunting in the Brake country to the end? How is our old friend Mr. Spooner?" "Don't talk of him, Mr. Finn." "I rather like Mr. Spooner, and as for hunting the country, I don't think Chiltern could get on without him. What a capital fellow your cousin the Duke is!" "I hardly know him." "He is such a gentleman, and at the same time the most abstract and the most concrete man that I know." "Abstract and concrete?" "You are bound to use adjectives of that sort now, Miss Palliser, if you mean to be anybody in conversation." But how is my cousin concrete? He is always abstracted when I speak to him, I know. No Englishman whom I have met is so broadly and intuitively and unceremoniously imbued with the simplicity of the character of a gentleman. He could no more lie than he could eat grass. Is that abstract or concrete? That's abstract, and I know no one who is so capable of throwing himself into one matter for the sake of accomplishing that one thing at a time. That's concrete. And so the red color faded away from poor Adelaide's face, and the unpleasantness was removed. "What do you think of Lawrence's wife?" Earl said to him late in the evening. "I have only just seen her. The money is there, I suppose?" "The money is there, I believe, but then it will have to remain there. He can't touch it. There's about 2,000 a year which will have to go back to her family unless they have children." "I suppose she's 40? "Well, yes, or perhaps 45. You were locked up at the time, poor fellow, and had other things to think of, but all the interest we had for anything beyond you through May and June was devoted to Lawrence and his prospects. It was off and on and off, and he was in a most wretched condition. At last she wouldn't consent unless she was asked to be here." "And who managed it?" "Lawrence came and told it all to the Duchess, and she gave him the invitation at once." "Who told you?" "Not the Duchess, nor yet Lawrence. So it may be untrue, you know, but I believe it. He did ask me whether he'd have to stand another election at his marriage. He has been going in and out of office so often, and always going back to the County Mayo at the expense of half a year's salary, that his mind had got confused, and he didn't quite know what did and what did not vacate his seat. We must all come to it sooner or later, I suppose, but the question is whether we could do better than an annuity of 2,000 a year on the life of the lady. Office isn't very permanent, but one has not to attend the house above 6 months a year, while you can't get away from a wife much above a week at a time. It has crippled him in appearance very much, I think. A man always looks changed when he's married. I hope, Mr. Finn, that you owe me no grudge," said Sir Gregory, the Attorney General. "Not in the least. Why should I? It was a very painful duty that I had to perform, the most painful that ever befell me. I had no alternative but to do it, of course, and to do it in the hope of reaching the truth. But a counsel for the prosecution must always appear to the accused and his friends like a hound running down his game and anxious for blood. The habitual and almost necessary acrimony of the defense creates acrimony in the attack. If you were accustomed, as I am, to criminal courts, you would observe this constantly. A gentleman gets up and declares in perfect faith that he is simply anxious to lay before the jury such evidence as has been placed in his hands, and he opens his case in that spirit. Then his witnesses are cross-examined with the affected incredulity and assumed indignation which the defending counsel is almost bound to use on behalf of his client, and he finds himself gradually imbued with pugnacity. He becomes strenuous, energetic, and perhaps eager for what must after all be regarded as success, and at last he fights for a verdict rather than for the truth. The judge, I suppose, ought to put all that right. So he does, and it comes right. Our criminal practice does not sin on the side of severity, but a barrister employed on the prosecution should keep himself free from that personal desire for a verdict which must animate those engaged on the defense. Then I suppose you wanted to hang me, Sir Gregory? Certainly not. I wanted the truth. But you, in your position, must have regarded me as a bloodhound. I did not. As far as I can analyze my own feelings, I entertained anger only against those who, though they knew me well, thought that I was guilty. You will allow me, at any rate, to shake hands with you," said Sir Gregory, "and to assure you that I should have lived a broken-hearted man if the truth had been known too late. As it is, I tremble and shake in my shoes as I walk about and think of what might have been done." Then Phineas gave his hand to Sir Gregory, and from that time forth was inclined to think well of Sir Gregory. Throughout the whole evening he was unable to speak to Madame Goesler, but to the other people around him he found himself talking quite at his ease, as though nothing peculiar had happened to him. Almost everybody, except the Duke, made some slight allusion to his adventure, and he, in spite of his resolution to the contrary, found himself driven to talk of it. It had seemed quite natural that Sir Gregory, who had in truth been eager for his condemnation, thinking him to have been guilty, should come to him and make peace with him by telling him of the nature of the work that had been imposed upon him. And when Sir Harry Coldfoot assured him that never in his life had his mind been relieved of so heavy a weight as when he received the information about the key, that also was natural. A few days ago he had thought that these allusions would kill him. The prospect of them had kept him a prisoner in his lodgings. But now he smiled and chatted and was quiet and at ease. "Good night, Mr. Finn," the Duchess said to him. "I know the people have been boring you." "Not in the least." "I saw Sir Gregory at it, and I can guess what Sir Gregory was talking about." "I like Sir Gregory, Duchess." "That shows a very Christian disposition on your part." "And then there was Sir Harry. I understood it all, but I could not hinder it. But it had to be done, hadn't it? And now there will be an end of it." "Everybody has treated me very well," said Phineas, almost in tears. "Some people have been so kind to me that I cannot understand why it should have been so." "Because some people are your very excellent good friends. We, that is Marie and I, you know, thought it would be the best thing for you to come down and get through it all here. We could see that you weren't driven too hard. By the by, you have hardly seen her, have you?" "Hardly, since I was upstairs with your Grace." "My Grace will manage better for you tomorrow. I didn't like to tell you to take her out to dinner, because it would have looked a little particular after her very remarkable journey to Prague. If you ain't grateful, you must be a wretch." "But I am grateful." "Well, we shall see. Good night. You'll find a lot of men going to smoke somewhere, I don't doubt." End of chapter 74. Chapter 75 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Trumpton feud is settled. In these fine early autumn days spent at Matching, the great Trumpton Wood question was at last settled. During the summer considerable acerbity had been added to the matter by certain articles which had appeared in certain sporting papers, in which the new Duke of Omnium was accused of neglecting his duty to the county, in which a portion of his property lay. The question was argued at considerable length. Is a landed proprietor bound, or is he not, to keep foxes for the amusement of his neighbours? To ordinary thinkers, to unprejudiced outsiders, to Americans, let us say, or Frenchmen, there does not seem to be room even for an argument. By what law of God or man can a man be bound to maintain a parcel of injurious vermin on his property, in the pursuit of which he finds no sport himself, and which are highly detrimental to another sport in which he takes, perhaps, the keenest interest? Trumpton Wood was the Duke's own. to do just as he pleased with it. Why should foxes be demanded from him then any more than a bear to be baited, or a badger to be drawn, in, let us say, his London dining-room? But a good deal had been said which, though not perhaps capable of convincing the unprejudiced American or Frenchman, had been regarded as cogent arguments to country-bred Englishmen. The brake hunt had been established for a great many years, and was the central attraction of a district well known for its hunting propensities. The preservation of foxes might be an open question in such counties as Norfolk and Suffolk, but could not be so in the brake country. Many things are, no doubt, permissible under the law, which, if done, would show the doer of them to be the enemy of his species, and this destruction of foxes in a hunting country may be named as one of them. The Duke might have his foxes destroyed if he pleased, but he could hardly do so and remain a popular magnate in England. If he chose to put himself in opposition to the desires and very instincts of the people among whom his property was situated, he must live as a man forbid. That was the general argument, and then there was the argument special to this particular case. As it happened, Trumpton Wood was, and always had been, the great nursery of foxes for that side of the brake country. Gorse coverts make, no doubt, the charm of hunting, but gorse coverts will not hold foxes unless the woodlands be preserved. The fox is a travelling animal, knowing well that home-staying youths have ever homely wits. He goes out and sees the world. He is either born in the woodlands, or wanders thither in his early youth. If all the foxes so wandering be doomed to death, if poison and wires and traps and hostile keepers await them there instead of the tender welcome of the loving fox-preserver, the gorse coverts will soon be empty, and the whole country will be afflicted with a wild dismay. All which Lord Chiltern understood well when he became so loud in his complaint against the Duke. But our dear old friend, only the other day a Duke, Planty Pall as he was lately called, devoted to work and to Parliament, an unselfish, friendly, wise man, who by no means wanted other men to cut their coats according to his pattern, was the last man in England to put himself forward as the enemy of an established delight. He did not hunt himself, but neither did he shoot, or fish, or play cards. He recreated himself with blue books, and speculations on Adam Smith had been his distraction, but he knew that he was himself peculiar, and he respected the habits of others. It had fallen out in this wise. As the old Duke had become very old, the old Duke's agent had gradually acquired more than an agent's proper influence in the property, and as the Duke's heir would not shoot himself, or pay attention to the shooting, and as the Duke would not let the shooting of his wood, Mr. Fothergill, the steward, had gradually become omnipotent. Now Mr. Fothergill was not a hunting man, but the mischief did not at all lie there. Lord Chiltern would not communicate with Mr. Fothergill. Lord Chiltern would write to the Duke, and Mr. Fothergill became an established enemy. Hinc ille ire. From this source sprung all those powerfully argued articles in the Field, Bell's Life, and Land and Water, for on this matter all the sporting papers were of one mind. There is something doubtless absurd in the intensity of the worship paid to the fox by hunting communities. The animal becomes sacred, and his preservation is a religion. His irregular destruction is a profanity, and words spoken to his injury are blasphemous. Not long since a gentleman shot a fox running across a woodland ride in a hunting country. He had mistaken it for a hare, and had done the deed in the presence of keepers, owner, and friends. His feelings were so acute, and his remorse so great, that, in their pity, they had resolved to spare him, and then, on the spot, entered into a solemn compact that no one should be told. Encouraged by the forbearing tenderness, the unfortunate one ventured to return to the house of his friend, the owner of the wood, hoping that, in spite of the sacrilege committed, he might be able to face a world that would be ignorant of his crime. As the Vulpecide, on the afternoon of the day of the deed, went along the corridor to his room, one maid-servant whispered to another, and the poor victim of an imperfect sight heard the words, "That's he as shot the fox." The gentleman did not appear at dinner, nor was he ever again seen in those parts. Mr. Fothergill had become angry. Lord Chiltern, as we know, had been very angry, and even the Duke was angry. The Duke was angry because Lord Chiltern had been violent, and Lord Chiltern had been violent because Mr. Fothergill's conduct had been, to his thinking, not only sacrilegious, but one continued course of wilful sacrilege. It may be said of Lord Chiltern that in his eagerness as a master of hounds he had almost abandoned his love of riding. To kill a certain number of foxes in the year, after the legitimate fashion, had become to him the one great study of life, and he did it with an energy equal to that which the Duke devoted to decimal coinage. His huntsman was always well mounted, with 2 horses, but Lord Chiltern would give up his own to the man and take charge of a weary animal as a common groom when he found that he might thus further the object of the day's sport. He worked as men work only at pleasure. He never missed a day, even when cub hunting required that he should leave his bed at 3 a.m. He was constant at his kennel. He was always thinking about it. He devoted his life to the brake hounds, and it was too much for him that such a one as Mr. Fothergill should be allowed to wire foxes in Trumpton Wood. The Duke's property, indeed! Surely all that was understood in England by this time. Now he had consented to come to Matching, bringing his wife with him, in order that the matter might be settled. There had been a threat that he would give up the country, in which case it was declared that it would be impossible to carry on the brake hunt in a manner satisfactory to masters, subscribers, owners of coverts, or farmers, unless a different order of things should be made to prevail in regard to Trumpton Wood. The Duke, however, had declined to interfere personally. He had told his wife that he should be delighted to welcome Lord and Lady Chiltern, as he would any other friends of hers. The guests, indeed, at the Duke's house were never his guests, but always hers. But he could not allow himself to be brought into an argument with Lord Chiltern as to the management of his own property. The Duchess was made to understand that she must prevent any such awkwardness, and she did prevent it. "And now, Lord Chiltern," she said, "how about the foxes?" She had taken care there should be a council of war around her. Lady Chiltern and Madame Goesler were present, and also Phineas Finn. "Well, how about them?" said the lord, showing by the fiery eagerness of his eye and the increased redness of his face that though the matter had been introduced somewhat jocosely, there could not really be any joke about it. "Why couldn't you keep it all out of the newspapers?" "I don't write the newspapers, Duchess. I can't help the newspapers. When 200 men ride through Trumpton Wood and see one fox found, and that fox with only 3 pads, of course the newspapers will say that the foxes are trapped." "We may have traps if we like it, Lord Chiltern." "Certainly. Only say so, and we shall know where we are." He looked very angry, and poor Lady Chiltern was covered with dismay. "The Duke can destroy the hunt if he pleases, no doubt," said the lord. "But we don't like traps, Lord Chiltern, nor yet poison, nor anything that is wicked. I'd go and nurse the foxes myself if I knew how, wouldn't I, Marie?" "They have robbed the Duchess of her sleep for the last 6 months," said Madame Goesler. "And if they go on being not properly brought up and educated, they'll make an old woman of me. As for the Duke, he can't be comfortable in his arithmetic for thinking of them. But what can one do?" "Change your keepers," said Lord Chiltern energetically. "It is easy to say, change your keepers. How am I to set about it? To whom can I apply to appoint others? Don't you know what vested interests mean, Lord Chiltern?" "Then nobody can manage his own property as he pleases?" "Nobody can, unless he does the work himself. If I were to go and live in Trumpton Wood, I could do it. But you see I have to live here. I vote that we have an officer of state to go in and out with the government, with a seat in the cabinet, or not, according as things go, and that we call him Fox Master General. It would be just the thing for Mr. Finn." "There would be a salary, of course," said Phineas. "Then I suppose that nothing can be done," said Lord Chiltern. "My dear Lord Chiltern, everything has been done. Vested interests have been attended to. Keepers shall prefer foxes to pheasants. Wires shall be unheard of, and Trumpton Wood shall once again be the glory of the brake hunt. It won't cost the Duke above 1,000 or 2 a year." "I should be very sorry indeed to put the Duke to any unnecessary expense," said Lord Chiltern solemnly, still fearing that the Duchess was only playing with him. It made him angry that he could not imbue other people with his idea of the seriousness of the amusement of a whole county. "Do not think of it. We have pensioned poor Mr. Fothergill, and he retires from the administration." "Then it'll be all right," said Lord Chiltern. "I am so glad," said his wife. "And so the great Mr. Fothergill falls from power and goes down into obscurity," said Madame Goesler. "He was an impudent old man, and that's the truth," said the Duchess, "and he has always been my thorough detestation. But if you only knew what I have gone through to get rid of him, and all on account of Trumpton Wood, you'd send me every brush taken in the Brake County during the next season." "Your Grace shall at any rate have one of them," said Lord Chiltern. On the next day Lord and Lady Chiltern went back to Harrington Hall. When the end of August comes, a master of hounds, who is really a master, is wanted at home. Nothing short of an embassy on behalf of the great coverts of his country would have kept this master away at present. And now, his diplomacy having succeeded, he hurried back to make the most of its results. Lady Chiltern, before she went, made a little speech to Phineas Finn. "You'll come to us in the winter, Mr. Finn? I should like. You must. No one was truer to you than we were, you know. Indeed, regarding you as we do, how should we not have been true? It was impossible to me that my old friend should have been—" "Oh, Lady Chiltern!" "Of course you'll come. You owe it to us to come. And may I say this? If there be anybody to come with you, that will make it only so much the better. If it should be so, of course there will be letters written." To this question, however, Phineas Finn made no answer. End of chapter 75.